Right. The water as usual. Things going. Okay. As promised. It's again next day from yesterday. Finished case 3 last time. Now on to case 4. Case 3. What happened back then? So case 3 involved an incident in a Arcane refinery where it was made to look like an accident, where a thing was like an incident, like an accident happened, but it turns out it was not an accident. It was actually it was kind of an accident still. The person that did it tried to help, but didn't work. And so instead they just turned it around and tried to frame the Dragogen Trading Company, which was our client basically. Yeah. And this turned to be one of the other nobles, one of the Pale families actually. One of the big noble families. When this case was done, there were still a lot of little details that were still kind of unknown. There's this eye taker guy, no idea who they are. They showed up right at the end after the case, after the trial ended. Oh, and actually, we didn't. And another thing, we didn't actually get to get a verdict at all. We know who did it. We know exactly who did it and stuff. But the court's gonna deal with that in a different trial. Because originally this was a civil case instead of a homicide one. Alright. It's time to go to case 4. Oh, hi, ads! Hello, huh? Just in time, huh? You didn't miss the start for once, yeah! Right. Right, case 4, let's see. I was just recapping case 3, mainly for myself, but yeah. Okay. Right. Case 4. Up until now, we've been following the story of Tyrion Cuthbert. We've experienced the world through his eyes, and fought for justice through his soul. But this time, why don't we start from the perspective of another... What? Okay. We're someone else now? Who's this gonna be? Is this... Celeste? Or Ruby? Oh, okay. Can't believe Cuthbert read the client's mind without asking. It's starting to become a problem. He's getting more and more reckless with each passing year. Okay, I'm going... Oh, actually no, wait. 846, okay. Wish Freya was still alive. She would know what to do. She made it look so effortless. And he loved her. Would he have listened to her if she was still here? Oh. Beatrice Frege, huh? Something the matter tomorrow, huh? No, I was just thinking about something. Well, the trial is about to begin. Freelancer. Our illusion. Oh, so this is still present day, according to Ruby's age here. So, so we were with Tyrion in a different city. I guess we're now Ruby wherever we are. I don't doubt your abilities, but I still appreciate it if you remained focused. All of our futures are at stake, after all. Of course, Miss Frege. Beatrice Frege. Another part of the Frege family. Beatrice takes in a deep breath before she claps her hands together. Right. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just the ritual that I used to calm myself. Right, I almost forgot about that. But more importantly, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Hi, Eris. Of course. My father sent me to guide Beatrice to the courthouse. It's a new environment for her, and we were both worried about her condition. I still can't believe you were the boss's daughter the entire time. Why did you say anything at the Art Academy? Oh? Knowing my true identity would have caused friction with your son, wouldn't it? He's not my... Anyways, I suppose I understand why he stayed quiet. But I still don't appreciate being kept in the dark about this. Oh, speak of the devil. Oh my god, we got to see Cuthbert's sprite, Tyrion's sprite. So you can spot Cuthbert and McCoy walk into the courtroom with the other members of the gallery. McCoy spots you and gives a friendly yet awkward smile. However, Cuthbert ignores you entirely and walks silently into the courtroom. Parental troubles? We had an argument there. There's nothing to worry about. If you say so. You are worried about what happened, what he saw in Beatrice's mind. Beatrice's mind, though. He's always been a good kid. But his idealistic sense of justice clouds his judgment sometimes. Just hope that he's not planning to do anything reckless. The trial is about to begin. Do you really have the time to be making small talk here, huh? Mr. Steelman approaches the review. Everyone's here? But she appears to be accompanied by someone else. Nightgrave? Is that you? What are you doing here? Well... He's accompanying me as my aide for this case. Aide? Okay. Huh. I see. So I assume you'll be prosecuting, huh? Of course. I'll never pass up the opportunity to face the infamous Ruby tomorrow. Really? If I recall correctly, you haven't even been in Tyrion once so far. Damn. Miss Steelwind, don't strain yourself. What's that look for, Beatrice? You almost look surprised to see me here, huh? Considering the circumstances, I thought you might recuse yourself. I am more than capable of being objective, especially for a case of this much importance. Well, I hope your mind is as strong as you think it is. Miss Steelwind, please calm down. Oh, how I love a good reunion. Yo. Okay. I didn't get to see Tyrion's sprite. Just went up to the gallery. But we are Ruby now. Court is now in session for the trial of Beatrice Frigga. Miss Steelwind, is the prosecution ready? Miss Steelwind? Oh, of course. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready, Your Honor. Something seems off about her today. Is there personal attachment to this case distracting her? What is this case? Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? Your Honor, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder and grand theft. As many of you know, Beatrice Frigga is the formerly missing daughter of the now late William Frigga. Ooh, okay. And the victim of the murder is William Frigga himself. Ooh, okay. Huh. Yes, I am well aware of that. The people of Wivengard will certainly mourn the loss of House Frigga's head. The only people mourning him are the begging house's shareholders. But anyways, did you also say that the defendant is accused of grand theft? Yes, Your Honor. The crimes took place during the Lord's Ball, an event that was hosted in Frigga Manor yesterday evening. The Heralds in Hall of History had a gallery display within the manor. They were showcasing several magical artifacts donated to the Wivengard Historical Society. One of these items was the Sword of Spell Eating, a magical artifact that allows its wielder to nullify magical effects. Okay. Sword of Spell Eating. Ancient artifact wielded by a creature. That creature and anything connected to them, physically or magically, are immune to all harmful magical effects. That is insane. Okay. Legends say that it was forged through a blood contract between a mage and a demon. Right. We, the prosecution, believe that the defendant stole this item. She then used it to nullify the magical lock on the victim's study. After breaking into the study, she attacked the victim and slashed his throat open using a ladder opener. He died of blood loss shortly after. It's an autopsy report, okay. When was the last time we had this? Oh yeah, we didn't have one last case, did we? Yeah. Oh. 3:12 a.m. Cause of death was blood loss after his throat was slashed open. Both carotid arteries were severed. The death must have followed mere seconds after the wound was inflicted. Okay. But it shows several scratch marks on the face and the back. Traces of illusion magic were also found on the body. Okay. I see. What possible motive would the defendant have to murder her own father? William Frigga and his daughter were not close. Saying that they had a strained relationship would be an understatement. In fact, 5 years prior to the murder, Beatrice abandoned and fled her home. She went into hiding and did not contact any of her friends or family. Her whereabouts were unknown until she suddenly contacted her father a week ago. My client left the Frigga household because of her toxic relationship with her father. She wanted to create a life for herself that was free from his influence and abuse. I don't disagree with your claims, but that just highlights how desperate the defendant must have been. She had clearly fallen on hard times and begrudgingly contacted her father for financial aid. I can't possibly understand why they would schedule this meeting during the Lord's Ball. But nevertheless, several witnesses did see her that night, and these same witnesses saw her storming out of her father's study in anger. Her father must have refused her request for gold, so she decided to murder him to claim his inheritance. When was this? Was it after? Did she leave after? Was this after? I assume before, huh? Luckily, we prepared for this in advance. Yes, they're playing right into our hands. Inheritance. Okay. Beatrice Frigga fled from her family 5 years ago and went hiding. In retaliation, William Frigga told Miriam Frigga... Oh god, okay, wait. In retaliation, William Frigga told Miriam Frigga he would remove Beatrice from his will. As a result, she wouldn't receive any inheritance after his death. Okay. That's good research, great. As per your agreement, this testimony will be confirmed by Miriam Frigga in court. What you're saying is all conjecture, Steelwind. You don't have any evidence or testimony that confirms what they spoke about. Yes, I'm well aware that you and your client have refused to tell us what was discussed during that meeting. But as long as you both stay silent, my claims are plausible. Be honest, Steelwind. Do you seriously think that my client committed these crimes in spite of her condition? Condition? What do you mean by that, Mr. Mora? Why don't you tell him, Steelwind? Tell the court about my client's disability. Your Honor, Beatrice Frigga is considered legally disabled. However, legally disabled. That's a convenient way of putting it, Steelwind. My client isn't just legally disabled. She's completely blind. Whoa. Okay, I see. Completely blind? Is this true? We have several medical documents and testimony from several chirurgeons? Chirurgeons? Chirurgeons. That's just a new word to me. Okay, attesting to that fact. My client is unable to see anything. She's blind, okay. Interesting. She's completely blind, she's unable to see anything through her eyes. This has been verified through several medical reports and qualified chirurgeons. What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwinter? Do you expect me to believe that a blind woman performed any of the acts you're accusing her of? I'm glad you also see how ridiculous these claims are, Your Honor. If the court would just let me elaborate. Steelwinter. The prosecution's first charge is grand theft. My client would have needed to break into a magically secured display case. Performing such an act would be a difficult task for anyone, much less my client. And And the second charge is first-degree murder. My client would have needed to use the sword of spell eating on the lock leading to the victim's study. Then, she would have needed to grab a letter opener, overpower the victim, and deliver a precise and fatal blow to the victim's neck. Does any of that sound like a reasonable theory, Your Honor? I'm compelled to agree with you, Mr. Morrow. It all sounds quite ludicrous, to be perfectly honest. It's just off. You don't are clearly just attacking the frig. It's not that the head is deceased.
Objection!
The guy gotta at least let her speak, though. Like, what do you have? Enough. Your Honor, the court has not seen the evidence that supports this case, nor have you listened to the Inquisition's testimony regarding their investigation. Until you have done so, you are in no position to pass judgment. Very well, Miss Stillman. I suppose you have a point. Guess the young lady has some claws after all. It doesn't matter. The case against Beatrice is questionable at best. Frankly, it's surprising that Steelwind even went through with this. It's only a matter of time before the judge sees things our way. Your way? Your way? Right. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings. Right. We didn't want to cause panic after the sword stolen, so we activated the manor's silent security system. It put an anti-magic field over the entire manor. Anti-magic. We did a search of the house, and we found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. It didn't look like she was going to run, and Crown Prince Astor told us to stand down, so we just kept a close eye on her. William Frigga was in a bad mood that night, so he had already locked himself inside his study. But an hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of blood. An hour later, okay. The lock was still engaged, and no one teleported in. The perp must have temporarily disabled the lock using the sword of spell eating. We have testimonies that say the defendant was seriously in debt. She must have murdered the victim to get a part of his inheritance. That's just not true. The case against Beatrice is just as you predicted. And you already have a countermeasure to disprove the existence of any motive. All you have to do is present that to the court. Yep. I'm gonna press anyway, because... Yeah. Doesn't the sword make the wielder immune to magical effects? An anti-magic field would have only disempowered everyone except the thief. Yeah, well, we didn't know what the sword could do until after the investigation. Up until then, we thought it was just a dusty old artifact. That seems pretty negligent. Be sure you qualified for your position, Orem. Okay, Ruby. I can see why Orem doesn't like you, huh? The situation was unprecedented for everyone involved. One could hardly expect an ancient artifact to have magical capabilities. Anyways, what did you do after the theft, Commander? A strange conclusion to come to, huh? My client hadn't stepped foot into the Frigga Manor in years. After being gone for so long, her bedroom had to have been repurposed for something else. I'm not sure about the details, but one of the defendant's sisters refused to let the servants disturb that room. I guess she was hoping that her sister would come back one day. Laefa. And why would the prince tell you to stand down, Orem? Oh, well... Crown Prince Astor knew the defendant well. He was confident that she wasn't going to flee the scene. Are you sure he just knew her well? If I recall correctly, the prince is still very adamant about her innocence. The Crown Prince is vouching for the defendant. Is this true, Miss Steelwind? It is. However, I believe that the evidence found throughout the investigation proves the contrary. Are you sure your judgment isn't simply being clouded by your jealousy? Your fiancé was previously engaged to my client, after all. Oh, I see. Here, enjoying this a bit too much. Man, Ruby's like very different. Very different like, disposition in the courthouse. Right. Did anyone see him enter the study? A few people. One of them was Leia Frigga. the victim's second daughter. She said that he was really irritated that night, so he went to his study for some peace and quiet. I guess his meeting with the defendant put him in a bad mood. But if the man was covered in an anti-magic field, how did he lock the door magically? I'm not sure how, but the locks in the manor aren't affected by anti-magic fields. How? Ah. The magical locks generate a smaller anti-magic field around themselves. The two fields cancel each other out. It's like multiplying two negative numbers together. Gonna be honest, I have no understanding of these things. Is what she's saying true, Beatrice? Yes, overlapping anti-magic fields are a well-studied phenomenon. Okay, interesting. They cancel each other out. Huh, okay. You'll just have to take her word for it. Interesting, okay. Who was the person that discovered the body? Same person who saw him last. His daughter, Laia Frigga. Laiafe? Or Laif. That must have been traumatizing for her. Did anyone else accompany Laiafe? I want to say Laiafe, but I don't know if that's right. Laiafe when she happened upon the body? Yeah, supposedly one of the servants got himself locked in a nearby storage closet. What? And he heard the violent attack through one of the air vents. What? What? Sorry, what? He got himself locked in a nearby storage closet and heard it through one of the air vents. Oh, it must be... Okay, no, it must be like one of those... Okay, yeah, sure. When he finally got out, he told Laiaf and they went into the study accompanied by some knights. Lock was still engaged, no one teleported in. This sword is integral to the case against my client. So why is the description of its capabilities so vague? To be honest, the sword is magic, but it doesn't seem to behave like any spells we know about. And we can identify its magic like we usually do with artificery devices. According to Lord Haraldson, its powers are demonic in nature. But if you ask me, it's all a bunch of hooey. Anyways, it's obvious that it doesn't follow the normal rules of magic. Wait, what? What is it, Mr. Morrow? It's nothing. I understand is that there's an anti-magic field around the magical lock to stop it being tampered with by magic. Like an anti-magic field to actively cancel out that small protective anti-magic field. Yeah, that's what I think too. Yeah, it's interesting, huh? I guess the question now is how exactly the lockdown field like dispersed throughout the house or the manor, whatever. Something. But the person's rushing from the gallery, so it must have heard that too. Demonic in nature, huh? Is his eyes also demonic in nature? Could the Eye of Horus have something to do with demons? Focus on acquitting the client first. You can worry about Cuthbert later. Okay, there we go. Got it. Either way, we've tested the sword's magic on similar locks. When used correctly, it is capable of disabling the lock on Lord Frigga's study. Trust me to say that if I notice that. You have testimonies. Why an official record be more valid evidence? Mr. Morrow, you and I both know that your client's creditors are not the type to keep such records. So you're admitting that you're relying on hearsay. One could conclude that. But it doesn't matter if we can prove that this debt exists. The Frigga estate is unimaginably vast. Debt or no debt, that amount of wealth would be a tempting boon to any individual. She has a point. Las Frigga owns nearly every bank account. Oh my god. People can only dream of having that much power and wealth. This case against you is just already really weak. I'm not even sure why they bothered bringing this to trial in the first place. And you already have testimony from someone else that directly contradicts the kind of testimony. I mean, thinking like this is only gonna set you up for some big twist that you weren't prepared for, and you have no idea what to do. That the court case could be yours. Yep. I wonder if this is a setup. This one. The fact that there's a question mark here makes me skeptical. But this is how Ruby works. Okay, yeah. Oh, nice. Life. Just another sister, huh? I see. Why are you two here? What's gonna happen now?
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution's case against my client is riddled with holes, and the prosecution's proposed motive is the largest among them. Objective. What do you mean, Mr. Moram? Of all the elements in this case, the motive is the most believable. Your client would have had much to gain through her father's inheritance. That may be. But that's assuming my client had anything to inherit at all. What? Your Honor, my client fled from her psychologically abusive father 5 years ago. How do you think he would have reacted to that? Lord Frigga was a petty and vindictive man. Do you honestly think that he'd leave his inheritance to someone who disobeyed him so egregiously? No, he'd do everything in his power to make sure that she didn't see a shred of his wealth. Yes, we're already well aware of this. These lands came down to notice the prosecution and said, well, she quickly hides it and gains her composure. On the night of the murder, the victim made the decision to disinherit the defendant. However, his motive deprived him of the opportunity to submit his will to his attorney. This only further proves the defendant's motive. She would have needed to act quickly, lest her father submit a changed will. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Steelwind. William Frigga didn't disinherit my client that night. He disinherited my client 5 years ago. I have witnessed testimony from Miriam Frigga, William's youngest daughter. By her own admission, her father disinherited my client shortly after she fled the household. What? She never brought that up during questioning. Perhaps she's not as amicable to you as you thought. If you don't believe me, why don't we call her to the stand and ask her ourselves? What are you planning, Mr. Moram? I have no idea what you're talking about. It just feels wrong. I can see why people have some questions about Ruby here. There's a Well, it's clear we won't get anywhere until we hear from Miriam directly. Bailiff, please escort Miriam Frigga to the stand. Miriam, is the defense correct? Did your father disinherit Beatrice 5 years ago? Yes. And you didn't think it was necessary to share this information with me? Well, you never asked. If I recall correctly, you also were tight-lipped during questioning this morning. Are you staying quiet for your sister's sake? The witness just lost her father. You can hardly expect her to recall every detail that's relevant to the case. Which raises a more concerning question. How did you extract this information? Who knows? Maybe just have a way with people. Is this any better for you, Ruby? Okay, sure. Regardless, I suppose you have a point. I'll give the witness the benefit of the doubt. Or no. In any case, Miriam, please testify to the court about how you found out about Beatrice's disinheritance. Yes, of course. One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from her home, She left a note for us, and in it she announced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us that he'd completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frigga estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago, huh? When you were 12. And are you sure this all happened 5 years ago? Yes. Even now, I can remember everything clear. Okay. I see. Her speech is getting slower. Is she deep in thought? Nightgrave seems extremely concerned for some reason. Oh yeah, Nightgrave is... It should be next to him. Next to her, huh? Can he... He has necromancer magic. I don't see what it has to do with, like, testimony and stuff. I don't know. Anyways. And Leif was there with you at this meeting? Yes, she was. However, Leif couldn't have possibly been there. Or it's getting more slurred. You also notice that her balance is slightly swaying. What it? Hey, are you okay? Of course, What? Scale Lord, is that blood? What? Okay. Blood? Bailiff, find anyone capable of casting healing magic. Next to him? Next to her? Alright. Okay. Escort them to the courtroom immediately. After some scrambling, a couple of healers are able to help Nightgrave stabilize the prosecutor. In all the chaos, you caught a glimpse of her. There were deep wounds and blood on several parts of her body. Deep wounds? What the hell? There must be some kind of illusion to hide them, but her disguise is completely dissipated now. Before Steven is taken out of the courtroom, you catch her whispering something into Nightgrave's ear. You see a look of confusion from him, but he nods and makes his way to the witness stand. But not before passing a message onto the bailiff, who seems equally confused. So what the hell is going on? Mr. Nightgrave, explain yourself. What is going on? Why was Mrs. Steelwind so gravely injured? I'm sorry, but I wasn't actually here as Miss Steelwind's aide. I was here as her healer. Her healer? The truth is, Miss Steelwind was violently attacked at noon today. She was in critical condition, but she insisted on prosecuting the case anyways. I owed her a favor, and she asked me to channel my necromancy to keep her wounds closed during the trial. Wow. Scale Lord, why did she just rescue herself? Accuse herself? She must have known. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, you would have handily won the trial. Nevertheless, she showed up to prosecute because no one else would, and she did it all despite the risk to her life. This makes you respect her. It almost makes you respect her a little. Almost, huh? Almost. Okay. Anyways, is there any need to prolong this trial, Your Honor? What? Even you must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is. In addition to that, Miriam's testimony shows that my client had nothing to gain from her father's death. Mr. Stamora, Miss Steelwind has been gravely injured, and you're still only concerned about... The only thing I'm concerned about is seeking justice for my client. Okay. Even so, we cannot move forward until we find another prosecutor. And how long do you think that will take, Your Honor? It's almost been 12 hours since the murder took place. That gives us what? 36 hours? After that, every magical trace at the crime scene will fully disappear. But there might be someone... If Steelwood had simply allowed another prosecutor to work this case, we wouldn't be in this situation. She took a risk and now she has to pay the price. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Your Honor. You're obviously proud of winning this way. I hope not, Ruby. You make it look like you are. But alright, sure. But this is what it takes to win, and you won't let an opportunity like this pass you by. Judge is clearly unhappy with this turn of events, but it's out of his hands now. Well, due to today's unprecedented events, I suppose I have no choice. I wonder if Tyrion's gonna come on. There aren't any prosecutors available to immediately take Miss Stevens' place. We will take a brief recess. After that, I'll deliver my verdict.
Objection!
There he is! Yes! My boy! He wants the truth, okay. Alright. Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert. What the hell are you doing, huh? I don't know. But what I do know is that there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Frega's testimony. Like, things are going to be as simple as you expected. Alright then, let's do this. Excuse me, ballroom? Excuse me? We're going, okay, we're going back a bit. The night before. Feels out of place here. Despite your clear hatred for the nobility, you find yourself at a party filled with aristocrats. You hardly recognize anyone, but many of the people here clearly recognize you. You're used to receiving dirty looks from the upper class, but you can literally feel everyone's disdain for you. Why are you in the corner by yourself? I can't believe I let you talk me into coming here. Hi. For reasons unknown, you lose your train of thought. I've been wanting to wear this dress for a while now. What do you think? What's wrong? You suddenly feel extremely flustered. It's difficult to make eye contact with her. Oh, I see. Are you enchanted by my beauty? Come on, say something. Oh god. Ever since the night in Arnox, you felt like something has been off between you two. Am I interrupting something? Mr. Mora? I wanted to check in on you two before we went to meet with Lord Frigga. Spot a woman silently following behind her. She declined and Mr. Mora is representing her. You're pretty sure this is your first time meeting her, but she still looks familiar for some reason. Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Miss Tamora's ward. Ward? Ward, okay. You extend out your hand to shake hers. She has an aristocratic air to her, so you hope you're not being too informal. Instead of taking your hand, she claps her hands together and takes a deep breath. What? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine. Well. Nevertheless, she finally shakes her hand. I've heard much about you, Miss Cuthbert. Oh, my name is Beatrice. Oh, is she doing that? Hold on. There's a reason she does that clap, isn't there? Is she, like, echolocating? Is she echolocating, I wonder? Oh god, sorry. Okay, yeah. Right. I've heard much about you, Miss Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice. I'm not sure about the details, but your mentor appears to be brokering a deal between Beatrice and William Frigga. William Frigga is the ruling lord of House Frigga, so you're a little curious about what kind of deal he'd be involved in. But you've learned not to pry into your mentor's business. Anyways, we'll probably be gone for a while. Can I trust you two not to cause trouble? You're in a manor filled with the highest members of the nobility. You might meet some familiar yet unfriendly faces. We'll keep a low profile, Mr. Mora. Please do. So, why were you so insistent on accompanying Mr. Mora to the Lord's Ball? That's... You know you can tell me anything, right? I guess everything that happened in Ornox made me think about things. I don't really know anything about my past or where I came from. I didn't want to think about it because of my dad and mom, but... You wanted to find out who your biological parents are. I do, but I don't know now. Being here is starting to make me feel weird. I still have my mom, and looking for my birth parents feels wrong somehow. I don't think that's true. Really? Miss Demora adopted me when I was a child, and she gave me a purpose in life. I still keep my childhood memories of my mother close to me. Miss Demora and my mother are both important to me. I don't think it's disrespectful to find out more about yourself, and I'm sure your mother will understand. You think so? Of course. And I'm also sure of another thing. If I'm with you, I doubt any of the nobles here will want to speak with you. Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but don't worry, I can find something to fill the time. You're just gonna play chess alone, aren't you? Maybe? You really need to learn to talk to other people. Make some new friends or something. I don't need more friends. I usually want to spend most of my time with you anyways. Anyways, I'm gonna try to talk to some people. Yeah, I'll see you later. Okay, so let's leave to mingle with some of the other partygoers. You find yourself with very little to do, and you doubt anyone will want to engage in small talk from the likes of you. So your hand instinctively recoils to your satchel and contains your foldable chessboard. Well, it's not as if I have anything better to do. I try to find an empty table to play on. Sick. Can move? Oh, I can move. Each table has a centerpiece of flowers on it. Most of the seats at the tables are filled. Doesn't look like you'll be able to play here. Filled, despite the graphics saying that there being no one. But makes sense. It's very fair. It's fair enough. Several gold-tinted chandeliers hang from the ceiling of the ballroom. They look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. It irks you a little how much wealth Lord Freyga must be hoarding to afford all this. Floor, flowers, tables, nothing. Okay. Off I go. This place looks pretty quiet, but there aren't any tables anywhere. Well, I could play on the floor. What the? While looking through the hallways, you suddenly find yourself face to face with a large wolf. Immediately upon seeing you, the wolf quickly gallops away. Did someone leave a door open? You think about telling someone, but you remember that the manor is full of nobles. You're sure a servant will spot it eventually. And it's not as if anyone will believe you anyways. I suspect that's a pet, but... but, alright. It'd probably be best to find someone else to play. Look around. There are several jewels mounted on the wall, and they all look equidistant from each other. Sorry. I already knew that House Freyga is wealthy, but embedding jewels into the walls makes this place look pretty tacky. They even have gold-tinted chandeliers in the hallways. It's ridiculous when you really think about it. Right. Off I go. Whoa. Just in case. No. Gallery. You look further around the manor and find a room with several displays. It looks like a gallery of some sort, but it's slightly out of place here. There are a few nobles in the room, and they're all silently appreciating the exhibits. Perhaps Lord Freyga paid a museum to create some historical displays for the Lord's Ball. Now there's a face I haven't seen before. Oh, hello. As you take a closer look at one of the exhibits, an old man approaches you. Is that a monkey on his back? Hello, my name is Harold Haraldson. I'm the curator of this collection. Harold Haraldson. Is that a pseudonym or something? No. It's just his name. Double Harold. Historian. I see. Wait, he's a museum curator. He must be extremely knowledgeable about Wivengard's history. You wonder... Hold on. Would you happen to know anything about the ancient dragons? Ah, like the Scale Lord, Arthalion. There are many pieces in this gallery, and some of them were items that were wielded by the 7 heroes of Wivengard. Legends say that some of these items were directly enchanted by Arthalion himself. Enchanted by Arthalion? Would that mean that they also didn't follow the rules of magic? Perhaps you should examine these items more closely. Good look. Who thou? The painting of some sort of... Oh, frick. Painting of some sort of scientist. That man is Dr. Luke Queffer. Queffer? He was an alchemist and inventor from one of the branch families. He is well known for his studies into imbuing intelligence into automatons. Intelligent automatons? Would that make them similar to arcane constructs? Yes, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Von Sanctus used Dr. Queffer's research to create those constructs. So in essence, Von Sanctus is taking credit for someone else's work. Great. Fantastic. It's a painting of a researcher. That is Professor Matt Ferland. He was a professor somewhere else. He was a researcher of combinatorial magic theory. Combinatorial magic theory. What's that? It's a study of how different types of magic interact with each other. He famously ran an experiment on what would happen if two anti-magic fields overlap each other. Okay, well... well, now we know for sure. That's actually pretty interesting. What were the results of the experiment? Well, they had mages enter the space where the two fields overlapped. It turns out that those mages were able to use their magic in that space. Wait, how would that be possible? They would have had two anti-magic fields affecting them. When the two fields overlapped, they cancel each other out. I've heard that it's akin to multiplying two negative numbers together. Interesting. It's a pair of golden earrings. There are small jewels embedded into each of them. Those are the earrings of vitality. It's said that the Scale Lord imbued a portion of his immortality into these. Legends say that whoever wore them would have their lifespan increased tenfold. The Scale Lord can do things like that. Of course, he is the Scale Lord after all. Yeah, this is the thing, okay. When worn by a creature, that creature's wounds will slowly heal over time. Furthermore, its holder's lifespan increases tenfold for as long as they're worn. Legends say that it was created by the Scale Lord himself. Are there any spells that can create a similar effect to these earrings? Not that I know of. A spell like that will probably fall under the school of necromancy. And I'm sure you know how much the kingdom scrutinizes that type of magic. These parametallic armbands, there are several magical runes carved onto them. Those are the armbands of intellect. They were actually created by a member of House Freyga many centuries ago. Centuries? That make these armbands one of the first creations of our history. That's correct. Legends say that whoever wore these armbands would be granted unparalleled levels of intellect. Many believe that House Freyga created these to aid them in their study of magic. Wow. Okay. Of intellect are an ancient artifact. When worn by a creature, that creature's intelligence will be increased beyond the limits of an average human. It was forged by a member of House Freyga to further the study of magic. Like, these are insane. These are insane things to just have here on display. Like, you can do a lot of stuff with these. Alright, and then there's this. I'll talk to you first, because I don't know. So what is the historian doing at the Lord's Ball, Mr. Harold? Right, Harold. Anyways, Lord Freyga invites my museum to set up some displays here every year. Must think that's a semblance of culture. The fool. You own a museum? Yes, it's the Haraldson Hall of History, located in the city of Homhearth. Homhearth? That's a mouthful. Haraldson Hall of History. Homhearth. God. Unfortunately, I don't think his guests appreciate the historical significance of these items. Really, these are like insane. Very cool things. Honestly, I think you're the only person in years who's taken a meaningful interest in them. Wow. Okay, I'll look at this. The Crimson Red Short Sword. That's the sword of spell eating. Legends say that it has the power to protect its wielder from any kind of magic. So it's like an anti-magic field. In a way, yes. But it has less than heroic origins, I'm afraid. It's said that the sword was created through a blood pact between a mage and a demon. A demon? Legends say that some demons had the power to absorb and nullify magic. A demon must have imbued some of that power into the sword. Or at least that's what the legends say. That's what the legends say. General fact, moved by the creature, that creature and anything connected to them physically, magically, or immune to all harmful magic effects. Forged through a blood contract to major even. Safe to put something like this on display? What if the legends are true? What if the legends are true? Don't worry, these displays are fortified with several abjuration spells. I bet even Lord Steel would have trouble getting into this. So security is strong. The artifacts on display at the Lord's Ball were protected by layers of abjuration spells. Even a highly skilled mage would have trouble breaking into them. Okay. Sorry, but I really have to ask. Is that a monkey riding on your back? Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. Your familiar. A familiar is a creature that a mage has formed a magical bond with. With that bond, our souls are forever connected. I can communicate with him telepathically. I could even cast my spells through him if I wanted to. Really? I never knew a spell like that existed. It's quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it. Ooh, cool. It forms a magical unbreakable bond with a target creature, connecting them to the caster's magic. While this bond exists, the caster can telepathically communicate with the target over any distance. The caster can also choose to see through the target's eyes, as long as they concentrate. And lastly, the caster can also cast spells from the location of the target creature, instead of their own location. Once this bond is formed, neither the caster nor the target can form bonds with any other creature. This bond can only be broken in death. Not depth. Death. Reterum. Eugene helps me with my day-to-day. These old bones aren't as spry as they used to be after all. Harold. Harold. As a historian, do you have a lot of knowledge about the ancient dragons? The answer to that question is somewhat complicated. What do you mean? Unfortunately, a lot of historical texts in my collection have been altered or even outright destroyed by the Church of Bahamut. Because of that, it's quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts. Right. I remember encountering a similar problem at the Imperial Academy. Which is quite dedicated to your studies. They let the simpleton into the Imperial Academy. Oh damn. He doesn't like that. Rude, but I suppose that can be helped. I had to fight the church for a long time before I could even display dragon bones in my museum. Power of the dragons. In the history of the ancient dragons, was there any instance of them granting powers to humans? Well, of course. That's the entire premise behind the 7 heroes of Weapon Know about that? Okay, chill, bro. Chill. It's asking a question. Right, but was there anything before that? Did they ever grant supernatural abilities that didn't follow the rules of arcane magic? Granting supernatural abilities, you say? That sounds more like something demonic in nature, rather than draconic. Demonic. Much like the ancient dragons, demons are the stuff of myths. There are many stories of people selling their souls to them for untold power. Selling their souls? You recall the notes that your mother left for you before she was executed? My eyes be beyond the divine gate as I once stood. She told you to use her eyes. Did your mother make a deal with the demon to give you the Eye of Horus? Is something wrong? Soldier superstitious. Didn't know, but nothing's wrong. It's a bit too much to take in, but you might just be overthinking this. There haven't been any recorded sightings of demons in recent history. There are only second-hand stories and superstitions. Eye of Horus can't possibly be demonic, can it? You hope Celeste's investigation is going better than yours. Oh no. No, I wanted to talk. I wanted to present the badge. No. Oh well. How dare you insinuate that I engaged in an adulterous relationship? That's not what I... Enough! If you try to speak to me again, I'll have the King's Guard throw you out. Oh, this isn't working. I don't think casting like that would be very effective. What? Oh, even Arya is in the dress. Nice. Did you expect anyone here to be truthful with you? You're essentially asking them if they cheated on their spouses. Have you been spying on me? Not intentionally. I was just surprised to see you here, of all places. Right, I guess that makes sense. You're not party crashing, are you? Of course not. I came here with Ruby and Tyrion. That honestly raises more questions than answers, but I'll take your word for it. Anyways, you were looking for your birth parents, weren't you? Was it being that obvious? It's the only reason I can think of. Why else would you be trying to speak with members of the nobility? I don't know if it's any of my business, but think hard about whether this is what you truly want. Getting entangled in the aristocracy will only bring you misery. I've read your file. You have everything you could ever want. You have your mother and your friends. You even have a lover. Oh, what? You're in a relationship with Mr. Cuthbert, are you not? No, Tyrion's not my... Really? From the way you two behave around one another, I just assumed. It's pretty obvious you have feelings for him, huh? What? How obvious? Did he seriously not notice? I think someone with his deductive reasoning skills would easily see through you. Oh, yeah? What about you and Aster? I have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, I was there at Von Sanctus Manor. It was so obvious you like him. Please, you're grossly exaggerating things. He may be my fiancé, but I only have the utmost respect for him. And what if I told you he was standing right behind you? Did you honestly think I'd follow something like that? What are you falling for? Your Highness? Okay. Oh god, okay. Oh. Hello, Lady Steeland. Your Highness, please don't run ahead like that. Oh god. Your conversation with Harold was definitely interesting, but you still find yourself with very few leads. Be it dragons or demons, the origins of the High of Horus still remain a mystery. You find yourself returning to the ballroom, and you spot Celeste in the corner with some other people. Is she with Aster and Steelwind? Hey Aster, what do you think of Steelwind's dress? It suits you very well, Miss Steelwind. You look lovely. Oh god. Gross. As you approach the group, you're stopped by a knight from the King's Guard, huh? He stares you down. What? Repair your Arcane. I was incantation for detect magic. The knight stares you up and down. Celeste hasn't cast any spells on you lately, so you shouldn't be able to see any traces of magic. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. What was that all about? My apologies. They were making sure you weren't disguising yourself with an illusion, huh? Kings are charged with keeping us safe. You must take every precaution to protect us. Oh, and who might you be? Do not speak so familiarly with me, peasant. Alaric, don't speak to him like that. Why shouldn't I speak to him as I please? I am Prince Alaric de Wivengard the Sixth. I will not demote myself by showing courtesy to a commoner. Doesn't mean demean. So, Alaric, so you're Aster's brother, sibling? Oh, sorry. I'm terribly sorry about him, Mr. Cuthbert. It's fine. Anyways, weren't you supposed to be investigating your birth parents? Leave the poor woman alone. She started it. Right. Actually, quite surprised to see you both here. What brings you to the Lord's Ball, Mr. Cuthbert? We were just accompanying Miss Tomorrow. Her client has business with Lord Frigga. Her client? Oh. Oh. Well, there she is. Beatrice? Beatrice suddenly storms through the ballroom. She almost walks right past you before she hears Aster's voice. She looks furious. Did your discussion with Lord Frigga go bad? Oh, that voice. Is that you, Aster? It really is you. She called him Aster instead of your Highness. Do they personally know each other? Little do they know. I'm glad to see you again. It's been quite some time, huh? Is that really all you have to say? There's some complicated stuff here. It appears you two have much to talk about. I'll be taking my leave now. There's a bit of tension in the air. Celeste, we should probably get going too. Yeah. Well, that was awkward. Yeah, I wonder how those two know each other. She's working with Mr. Mora, but she somehow knows Lord Frigga and the Crown Prince. Just who is she? Well, you suppose none of your business. Anyways, how did your investigation go? I got nothing. I think all I did was make a bunch of the nobles mad. Sorry, I know you really wanted answers, but I'm sure something will come up. You think so? Might be a little irresponsible to give her hope like this. A noble abandoned her at a tavern in a rundown village. You doubt someone like that would make themselves easy to find. Anyways, I know what it's like to be a total loss. Come on, dance with me. What? That's not really something I... Don't be like that. How often do we go to a party like this? Before you have a chance to object, she grabs your hand and starts dragging you to the middle of the room. You see a few dirty looks from the aristocrats nearby. Celeste, people are staring at us. Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do, huh? Takes all of your other hand and begins to pull you into a waltz. I don't even know how to dance. I've never done this before. It's easy. Just stop being so awkward about it. It's easy for her to say. Alright, just tell me what I need to do. Well, first... You need to be close to me. So once with motion, she pulls your body closer to hers. Watch my movements and try to follow my lead, huh? You seem to know a lot about these things. I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me? I see, yeah. You really don't know much about her, do you? Be careful to watch the position of her feet and try to match her movements. After a while, you find yourself unable to match her rhythm. But you still accidentally step on her foot every few beats. She doesn't seem fazed by it. Either she's being polite or she generally doesn't feel anything. You're getting it, but don't focus so much on where your feet are. Just look at me. What? Come on, do it. You try to break eye contact with her, but every time you do, you slowly find yourself being drawn back to her eyes. You feel so embarrassed that you're becoming lightheaded. And you find yourself perspiring more than usual. But at the same time, you don't have any urge to break away from her. There's a comforting warmth behind all the anxiety you're feeling. Oh, there he is, the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. Never turns away from challenging a noble, but can't dance a step to save his life. Her expression doesn't betray a hint of it, but you still detect feelings of nervousness from her. She's just as flustered as you are. You find yourself relaxing a bit more, and you're somehow able to continue matching her movements. See? There you go, huh? Although, what is it? You know the man is supposed to lead, right? Maybe I don't subscribe to gender stereotypes. Or maybe you just suck at this. It's been a while since you felt this calm. There's always been something that you needed to prepare for. A client that needed saving, a culprit that needed catching. But you're quite content with this one brief moment you're able to spend with her. Almost find yourself getting lost in the mood. Until you spot a familiar face, accompanied by a legion of knights. No, don't tell me. Oh boy. The knights storm their way toward where Beatrice and Esther are. Several of the attendees take notice, and they all stop what they're doing to see what's going on. Beatrice Frigga, by the authority of the Wivengard Crown, you are under arrest. He said Beatrice Frigga. It's just getting good. Celeste. We should go see what's happening, shall we? Yeah, let's go. You are completely out of line, Commander. I thought I told you to stand down. Do you not recognize who you're speaking to? Let go of Lady Frigga. I can't really do that, Your Highness. Esther, what's going on? This Lord Frigga, he was found murdered in his study. And these cretins think that Beatrice is behind it somehow. Sorry, Your Highness, but my orders came straight from Steelwind. Lady Steelwind sent you? Beatrice takes in a deep breath and clasps her hands together. I should go with him. What? No! My brother is right! They have no right to... I don't want to cause friction between you and Arya. She's always been meticulous. I'm sure she's just being careful. I'm sure she's just being careful. I'm sure I'll be exonerated once they've thoroughly investigated what happened. Okay. Only if that's what you truly want. What? You can't just let them take her away? Brother, she's correct. It is not our place to interfere with the laws of our kingdom. But... However... Yes, Your Highness. Miss Beatrice is blind. One of your knights will need to escort her. She's what? Says she's blind? Great. Don't see anything through her eyes. Been very good. Yep. Great. Anyways, I'm going to need to take you to a holding cell, lady. One of you should stay with her and guide her through. Please, I may be disabled, but I'm not a child. Beatrice walks past the knights and heads towards the foyer. Appears that she already knows the way out. Shouldn't you all be following her? Right! Inquisition, move out! Definitely expecting the night to go like this. Just what is going on here? Lovely. And I really should have presented frickin' hell. Hopefully the historian is still here. I assume he is, since he's the one in charge of the gallery. Can't believe they kept us here until noon. Those ball was already running well into the night, even before the murder occurred. You'd like nothing more than to catch up on your lost sleep, but you made a promise to Esther. This doesn't make any sense. Beatrice was with me and my brother the entire night. Right. He was there when she met with him in Steeland. She couldn't have stolen the sword of spell eating and have murdered her father. I don't understand. Of all the people that could have done this, why would Steeland suspect a blind woman? Mr. Cuthbert, could you defend Beatrice against these awful charges? I don't think I even need to. What? Beatrice is Ruby's client. I'm sure that she'll be the one defending her. Well, that certainly puts my mind at ease. What's wrong? I don't know if I'm asking too much, but could you still investigate the crime scene for me, Mr. Cuthbert? What? But we just said that Miss Tomorrow will... I know. And I don't doubt her abilities. But Beatrice is a dear friend of mine. I'd like every chance for her to be found innocent. He said that she was a dear friend. They must know each other since she's Frigga. But why would Miss Tomorrow, of all people, represent a member of noble house? There's a lot of things you don't know about her. Of course. I'll also compensate you for your services. Consider yourself blessed. Someone like you could only dream of a job like this. Alaric. Tiny Prince has a point, though. A payment from the Crown Prince does sound tempting. We can't believe this. As she turns to the ballroom, she's changing back into her normal clothes. What's wrong? The people in the courtroom said they couldn't find my sword. They told me that someone must have stolen it. What? That's... Huh. Weird, alright. Why would someone want to steal Celeste's sword? Aside from your group, everyone else at the ball was an aristocrat. You do recall her saying that it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms. Someone might have stolen it because of its rarity. We could probably keep an eye out for it while we investigate the matter. This might all just be some kind of mistake. I hope so. But anyways, where should we start first? We should head to the crime scene. I remember hearing that they found Lord Freyga's body in his study. Let's go over that. To be honest, looks kinda tacky. Kinda looks tacky. The notion of its aesthetics must fly over the heads of peasants like us. These chandeliers look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. Banking houses are loaded, aren't they?
Repario Arcanum!
Here, good. Are you worried about your missing sword? No. Well, yes, I am worried. I'm sure it'll turn up eventually. Trying your best to hide how worried she is. You hope you're able to find her sword somewhere. Next, yep. Some discussion there, yep. Real quick. Petra's been through a lot, hasn't she? When we've heard about her father's cold behavior, I don't blame her for leaving. She probably wanted to leave her whole life behind. Okay, well... Oh, maybe we got wind of, the situation from like the Inquisition. Towards someone in that regard. Think about this. This. No. These are very similar looking. Huh. Sword forged by a demon. Do you think the legends are true? Tyrion? Oh, sorry. I just got a little distracted. Dive Horse can't possibly be demonic, can it? Nothing there. Sword, yep. This, nothing. Okay. William Frege doesn't sound like the best person, does he? Many people in Livengard live in poverty, yet he is able to afford this extravagant house. You don't live a life like this without hoarding wealth for yourself. Tyrion. Like anyone else, even he deserves justice for his death. Okay. Well, we don't know they're here yet, so yeah. Miriam seems different now. She's a lot less arrogant. She must be going through a lot. She unexpectedly lost her father, and her long-lost sister is being charged with murder. Okay. Harold Harrelson has to be some kind of stage name, right? Who would actually name their child that? That didn't get any way to his name. Like, did he also name his children that? Does he have children? He has a pet monkey. We're just making things up now, huh? Look, it's right here. Oh, okay. Wait, yeah, Eugene, right. How many cases have we done together now? I don't know. I wasn't Lost Scout. A year ago, I never would have guessed that I'd be the bodyguard of a lawyer. I really am glad to have you with me. I have no idea how I'd defend all these cases alone. Just don't let the praise go to your head. I'm not. Okay. Nope. I noticed that you were teasing Steelwind earlier. Well, she started it. By doing what? It's just none of your business. Okay. Right. No. This is gonna be the same thing. I can't believe the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert doesn't know how to do a simple waltz. There was never any need to learn how to. How about it? Do you want to try dancing again? We're technically on my job right now, but we'll ask to stay if he sees us messing around. Aww. You'd be such a buzzkill sometimes. That's everything. Beatrice can be the same thing. Oh. I never expected to see Wallace with Steelwind. I wonder why she chose him, of all people, as her aide. Maybe she's trying to copy us, and turning into a mage. But she can already cast Detect Magic, huh? Come on, that's not the only thing I do. Good. Not the only thing I do, huh? Okay. Off we go. Go study. You arrive at the crime scene and see the usual swarm of Inquisition Knights. However, you also spot some members of the Kingsguard. They must be working together since the victim is from one of the Pillar families. I was expecting to see you here, Mr. Cuthbert. I thought it would be tomorrow was fighting this case. First thing is purchase you as you enter the study. Just followed by a notice on your face. Wallace? What are you doing here? He's here as my aide for the investigation. I doubt Wallace's abilities, but I can't think of any reason why Steelwind would need his help. I suppose it's none of your business. Anyways, we're here on behalf of Crown Prince Esther. He hired us to investigate this case independently. I see. I'm sure he just wants to make sure the investigation goes smoothly. Well, if you're here on behalf of His Highness, I'll do whatever I can to help you. Soul situation is quite unorthodox, but your goal remains the same. Perhaps Steelwind could tell me more about what happened. Oh. What's wrong? You can't see it, but his entire room is covered in traces of abjuration magic. Everything is glowing white. Right, that makes sense. There were several anti-magic fields covering the manor. Oh, I see. Those fields probably left traces of abjuration everywhere. I won't bother showing you the traces of abjuration I find while we're here. What about the traces that are... Oh wait, never mind. Well, what about the non-traces? This painting was a sort of scholar. Some text on it. Rook Resingar. Resingar? Resinjar? Resingar? Resingar. Economic scholar and aristocratic accountant. He was known in some circles as Rook the Cook, due to his ability to cook the books of the four pillar houses. That's good. That's good. Rook the Cook. Sometimes I wish I could have a nickname like that. What about Crimson Demon? Not that one. Fireplace. Could the murderer have entered through here? Wouldn't be possible. The chimney is far too narrow. Even a small child wouldn't be thin enough to fit through it. There are several books about economics and politics. Doesn't look like there's anything of note. There's a window that leads into this room. Could the murderer have escaped through here? No, the window doesn't open. The window doesn't open, and the glass is magically reinforced. This bookshelf full of books. I wonder what kind of books Lord Frege owned. Wait a minute, they're all blank! All of his real books are on the floor, or his desk. Damn. There's a large mahogany table at the end of the room. Lord Frege must have done his work here. Spool blood and chocolate lime, but it must have been like this, huh?
Repario Arcanum.
3 separate. Okay. The trace of illusion magic where the body was. These slate must have used some kind of magical disguise, or they turned themselves invisible. So good. Trace of illusion magic where was found on the body. Great. Nothing else here. Okay. What can you tell me about the murder? William Frege was found dead in this room after the lockdown was lifted. Wait, lockdown? What lockdown? From what we can tell, his throat had been slashed open with a letter opener. The cause of death was blood loss. Both of his carotid arteries were severed. Here's the autopsy report if you want a detailed description. Were you able to find the murder weapon? Yes, the murderer left it at the crime scene. It was a letter opener owned by the victim. The murderer must have found it in this room and used it. There was one strange detail about the weapon. The handle was completely shattered. I'm not sure what to make of that detail, besides something crushed the handle using tremendous force. Interesting, okay. Letter opener, plus Frege's crest on it. Owned by the victim. Handle was completely shattered. Take a tremendous amount of force, something like that. Okay. What could have caused the handle to shatter like that? I mean, from what I see, I don't see a shatter like that, but interested. You mentioned that there was lockdown. When did this happen? You didn't notice? The Inquisition did try to be discreet, but everyone noticed the commotion between Beatrice and the two princes made it. Okay, calm down. But everyone noticed the commotion Beatrice and the two princes made over it. I keep thinking that's between, not Beatrice. Okay, Beatrice and the two princes made over it. I suppose you two must have been lost in your own little world, won't you? Oh. Anyways, you said that Lord Frege's body was found after the lockdown. That means that something else must have happened prior, huh? Supposedly, someone had broken into one of the Harrodson exhibits. One of the magical artifacts were stolen. So there was also a theft last night. Does the man's lockdown system behave like the one at the Imperial Academy? The systems are somewhat different. Unlike the Imperial Academy, lockdown only prevents people from leaving or entering the manor. So not all of the rooms were locked. But what about the specific room? This room does have abjuration wards that lock the door and prevent teleportation in and out of it. And in addition to that, the system placed an anti-magic field over the manor. An anti-magic field? What is that? Anti-magic field is a spell that nullifies all magic within it. Concentrating on this spell, the caster forms a 10 feet radius sphere that nullifies all magic within it. Any spell effect that enters the sphere instantly dissipates. Any mage that tries to cast a spell within the zone will further do so. 10 feet, is it that? That seems small for a manor, but I don't know. Maybe there's like, multiple around the house, around the manor. Zone of anti-magic overlaps with any other magical nullification effect. The two effects will cancel each other out. Well, if it's a sphere and things cancel each other out, it kind of that makes things hard to like actually fill in space, huh? With multiple different anti-magic fields. Interesting. Although maybe this is a different thing. Since this is a spell and not like some security system, I don't know. Right. And the system somehow covered the entire manor in this effect. If you notice, there are several purple crystals embedded in the walls of the manor. Each of those crystals produce an anti-magic field during the lockdown. I see, okay. Most likely to create magical barriers that prevent anyone from leaving into or troubling the building. Covers the entire manor in a magic field. Magic effects are nullified and disabled. Anyone physically or magically connected to the sword or spell wielding would be immune to the effects of the anti-magic fields. I see. So no one could cast magic during the entirety of the lockdown? Not exactly. Someone could have used a stolen artifact to circumvent it. Since the body was found here, was Lord Frigga locked in this room during a lockdown? Yes. Lord Frigga knew that this room should have been secured. He was supposedly in a bad mood and locked himself in this room for most of the night. He refused to let anyone into the room. The only person he spoke to after that was his daughter. His daughter? Are you talking about Miriam? No. Lord Frigga had another daughter. I'm referring to Elias Frigga, Lord Frigga's middle child. She tried to tell her father about the theft, but he was apparently preoccupied with something else. He said that he wanted to stay in his study for the rest of the night. When did this happen? It was shortly before the lockdown was activated, a little after 1 AM. I see. Liaf. Oh, that's Liaf, okay. Beatrice, Lord Frigga drew into his study, knocked himself at it. Almost everyone looked and spoke to was Liaf Frigga. About the thefts of suppose. Character of his business. Liaf must have been the last person to see Lord Frigga alive then. You should speak with her and get more details about Lord Frigga's actions that night. By the way, Steelwind, do you have a map of the manor? I do. Would you like a copy? Please and thank you. So we're going for Frigga Manor. Shows the rooms relevant to the case. Great. And floor 2. Wow, okay. Oh my. You mentioned that someone could have used stolen artifact to get past the anti-magic fields. Which artifact was it? It was a sword of spell eating. Stealing forge item. Supposed to nullify magic. It wasn't true, someone could have used it to counteract the lockdown system. After Lord Harrison reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try to find it. But it was eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom, and that led them to believe that she had stolen it. That's correct. The King's Son moved to arrest her, but Prince asked her or ordered them to step down. It didn't look like she was planning on fleeing, so they planned to wait until after the party had ended. But then they found Lord Frigga's body. Correct. We believe that she used the stolen sword to nullify the magical locks and break into Lord Frigga's study. But if she had the sword, why wouldn't she use that to commit the murder? We're not entirely sure. We have a few working theories. She might have wanted to prevent the theft from being tied to the murder. Or perhaps she had more confidence wielding a knife over a sword. Regardless of her reasons, it's clear that the sword wasn't the murder weapon. But she's not just being implicated in Lord Frigga's murder, she's being charged with stealing the sword of spell eating. Okay. What possible reason would she have to do either of those crimes? Okay. What's Nothing. Okay. Nothing. Why would Harold keep such a dangerous weapon on display? There's value in remembering and honoring our kingdom's history, especially the unsavory parts. Anyways, the exhibits were heavily protected. Only a powerful mage like Beatrice could have broken into them. So even Steelwind considers Beatrice to be a powerful mage. I see. Okay. If it's not too much trouble, do you know how Beatrice became blind? I'm sorry, but I'm not going to discuss that. Just take a couple rooms. Right, of course. Right. So she does know what happened, right? still fail to understand how you think Beatrice broke into Haraldson's secure exhibits. Despite being blind, she was an extremely powerful and learned mage. Her abilities even surpassed her father's. It's really a shame that this is how it all turned out. Stewart, did the Inquisition happen to find my sword anywhere? Your sword? I can't say I've heard anything about it. I'm sure the Inquisition would have recognized it. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find it somewhere. Yeah. Oh, sorry. What can you tell me about William Frege? He's a chauvinistic pig. Wow, that's pretty blunt. My family has been at odds with the Freges for as long as you can remember. My father was probably salivating at the thought of House Frege losing its head. Ooh. Yes, nothing. Crabsy was a locked room with no method of entry. Lord Frege still died. That means that the murderer used something to nullify the lockdown in some way. Use the source spelling to do so. That's nothing. And thanks for these, okay. Were there any other witnesses aside from Laev who saw Lord Frege that night? Perhaps someone heard what happened from a nearby room? There was someone who heard their altercation, but it was quite obscured. A servant was trapped in a storage room nearby. There's an air vent that connects this room with that storage room. What? Like, that's a really, really specific detail. Like, who is this? Who is this? I need to know. He supposedly heard sounds of a struggle through that vent. What did this witness hear? There were sounds of a struggle before he heard Lord Frege choking on his own blood. When the lockdown was lifted, he informed the King's Guard of what he heard. That's when they discovered the body. I see. Who was the servant? I believe you actually know him. His name is John Hughes. Wait, Mr. Hughes is here? Oh, I see. The janitor, huh? Okay. I don't expect to see him again, much less here of all places. But if he heard the altercation, he'll definitely want to speak with him. Okay. Beatrice. I think I'm lacking a lot of information about the defendant. From the way you were both acting, you and Azure seem to know her. I meant I didn't tell you about her? No, I try not to pry into her business. I see. I honestly don't know much about what happened either. But Beatrice was Lord Frege's eldest daughter and the former heir to House Frege. Former heir? About 5 years ago, she fled Frege Manor and went to hiding. None of us knew where she'd gone. She ignored any attempts we made to contact her. She even used her magic to prevent us from descrying her. Last night's ball was the first time in years that Azor and I had seen her. Let's see her for more. Okay. But if that's true, how did Miss Tomorrow meet her? Maybe they met up? Maybe Beatrice met up with her? Would you happen to know why Beatrice was meeting with her father after all these years? I have some ideas, but nothing concrete. I was hoping you could tell me. Tomorrow and Beatrice have both refused to disclose anything about their meeting. What that meeting has been about. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Tomorrow anywhere in the manor. As a defense attorney, I'd have thought that she'd be here to investigate the murder alongside you. That is strange, but Miss Tomorrow has always had her own way of doing things. Perhaps she's using a different strategy. Anyways, I imagine that she met with her father to request financial aid. Why do you say that? I have it on good authority that she was deeply in debt. That's the only reason why she would speak with her father after all these years. It's also why I believe she murdered her father. You think she murdered him for his inheritance? It's the only motive that makes sense. Okay. There's a lot to work through here. The prosecution will try to assert that Beatrice committed the murder. But what would she have needed to carry? What would she have needed to do to carry out all of the actions described? So the first thing we need to do is narrow down the time in which the murder occurred. When did it occur? The murder was discovered after the lockdown was lifted. Oh, sorry, that was Celeste. And Laia Frege saw her father alive before it was activated. He entered his study and she watched as the lock engaged. Hello? Oh, there it is. There it is. No, wait. This is live before the lockdown was triggered. No, he said you would only stay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. When did the murder occur? Hello? Please. Okay. There we go. Oh, during. Right. Whoops. Right. The murder must have occurred during the lockdown. But that means that the murderer somehow got past the observation wards that protected this room. Those wards blocked teleportation, and they magically locked the only door leading to this room. Steven and the Inquisition believe that Beatrice used a sort of spell eating to get past them. Regardless of what they think, we need to assume that the murderer used some kind of magic nullification to get into William's study. But that's not necessarily true, is it? What if the murderer entered the room before William locked it? If they were in the room when William locked it, they would have been trapped here until he decided to leave. Not only that, they would have been discovered the moment the guards entered his study. Maybe they used some kind of invisibility. Or they could have teleported away the moment the King's Guard unlocked the door. Teleportation didn't occur. We didn't find any traces of conjuration magic. What about Celeste's theory of an invisible incident? I'll admit that we did find traces of illusion magic. But the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. So mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility. So we know for sure that they weren't here before or after the lockdown. This means that whoever committed the murder used some way to bypass the obturative wards that protect this room. Okay, great. Okay, next thing to consider is the murder weapon. Where did it come from? Letter opener that was presumably owned by William Frege. The murderer probably used it to avoid leaving evidence that incriminated them. Right, the letter opener came from this room. The murderer probably wanted to avoid using a weapon that would have implicated them. So he decided to use it and leave it here after the deed was done. But that leaves a glaring hole in the prosecution case. What would that be, Mr. Cuthbert? What is the law of the prosecution's case? Wait. Still possible. Who she started getting it with? Oh, there it is. Oh, secretly, completely. There we go. Beatrice Frege is completely blind. Even if she were somehow able to break into a highly guarded exhibit, how did she slip past the guards and enter Lord Frege's study? Furthermore, how did she locate the letter opener if she couldn't see it in the first place? None of it makes sense. Committing this murder unseen would have been a tall order for anyone. I can hardly believe a blind person did all this. You do well not to underestimate her, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You don't know her as I do. She's far more capable than you realize. One thing she does might implicate her. If my thinking is right, anyway. I suppose I want to know, but the idea that Beatrice did any of this is still ludicrous. I suppose I can't change your mind about that. But I have to ask you a question, Mr. Cuthbert. What would you do if you discovered that one of your clients was guilty? What? I mean, I don't have an insight into these sort of things. That would never happen. I've already seen your uncanny ability to read people, but I'm only hypothetically speaking. So, what would you do if they were guilty? I suppose I withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer. And if no one else will represent them? I don't know. It would definitely be a hard choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice. I see. Why do you ask? No reason. Okay. Okay. She's thought about this already? Anyways, she's made her stance clear. We still have a lot of these to follow up on. You'd move somewhere else. Cheers. No. What about... No, the same thing. Miriam? I wonder how Miriam is taking all of this. I'm surprised that you worry about her. Last I remember, she was quite furious with you two for tricking her. She may be a pompous jerk, but she still lost her father. And now her long-lost sister is being charged with murder. Yeah, she must be going through a lot. Wallace. Not that I doubt his skills, but why choose Wallace as an aide? Well, I have my own reasons for choosing him. And he does owe me. Yeah, if it weren't for Miss Steelwind, I wouldn't be able to continue studying necromancy. You've been able to continue studying it? Yeah, Miss Steelwind introduced me to Lord Asclepius. Wait, hold on. Asclepius. He belongs to one of the few noble houses that are still allowed to study necromancy. Unfortunately, because of that, they hold very little political power. This is why I'm still able to continue my studies. Is this the first time you faced off against Miss Moore? No, I've prosecuted her defense before. I've actually had a better track record of convicting her defendants over yours. Wait, really? I wouldn't let that inflate your ego, though. You're clearly more picky about who you defend. What's that supposed to mean? You tend to pick defendants that you're sure are innocent. I'm sure Mr. Moore does that too. I wonder. I apologize that your investigation didn't lead anywhere, Miss McCoy. No, it's fine. My expectations weren't that high coming into this. I still wanted to try, you know? If only I could have that much optimism. Where's he? I was quite surprised to see you two at the Lord's Ball yesterday. Yeah, it's a long story. Clearly, you came accompanied by Beatrice Rega. She was the last person I expected to see that night. Disdain in her voice. I've seen Commander White since last night. He's currently collecting statements from the witnesses that night. I hope he's confident enough to do that correctly. He hasn't had the best streak as of late. Nurse? I don't think there's anyone else. Monkey? No. Alaric? No. What? Why is Aster not here? Wait. We know his full identity now, but he's still not here. And we've talked to him, too. Alright. Cheers. Cheers up. Cheers, Arya. I need to go. Oh, right. William... No. Storage room. Storage room, sure. Oh. Oh, no. You enter the storage room, hoping to investigate the air vent that connects to Lord Frega's study. When you come across a person laying on the floor. Oh, what? John, is that you? Oh man, what's with all the noise? I was having such a good nap, too. Mr. Hughes. Oh, it's you two. Why are you taking a nap in the storage room? I need to take a break from all the chaos going on. Things aren't won't let us leave until they finish investigating the murder. Mapyoy. Hello, huh? Are you having him? Oh, Mapyoy. Don't want for that frick. Machine. Need a stretch. Okay, there you go. Oh, wow. Nice crack. Okay, there you go. Good morning. Okay, I should probably like change my stance a bit. Hold on. Oh, okay. There you go. Everything feels stretched and good. You're back to sleeping? Alright. Yeah, fair. Today is a free day, so yeah. Have a good rest. Have a good nap. Or continue sleep. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. This bomb was almost shooting me away when I tried sleeping on one of the couches, so I didn't expect anyone to find me here. Anyways, the prosecutor told us that you heard the murder from here during the lockdown. Do you think you could tell us what happened? Sure, why not? My nap's kind of ruined anyways. 1 second. Several boxes in this room appear to contain various cleaning supplies. Great. Ladder. The step ladder. I agree. I forgot that's a joke in the Ace Attorney series stuff. Turn it around. Good job. Well done. Well done.
Repario Arcanum.
Thumbs up. At the step ladder, huh? Right. Serious? Okay. Not looking much of a response. Okay, lockdown. No? Nothing? Okay. Have you seen the sword anywhere? No? Okay. What about, Knight? No? What about, Arya? No? Okay. What about Miriam? Is that? Nope, it wasn't. What about, you? Do you work with them? No? Okay. Like, nothing here, huh? Anything else here would be interesting? Yeah, nothing here. So, why do you... The more I look at her, the more she looks like, that girl from FNAF. Like in that one FNAF 6 minigame. I see like a sprite of her. I don't know. Okay, anyways, yeah, there's something here. Right. John Hughes. So you're working as a servant now? Not exactly, but I was a part of the catering staff. Twins started their own food business after Frigga threw us out of the academy. Right, sorry about that. It's not your fault. Even if Redmond was still headmaster, I'm sure the board would have found some other way to get rid of us. Wait, are Valentina and Valley here too? No, they just contracted some staff to Lord Frigga for the Lord's Ball. I think a bunch of other businesses did the same thing. I wonder how they feel about this. They lent their services to the very man who got them fired in the first place. They must have offered them a lot of gold. Life was a crown-footed character design. Oh, I see. Do we get to see your sprite anywhere? I assume so. Considering she's a witness and testimony right here. Man, I can't believe I got myself pulled into another murder investigation. Do I have bad luck or what? Prosecutor told us that you heard the altercation through the air vents. Could you tell us exactly what you heard? Huh? Well, I didn't hear everything. I was taking a nap in this room when it happened. So that's what you're doing? Why are you napping here? Huh? I didn't have a choice. I accidentally closed the door when the lock was engaged. Before I knew it, I was trapped here. Recall Steven mentioning that? Yep. Anyways, I heard the sound of some kind of struggle going on. I couldn't hear everything, but I heard Lord Frigga shout, "Who are you? What do you want?" Okay. Oh, wait. Like, one or two. Right, I'm back. Sorry. That went on for a few seconds. I heard the sound of someone getting stabbed. Did you hear the voice of the assailant? Didn't say anything, but I did hear them. Their voice was really raspy. I think they had a sore throat or something. Training master voice. Okay. Storage room. Who are you? Like, what? That doesn't make sense. Although, I guess if... No. No. Beatrice could have just... gave herself an illusion. A disguise, I should say. So yeah, great. Well, that does... No. I was gonna say, that does make me think that, someone, like, suddenly came in. But I guess, you know, someone going through the door when you don't expect it is also a way for that. So yeah, okay, great. Why did you enter the storage room anyways? The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it. I heard one of them running into vents upstairs, and I followed it here. I figured I had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. After I was done, I tried to leave, but the door was locked. I didn't have anything else to do, so I took a nap. Someone was frequently complaining about the sounds of rats running through the vents. The fact that I have this as a clue makes me suspicious. Oh, okay, wow. I think Haraldson's gonna be important. Well, not like him specifically, but you know his what we learned from him. Okay. I only heard a few words about the murder before the murder struck the final blow. It doesn't give me much to go on, but it says something could become relevant later. For now, I should probably move somewhere else and gather more information. It's strange that they had you chasing rats in the vents. I expect manor servants to take care of that. They've tried, but they haven't had much luck. I don't know what's up with them. These rats have avoided all the traps they've set. I see. Yeah, this is gonna be important. Like, probably. This spell right here. I wonder if someone has a secret rat bond. Bond with the rat. That makes things a lot more complicated. With whether like who could have done this, but yeah. Depends on who can do it. Can do it in the first place. So, Beatrice's bedroom. Come on, Tracker, where are you? Hey. I won't like to sneeze. As you enter Beatrice's room, you're unexpectedly met with a large cloud of dust. Wow, this place has not been cleaned up. Oh, there she is. I don't know why I didn't expect to. I kind of like half expected to like only see her at the trial, but okay. Of course, she's part of the family here. Oh, your vision clears up and you realize that there's someone else in the room with you. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. No, there's no need to apologize. But I would like to know what you're doing here. We're here on behalf of the Crown Prince. We're investigating the murder of William Frege. Oh, I see. My apologies, I didn't quite get your name. My name is Lyef Frege. I see. Cool. So this is Lyef. According to Steelwind, she was the last person to see Lord Frege alive yesterday. She might have some information about how he was acting that night. Huh. Look around. It's a highly extravagant bed. It looks similar to the one in Miriam's dorm. Almost similar, huh? Yeah. The dresser covered in a layer of dust. Doesn't look like it's been touched in years. Oh, sorry. It's stable for guests, but it's extremely dusty.
Repario Arcanum!
Hello? That's important. There's a trace of transmutation magic on the bed. Can't see it clearly. Let me take a look. It's Crimson Lotus! What? It's my sword! What? I never knew whose sword had a name. Oh. So this is where it's been. Why would it be here? There's also the room where they found the sword of spell eating. Are the two thefts related somehow? But why? The only thing similar about them is that they're both swords. There's nothing more to this. But what? Okay, well, glad we found her sword. Wow. I honestly kind of wasn't expecting it, but hey, nice. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Weird. Weird, okay. Under the bed of an abandoned room. But, okay, what do you think about this? My apologies, I don't really much of much help with that. Fair enough. This? No. This? No? Okay. What about Beatrice? Even after being blinded, Beatrice continued to fight for her freedom. Despite everything that's happened to her, she's always remained determined to live her life on her own terms. I remember when she first came back to the estate after her accident. My father was convinced that she'd be completely helpless without her sight. But she refused to let her blindness define her. She learned how to navigate the estate using her other senses and continued to study magic. It's ironic, really. My father tried to use her disability as a way to control her, but in the end, it was the very thing that allowed her to break free. You want to look now? No. Nothing here. About the matter? Nope. Testimony? No. Beatrice's story's gonna be the same thing, I assume. No. This? No? Okay. What was this under here? I don't know. The fact that you were scared makes me suspicious, but okay. What about this? No, okay. You don't know much about what you want to do. Okay, what about you? What about Miriam? What is your relationship like with Miriam? My youngest sister? I usually don't see her that much. Really? Even though you're sisters? Our lives as nobles keep us very busy. We rarely have the chance to speak with each other. And ever since Beatrice fled the estate, she's been throwing herself into her schoolwork. Let's see, huh? What about William? That man, he was my father. But I can't say I have fond memories of him. He must have been difficult to deal with. You have no idea. He was cruel, tyrannical, and only ever cared about his own legacy. He's willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to maintain his power and status, including his own daughters. It's not like his treatment of Beatrice was particularly harsh. It was! He never saw her as a worthy successor to her family's legacy, simply because she was a woman. Even after her accident, he used her disability as an excuse to strip her of any power she had left. Can you imagine how difficult that must have been for all of you? It's been a constant struggle, but we managed to survive. As bad as it sounds, now that he's gone, we might have a chance to rebuild our family. That's good, I guess? Actually, what do you want this? No? Okay. Harold? No. What about Monkey? No? Okay. What about Arya? No, okay. What about... Oh, sorry. You? No. No, okay. Oh, okay. I was, okay. I've heard of you. You're the defense attorney that everyone is talking about. Wow, I didn't expect you to know who I was. Yes, many nobles are uneasy due to your recent actions. It's very clear that no one is safe from you. Oh. That's something, I guess. Nothing here, okay. Alaric? No? What about... John? No? I think that's everyone. Yeah, okay. Let's talk. What do you see? I'm sorry for your loss, Lady Frigga, but do you mind if I ask you some questions about last night? Of course. Prosecutor Steelwind told us that you were the last person seen alive. Did you notice anything unusual about your father's behavior? Well, he was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice may have offended him during their meeting. The servant said that he wanted to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after their meeting. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. He told me to leave him alone and let the King's Guard investigate the sword. His party was making the changes to his will. Well, that's an interesting thought. When did you speak with him last? Right before they activated the lockdown. It was a little after 1 a.m. that night. It was that he entered the study to make some sort of adjustment to his will. Okay. And do you have any idea why? And do you have any idea what he was doing in his study? What? No, I have no idea. Check some fear from her. Lady Freyga, is there something you're not telling us? It's important that we know about your father's actions before his death. I'm sorry, I don't know anything else. My father was a private man. I didn't share much with anyone, even with his own family. I wish I could be more help, but I really don't know anything else. Profuse believe that's why he was killed. She's clearly holding something back. If she can really what she's hiding through an argument, she may be more willing to cooperate. We need more information about William and his will first. She forget what else she knows. Okay. I noticed that this room hasn't been cleaned recently. Do you know why? It's because I've forbidden the servants from cleaning this room. And why would you do that? Beatrice is very dear to me. I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed after she left. This room was the only memory I had of her after she left. Suppose that makes sense. She must have been holding on to the hope that her sister would return. And what about the sword of spell eating? Do you know how it ended up in this room? I'm not sure. It's possible someone planted it here to frame Beatrice. What? What? Hold on. So, one sword was here and then another sword miraculously also came here too? The heck? Okay. I can't say why they would choose this room, though. Be gone. Right, okay, what kind of person was your father? Doesn't look like William Freyga was very beloved. My father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant scholar and businessman, but he was a cold and distant father. I see. Did he have any enemies? As the head of House Freyga, he controlled nearly every banking house in Wivengard. There were many people who resented his wealth and power. Can you remember anyone specific? Perhaps someone that he had slighted recently? There was Lloyd von Sanctus. The ruling lord of Arnox? Yes, I heard that he was recently involved in a court case. My father has been using the controversy as an opportunity to slowly take control of von Sanctus Industries. And from what I've heard, he's been extremely bitter about that. See. Well, his reputation must have taken a hit after the Dragon trials. He doubt he got himself involved in another murder. But you can never be too sure. You want to speak with him and get more details. Okay. Although, would you even consider cooperating with you? Anyways, are there any other inmates that you might have had? No, none that I can think of. Okay. What can you tell me about Beatrice Freyga? I heard that she fled the Freyga estate 5 years ago. Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I'd ever seen. She is incredible. At the age of 13, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father's. But it was never enough for him. What do you mean? Before my mother died, he desperately wanted a son, but he only ever had daughters. Everyone thought that Beatrice would inherit House Freyga from my father, but our family knew the truth. William Freyga would never leave his legacy in the hands of a woman. Goddamn. What? What? No matter how hard Beatrice tried, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel to her. He constantly belittled her achievements and dismissed anything she said to him. And after the accident, he used her disability as an excuse to take away the little influence she had. There was an accident that gave her disability. Is that what she said? Like, you know? If it's not too painful for you, could you tell me more about Beatrice's accident? Is this even relevant to the investigation? Any small detail can make a difference. I need to learn everything I can. I'm not sure about exactly what happened, but it was a magical experiment gone wrong. Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy. She was trying to create a new spell formula. We're still not sure what happened, but there was an adverse magical reaction. The resulting explosion seriously injured her and left her completely blind. Can't imagine how she must have taken that. Actually, she was probably the most unfazed by what happened. But that didn't matter. My father saw his opportunity. He told me that he was relieving her of her duties so that she could recover. But I knew the truth. He was going to take away her political power and social standing. She was reduced to a mere decoration for our home. And that must have been why she left. Did she contact you during the time she was missing? No. No one had heard from her during that time. But as much as I was worried for her, I was also a little happy. Unlike Miriam and I, she had finally broken free from my father. I have no idea what will cause her to return here. Take a can for now. She should move somewhere else. Alright. Yeah, I think I'll figure some stuff out later. Need to learn some more. I'm sure Beatrice's return must have been surprising for you. It is, to be honest. I've been hoping for years that she'd finally return. Now that she has, she's gotten pulled into another one of our family's messes. I did this, but I assumed it's nothing. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else. I need to find something else to present, huh? Maybe first let's find some more info. Okay. Sitting room. You explore the manor further and find one of its many sitting rooms. And there you happen to spot a very familiar face. Oh, hello there. He's sipping on a glass of wine, and the expression turns disdainful the moment you enter the room. Oh, wonderful. As if my day couldn't have gone any worse. Von Sanctus? What are you doing here? Head of noble house has just been murdered. I can't very well return to Ornox when my affairs are in such a disarray. Anyways, forget what I'm doing here. What are you doing here? Oh, I just want to have a friendly chat with my favorite nobleman. I heard that you have been keeping busy since we last met. It must be difficult losing your empire to House Freyga. Tyrion, we do need his help. Is that so? What makes you think I'd ever help the likes of you? Because it would take suspicion off of you. Let's face it, with your reputation, you could use all the help you can get. How dare you! I'll have you know that I am still a respected member of the nobility. Respected. Is that why everyone is talking about your hand and Justin Way's death? Because the way I see it, being involved in another scandal would destroy what little remains of your reputation. But it makes no difference to me. And to be perfectly honest, I'd like nothing more than to drag you onto the stand and embarrass you a second time. Ooh. I hear him grinding his teeth together. Very well. If it means I won't have to endure your presence any longer, I'll oblige you to answer your questions. Okay. Let's look at this. Shelf filled with books. Fake books. They're completely blank. Why is these all blank, man? Let's have something of use. Come on. It's a painting of some adventurers in a tavern. Yo. Yeah, sorry. Nah, this must be Beatrice Freyga the first. According to legend, she was one of the descendants of the 7 heroes of Rivengard. Ooh, which one? The one in the middle? I don't know. The one with the mask? She joined a band of adventurers that were traveling across the nature. That made the Freygas come from such humble beginnings. Big man in the corner just up and vanished. What? What is it now? That muscular man in the corner. He just vanished. What are you on about? There was never a man there. Sorry, Tyrion, but he's right. Huh? No, I'm sure he was there. Are you feeling okay? Perhaps your lack of sleep is making you see things that aren't there. Why is... I know Eris is behind this, doing something, or whatever the hell, but... Why? What's the importance? I don't know. Okay. Not every room in this house needs a chandelier. What a waste of kingdom's gold. door that leads to the courtroom. Oh, I see. Chair made from mahogany. Maybe part of this house just exudes wealth. Okay. Wealth that's been siphoned out of the common folk. Window. There's a window with a view outside. On the outside.
Repario Arcanum.
Wait. What do you think about this one like this? I don't think anything meaningful. Ask someone else. About this. No? Okay. Don't know anything about these. About Beatrice. No? Okay. What about you? William Frege. Even in death, he still remains a thorn by my side. At least now, he won't meddle in my affairs. At least now, he won't meddle in my affairs. What about lockdown? No? Okay. What about this? What about the manor? No? Okay. What about something? Oh, okay. Beatrice's rebellious nature was only a result of William's terrible parenting. You'd never catch my Jaden acting like that. Well, at least that sounds good. So Jaden sees it the same way. So, anything about this? No. Okay. Jan? Nope. Rats? Nope. About left? Nope. Okay, what about this? Please draw it. Nope. Okay, what about I really hope that I had seen the last of you in Arnox. I really hope you're not involved in what happened to William Frege. Please. As if I'd even humor such preposterous accusations. Nope. Ruby? Ugh, you and that woman. You do nothing but weave chaos into the nobility. With how you aristocrats you abuse your power, I'll take that as a compliment. Arya? As usual, the Seawind brat is sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. I take it you're not a fan of House Seawind? Man, hardly. Those brutes have no place in a civilized kingdom. And yet I can't help but feel like you'd never say that to her face. No. Eris? Okay. Be something. Oh, okay. What can you tell me about the suspect in this case? What? She's a client. Surely you know her better than I do. Humor me. Well, I'm sure you're aware that she fled to Frege estate 5 years ago. In doing so, she dealt a blow to House Frege's reputation and directly insulted the Crown Prince by breaking her engagement to him. Wow. Oh, he did that, huh? Okay. Wait. Beatrice was engaged to Aster? Yes, it was quite the scandal at the time. And Lucio wasted no time in forcing his daughter into taking Beatrice's place. Oh, is that why those three were so awkward last night? Honestly, this situation is just an absolute mess. Let's return to complicate things. Complicate things. Yep. Someone's darn. Okay. Nothing with this. Nope. What about Harold? Haroldson. I couldn't care less about the quack's personal affairs. He can find financial aid elsewhere. What about Eugene? No, okay. What about Elric? No, okay. What about... Yeah, I doubt anything, yeah. What about Leif? I'm sure she'll use William's death as yet another excuse to further avoid her obligations. She just lost her father, what is wrong with you? William Frege may be dead, but his Dawsmake must carry out their roles, lest their house's reputation suffers. Is that all you care about? The reputation of the noble houses? Why justice for William Frege? Justice. Justice is an illusion for you commoners to cling on to, but for us, justice is simply a favorable outcome. The Frege family has always been influential, but with William's death, their power has diminished. And with Leif's reluctance to fulfill her duties, the Frege name will continue to suffer. You're absolutely despicable. Goddamn. Honestly, just one myself for another view. Mess. I would think that you would have much to gain from William Frigga's death. On a surface level, you might be right, but it's far more complicated than that. House Frigga controls banking houses. They're the main pillar of support for God's economy. William's death could have an unimaginable economic consequences, regardless of who inherits his house. I won't be stupid enough to be involved in something like this. That remains to be seen. Think that what you will. Think what you will. There are others who would benefit from William Frigga's death. Okay. So. Oh, same thing. Think what you will. You mentioned that other people would benefit from Frigga's death. Who specifically? If I had to venture a guess, I would say Lucius Lewin benefits the most. Do you mean the prosecutor's father? But you just said that Lord Frigga's death could have unimaginable consequences for the economy. Ha! Do you think that brute cares about God's economy? No, all that man cares about is power. Pure and physical power. House Leewood and House Frigga have been fighting for control of Wivengard for generations. And in this long-lasting era of peace, Steelwind's military have become far less valuable to the crown. If it weren't for Lady Steelwind's engagement to the crown prince, they might not even be considered a pale family anymore. The death of William Frigga is probably exactly what Lucius Steelwind has been waiting for. And if our economy were to suffer, it would cause civil unrest. In a scenario like that, the crown would have to rely on Steelwind's forces to maintain order. Does make sense. Could Arya's father really be involved with this? It's clear that you think Lucius Steelwind would have much to gain from this, but can you think of anyone else? Well, there is Harold Haraldson. That can't be his real name. Can't be his real name. But what would Mr. Haraldson possibly gain from Frigga's death? From what I've heard, William was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. Really? Why would he do that? Not sure of the specifics, but supposedly Lord Haraldson has refused to omit the less flattering parts of Wivengard's history from his exhibits. It's gotten blatant enough that has drawn the ire of the king himself. They actually got into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. I heard that William declared he would be removing House Haraldson from his estate. Wow. You don't want to suspect Mr. Haraldson, but you need to examine the possibility. As the curator, he would have the easiest access to the source building, and he could have staged a robbery to cover his tracks here. At the very least, you should give Miss Haraldson a chance to explain himself. What can you know about the defendant in this case? What? She's Arcane, okay. Same thing. Beatrice's return. Do you find Beatrice's return to be inconvenient for you? What are you on about now? Please, don't insult my intelligence phones like this. Fine. If you must know, my son was arranged to marry William's daughter, Laeth. Laeth. Since Beatrice showed no signs of returning, it was apparent that Laeth would inherit House Frigga instead of her. I know when my days are numbered, so I took preemptive action. William wanted a male heir, and I needed to preserve my house, so we both came to an accord. My son and Laeth were arranged to be wed. House Von Sanctus would have been absorbed, but at least my Jaden would stand at the helm of House Frigga. Just would be absorbed. My Jaden would stand at the helm of House Frigga. You nobles are absolutely awful. Makes me so lucky. Think what you will. I wouldn't expect a commoner to understand. That's the problem with your generation. You have no sense of duty or obligation. Life has already expressed resistance to this marriage, even though she was well aware of the details. And I worry she will hide behind her sister to end the engagement altogether. Okay. Jaden. Okay. Life never mentioned any of this, and as much as you hate to think it, William's death would get her out of this arranged marriage. You should talk to her about this. Anyways, Von Sanctus gave you a decent list of suspects. Probably learn everything you can from him for now. Let's move to the follow-up on these leads. Yep, thank you. Same thing. Cool. Okay. Off I go. Back to... I can go to the gallery. Let's go here first. Return to the gallery and see a legion of knights inspecting the crime scene. Oh, if you don't see me, there you are. Oh, well, the Inquisition must be questioning him. Perhaps you should follow another lead while you wait for him to return. Wait, the whole case is gone? This display case is completely shattered. So what the where did the armband go? Wait, what? The thief was able to do this despite there being several abjuration spells protecting it. Oh. It is completely untouched. Enemies' vitalities. Who stole the artifacts ignored it. Some person... okay. New dialogue. Suppose his name is Professor Matt Ferland. He was Professor of Combinatorial Magic Theory. What's that? I have no idea. Okay. He's a sort of scientist. Supposedly his name is Dr. Luke Cuthbert. He was an alchemist and inventor from one of British families. He was well known for his studies into imbuing intelligence into automatons. Intelligent automatons, like arcane constructs. Supposedly, automatons like this used Dr. Cuthbert's research to create those constructs. Display case that held the armbands of intellect is empty. Why?
Repario Arcanum!
Whoa. There are traces of evocation magic on the shattered glass. Oh, it's shattered. Okay, you know, that makes more sense. Evocation is a school of magic that creates and unleashes raw energy. I see. It's the most primal of the 7 schools of magic. So it must have used a powerful spell to blast the display case apart. Was there not a, like system in place to know that? Oh no, one of the display cases is broken. Why is this gone? Sorry, this is just throwing me for a bit. This makes me concerned, huh? Okay, yeah. That's it. Back here. Nope, not yet. Okay, what about this leaf? Nothing? Okay. No? Really? Can I argue? Can I argue now? I have a partial profile. Is that enough? Maybe. That's nothing. Okay. Is there anything else I can do? I guess I can argue. I doubt you care about this. No. This. Okay, let's do this. Laia Frigga seems to be hiding what her father was doing in the city. You doubt that she's doing this out of malice. She might even think that it's relevant to the case. But William Frigga had many enemies, and he retreated into his study to do something that night. And that something could be related to why he was murdered. Oh, I can do this without completing psychological profile. I'm gonna try. Screw it. I'm gonna try to complete it. But I can't think of anything else.
Repario Arcanum!
I really can't, like, present that at all. Actually, a bunch of people have reason to murder Lord Frigga. It's like it's a source that has to lead somewhere. What leads an user into it? Next, once the supply is helpful, I should talk to Life again. Use the information we gained to probe her. There's also Haraldson. Even if he's not involved in this, I'd like to ask him a few more questions about the gallery's security. Okay. Could imagine marrying someone for this matter dramatic reasons. Sounds so sad. Although I suppose prosecutors do when locked out in that regard. Can't believe Aster still thinks she hates him. I know. I don't understand how anyone could be that oblivious to someone else's feelings. Oh no. Feel a sharp pain in your side as so quickly jabs you. Ow, what was that for? Nothing. Okay. Glad we found Crimson Lotus. Is that the name of your sword? Yep. She's cheered up. How did her sword end up under Beatrice's bed? It's a curious one. Okay, I guess. Hold on. But yourself? No? Like, I can't do anything about this? Like, he says nothing? I guess it's only for the argument. What else is there? Well, actually, let me look at the map. Ballroom there. Let's see. Floor 2. Beatrice's room. A completely empty room. William's bedroom. I assume that's a study. The empty room. Yeah. I have Miriam, Beatrice, William, gallery stowaway. Gallery's there, huh? Okay. Rooftop garden. Bath. Just one bath? I see. Is there something I'm missing? There's something I didn't do? Okay, I can do this. Okay, yeah, what's that? No. You're still not here, right? Yeah. So, I have nothing else to do. I have to present something. And I don't know what. I don't know what I missed. Okay. No? Okay. Ooh, even... Did I go through something first? Before the psychological profile came up? No. I was there the entire time. So what am I missing? Nothing. I'll just make doubly sure that I've actually presented everything, and then look for something else. Oh, sorry. I think I have a good enough idea of what she's like. But maybe I can present the sword to to or hold on. That's one thing I can do. I found it. Okay, never mind. Nothing about that either. No, nothing. What the frick? What's your impression of Leia Frigga? She tends to keep to herself, so I don't know her very well. After Beatrice left, Lord Frigga publicly named her as his heir. It must have been a difficult burden for her to bear. Nope, nothing. What's... I missed some sort of talking point. Same thing.
Repario Arcanum!
Nothing else here. What am I doing? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'll just start? I'm very sure we've gone through everything now. Yeah. Nothing. Is that it? Is there something I missed in this one?
Repario Arcanum!
Nope. There's... What the heck could this be? If not this. Maybe this is the point. That I don't actually really know her much yet. A herald? Okay. Sure. I guess. If anything, I should definitely have everything I need for this argument, so let's just try. Let's just try. Is there something you're not telling us, Leif? Because I have a feeling that you know more than you're letting on. What? What was your father doing in his study? I already told you. I don't know. No, you know what was it? My father was a private man. He wouldn't share something like that with me. Oh. Did I need to search the... Okay, well, she's here. Oh, that was this. Oh yeah, right, yeah. He was making some sort of change to his will, wasn't he? What? Why did you find the need to hide this from us? I didn't. That's sorry, listen to disagree with that. we've only just met today, so I understand if you don't trust us. But the Inquisition thinks that Beatrice murdered your father. They claim she did so for his inheritance. That's absolutely absurd. Regardless, your father's inheritance is a likely motive behind this murder. Many people would have a lot to gain from his death, including you. Excuse me? I was not involved in this. How would you even think that I'd be capable of something like this? Not this one. Do you imply that you were involved in this? Whispered that the murderer's motive was to take control of House Rhaegar? I don't know about that. Is this true? Does she care about herself? I feel like it's either one of these. They mean to imply that you're involved in this. Okay, it's clear that the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. This means that their plan heavily relied on who William Frege was leaving his assets to. So I need to know, Miss Frege, how was your father planning to change his will? I don't know. No more details of my father's will. I already told you, my father was a secret man. He didn't share the details of his estate with me, huh? The more I go through here, the more I feel like I'm missing stuff. I'm never aware of the details of your father's will. What Jan heard. Do not. Oh, we don't get Jan's testimony. What, do I want to do this again? I don't see how this is related. Well. This is a thing. She must know about something, since she was part of this marriage. Let's see. Come on. Okay, I was worried for a second. I saw Twitch was like being weird. I'm like, Seems like we're good. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, is that really true though? What? I already know about your arranged marriage to Jaden von Sanctus. And I also know that as a part of this deal, Jaden would inherit House Frigga instead of you. Weird that I couldn't present it before. Or like talk about it. Maybe I was supposed to, maybe there was supposed to be some other dialogue before the argument. Or was that it? I saw back, wasn't it? I don't know. Definitely knew about this. You definitely knew about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to solve it. Oh, well, I was supposed to, like, go back, and then there would be a new dialogue. Oops. Okay, maybe that was it. You resisted the marriage in an attempt to solve it, which means that you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So why aren't you telling me, Miss Rega? I can't trust you. What? You're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. Both the families and the crown have much to gain from my father's death. How can you assure me that this information will be used against my family? That's what she's been so secretive. For what? Can't tell. That's an agent. No. I was thinking this conflict. Truth. It's me touch when you're so obviously close to Prince Aster and Lady Steelwind. It's interesting, yeah. Emotional logic, yep. This one. There's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me. But please understand, I'm trying to find out who murdered your father. And to do that, I need to know everything that he was doing that night. I have no reason to trust you, but somehow I can tell that you're being sincere. Will you really protect Beatrice? But to reassure her that you will, but something in the back of your mind stops you. I'll get to the truth of what really happened. Okay, if that's what you were planning to do, I'll tell you what you know, what I know. What was William doing? I was trying to be uncooperative, but I didn't know who I could trust. Considering circumstances, that's perfectly understandable. I'm not sure why, but my father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice had returned and was even more impudent than before. Must have been angry about something she said during their meeting. Did he tell you what their meeting was about? He didn't, and Alice didn't really care. I was just so happy that my sister had finally returned. But my father clearly felt the opposite. Before he entered his study, he told me that he would be pruning the family tree. He's going to disinherit my sister and several other members of our family. Several! He probably started drafting a new will to reflect that decision. Okay. Yeah, okay. Has anyone found the draft of this will? No, it was one of the first things I looked for after the investigation began. What if I knew it was missing? You doubt that it would have been enforced. That it would even be enforced. He never got a chance to submit it for probate before he died. But you can't discount the possibility that the murderer destroyed it. Or found it in some way. Did anyone else know about this? No one. I didn't even tell Lady Steelwind when she was questioning me. Because it would have given Beatrice a motive to commit the murder, right? Anyways, thank you, Miss Rega. Mr. Cuthbert? Yes? My sister is not a bad person. There's no way that she'd do something like this. Despite what she says, she seems to have some doubts. She's in good hands. Maybe tomorrow is the one defending her in the trial after all. So, doing everything Captain Leif. It's only one less person to speak with. Harold Harrison. Just back here. Was there a different Was there different dialogue before the argument that I would have seen if I clicked back? Anyways, thank you. Anything else anymore? Okay. Off to the gallery. Harold. As you enter the gallery, you spot Haroldson inspecting the shattered remnants of a display case. If you recall correctly, the display case that he's looking at once held the sword of spell eating. The sword of spell eating. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. I had a feeling I'd be seeing you again. Confidence can't be trusted. Seems word has spread about your deal with Astor. Hello again, Mr. Haroldson. Harold? Right. Harold. I should already know that I'm investigating the murder of William Frege. And the prosecution suspects that someone used a sword of spell eating to break into Lord Frege's room. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the theft last night. I'll tell you what I can, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be. Basically shattered. Nothing new? Why is this empty?
Imperio Arcanum!
Yeah. I did go here already, so I did see this. It's fine. Oh, okay. I did already see those. Yeah. Actually, this is different. Oh. Okay, now that Harold's back, that we get Harold's dialogue. Same thing though. Wait, hold on. Okay, so it needs concentration. Let's see. Okay, I never did this. What can you tell me about this? Sorry, I'm not really sure what to make of this. Alright, fair enough. If there's any silver lining to this, is that the earrings of vitality were left untouched. I was almost worried that I wouldn't be able to use them anymore. To use them? Oh, it's a joke, right? Who knows, maybe he's actually way older than we think. These thefts are extremely concerning. I had these exhibits abjured with the strongest spells gold could buy. But perhaps it wasn't enough. But to think that one of my artifacts would be used for murder, of all things. Something? Yeah, cool. Health security. Same thing. Okay, fair enough. It's truly a shame how that young woman's life turned out. William was always cold and calculating, but to treat his own daughter like that. Can't begin to imagine the hardship that she must have gone through. I've had my disagreements with William, but it's regretful that this is how his story ended. Some serious stuff. You should be wary. You know who you can really trust. Nothing. About the manor? No, nothing. Okay. What about sword? No, nothing. Okay. Nothing. I don't. Okay, yeah. Yeah, same thing. Okay, cool. F? No, nothing. Okay. Let's see. This. Nothing. Okay. Oh, what? Actually, what about this? What about this? Nothing. Okay, cool. About myself? No. About the dispensary? Aria? Nothing there either? Okay. What about Beatrice? Same thing? No? Okay, it's not even. Nothing to say. William? Same thing. Okay, cool. Miriam? No. Harold? So, Harold Haroldson is your real name? Of course. My name hasn't passed down for generations. So this wasn't a one-time occurrence. Is this a cultural thing, yeah? No, I haven't been back in Weavergard for a while, but I don't remember the names like this being normal. No, it's definitely unique to him. About Eugene? No? Okay. What about Alaric? My controller is like slowly dying somehow. For some reason. What opens like this? No, nothing. Okay. I can't believe a museum on such a powerful magic item. I would have expected the noble houses to take them for themselves. Well, the nobility of today don't have much use for items such as these. Our lord is based on politics rather than magical strength. And a noble would want to wield the sword of a demon, even if the legends are just stories. A demon? Oh, right. Sword of spell eating is said to have been forged from a pact between a demon and a mage. Is it making a pact with a demon just asking for trouble? They definitely betray you the first chance they got. Well, legends say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Wait, you mean like a legally binding contract? The concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. It's said that violating its terms will result in instant death for the offender, no matter who it is. So I guess there's some protection. Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand that it is possible to exploit and use loopholes in any contract. And according to the legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. I see. Theft. According to the prosecution, the theft took place during the Lord's Ball. Shouldn't there have been plenty of witnesses in the gallery at that time? That's the strangest thing. Supposedly, the gallery room was completely empty when it happened. What? That can't be right. Honestly, I have no idea how anyone could produce enough magic to shatter the display case anyways. Were the wards protecting the case that powerful? They were powerful. That's not the issue here. It'd be one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it, but it's another thing entirely to completely annihilate the abjuration wards and shatter the glass. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed. So you're saying that the force applied was excessive? Yes, and that's not the worst of it. It's clear that the sword of spell eating wasn't the only item that was stolen. Was another artifact stolen that night? You mentioned that another item was stolen? Yeah, we've looked at it dead on right there, but we haven't said anything because like oh, was there something here? Nah, don't worry about it. Yes, it's extremely concerning. After the sword of spell eating was reported missing, I checked the other exhibits. That's when I discovered that the armbands of intellect had been stolen as well. And unlike the sword of spell eating, we still haven't found the armbands. Last case would just be they have been removed. Glass is just completely intact. The thief didn't shatter the glass. Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. Oh. What? A replica? Interesting, okay. What's going on here? Two thefts are completely different from one another. Are they even related? Or did two different thieves constantly steal from Harold that night? You mentioned that someone would have needed a powerful spell to shatter the display case. Wouldn't that narrow down the list of suspects for the thief? For the theft? Not everyone attending the ball could cast spells that powerful. Well, according to the Inquisition, Beatrice Frega's magic was powerful enough to have done this. Counting the fact that she's completely blind? Yes, I'm well aware of that. And it doesn't sit quite right with me either. Was there anyone else at the Lord's Ball capable of matching Beatrice's power? Only the heads of the four pillars could have invoked magic this powerful, huh? But apparently, Beatrice is an exception to that. Is Beatrice that powerful, or is she being scapegoated by one of the house leaders? But the cases can be open normally, can't they? Otherwise, how would you transport the artifacts from place to place? Ah, yes. The magical locks on the case can be disabled. You're saying something. How are they normally disabled? They can be turned on and off using a spoken password. And how many people know this password? Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved. Okay. Supposedly the only person. So Harold could have stolen the sword that night. Could he have staged the robbery to cover his tracks? Could he have just lent this to someone? Who knows? Defunding the Hall of History. Harold, a witness told us that you got into an argument with William Frege on the night of the murder. Was William Frege planning on defunding the Haraldson Hall of History? Yes, he was. He made that very clear. That doesn't mean that it had anything to do with his murder. I'm not saying that you did, but I need to explore every possibility. So I need to ask, did your argument that night turn hostile? I'll admit that our discussion turned heated, but it never escalated to threats or violence. What the He should have. William was being unreasonable, and I was frustrated. That's all there was to it. What happened to him? I showed more resentment that he's letting on. Did you have any conflicts with him prior to that night? We have had disagreements in the past. He was receiving pressure from the royal family about what I was displaying in my museum. The king believed that some of my exhibits were too controversial for the public eye. What do you mean? I'm sure you noticed the rising tensions between the common folk and the nobility. I've never been one to shy away from the bloody parts of women gods' history. The citizens must know about these parts of history, otherwise we're liable to repeat them. However, the king believed that my historical exhibits did nothing but dig up old wounds. This is against me prohibition by your sense of history. As if it could get any worse. Anyways, it's clear that Harold is passionate about his work. With that passion driving far enough to come so. Thank you for your time, Harold. Harold? Why does he repeat his name? Oh. But alright, I think we'll be on our way now. We have a lot of info, but none of it really leads anywhere. So many people had a motive to murder William Frigga, but who actually did it? Perhaps you should take some time to review everything that you've learned. Yes, please. Motives aside, let's go over the events that happened that night. It all started when the sword of spell eating was stolen. What do you know about the sword thief? The sword of spell eating. We don't have a specific suspect, but we do know something about them. The thief is a powerful creature. Be one thing to spell the words, not protecting it. Yep. That would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed. The thief was a powerful mage. That's the only way that they could have shattered the magically reinforced glass. But what about Harold? He could have just unlocked it using his password. He could have stolen the sword and staged a robbery, but he couldn't have shattered the glass. Only a powerful mage could have done that, and I doubt Harold would lie about that when we could easily confirm it was Seawind. Right, but then what happened next? They brazenly stole the sword of spell eating. This caused Harold to report the theft to the King's Guard. After Lord Haroldson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try and find it. It was eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom, and that led them to believe that she had stolen it. That's correct. God moved to arrest her, but Prince Alistair ordered them to step down. And then there's Leif's statement. My father was extremely upset about something that Beatrice may have offended him during the meeting. The servants said that he wanted to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after the meeting. I tried to speak with him after the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. It was before they activated the lockdown. It was a little after 1 AM that night. What did this tell us about William Frigga? Leif's account gives a clear fact about when William died. Well, this is it. I mean, this is definitely true, but nah. Oh no, yeah, the lockdown did happen first, so be this. William Frigga was murdered after the lockdown was activated. This means that whoever killed him bypassed the lockdown and broke into the magically locked room. They had to have used a sword, right? That's likely, but not necessarily true. An anti-magic field would have also had the same effect. The murderer could have stolen the sword of spell eating to throw off the investigation. But anti-magic field is a high-level spell. Not many mages will be able to cast it. And I doubt any of the nobles will let us see their spell compendiums. Because of how powerful anti-magic field is, we can still conclude that the murderer is a powerful mage. Still, yes. Actually narrows down our list of suspects. That's still not concrete evidence though. And you haven't even spoken to all the suspects yet. Right, you haven't got a chance to speak to Lucio. Given his status, you wonder if that would even be possible. Either way, it's a good start. As long as if we're defending this case. And is Lucio even here? I guess, maybe? I don't know. The trial's getting close anyways. You don't doubt Miss Tora's abilities, but you should share what you've learned with her before the trial begins. It's a little strange that you haven't even seen her since the investigation began. But you might be meeting with Beatrice at the dungeon. Alright, cheers. Alright, I guess that's everything. Time to go. Dungeon. You arrive at the dungeon and search for Miss Mora. She wasn't at the crime scene, so she must be here to discuss the case with Beatrice. Or at least, that's what you thought. But you don't see her anywhere. Oh? Mr. Cuthbert? Oh, hi, yeah. So caught up in your thoughts you didn't notice that you were walking right in front of Beatrice's cell. I didn't expect to see you here. Let's out of shriek as Eris approaches you two from behind. Oh. For a split second you see her hand dart towards her sword. It appears that she still hasn't got over her instinctual fear of Eris. Eris? What are you doing here? Beatrice is actually an acquaintance of my father. He sent me here to help her through his ordeal. That brings up many more questions, but we don't really have time to pull on that thread. You have less than an hour before the trial begins. You need to find Miss Mora. Have either of you seen Miss Mora? I have some things to share with her. She was just here, but she left to retrieve some documents from her office. Do you have any idea when she'll be back? She didn't say, but if your discussion has something to do with the case, I could pass a message on to her. She feels a little hesitant for some reason, but it is her life on the line. If anyone should know about what you found during your investigation, it's her. Okay, let me tell you what I know. Spent some time going through your findings of Beatrice, from the suspects to the possible motives behind the murder. You notice that with each revelation, she becomes more uneasy. The idea of someone framing her must be stressing her out. I see. You've certainly been very thorough, huh? Yes, but I still have no concrete evidence that points to anyone. What? Eris? Sorry, I was just deep in thought. And you were able to catch one of those thoughts. Beatrice, I'm sure you're aware that Prince Astor has your best interest at heart. I know. Even though you haven't spoken for the last 5 years, I still consider him a dear friend. Then I suppose you have no issue with me sharing these findings with him? Of course not. It's bad even he wouldn't support us if he knew that I was involved. Wait, what was that? You were involved, huh? Her thought said that she was involved. She actually murdered her father? Is something wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? You look a little pale. Beatrice is actually behind this? But how? She's completely blind. She couldn't have navigated to the manor and avoided the guards. No. You must be taking your thoughts out. You must be taking your thoughts out of context. That's it. Mr. Cuthbert, perhaps you should get some rest. You look dreadfully tired. You think very carefully about what to say next. There's one way to get a certain answer through the eye. But if you're wrong, Beatrice, you weren't actually involved in this, were you? Tyrion? See your gaze narrow in response to your question. Once again, she claps her hands together. She's clearly trying to stay calm. Do you suspect me now, Mr. Cuthbert? You didn't answer my question, Beatrice. That's why you can make this my only response. It's mosquitoes, sorry about that. But no, Mr. Cuthbert, I was not responsible for my father's murder. Not directly. I was technically an accomplice. She worked together with someone. That makes more sense. Cuthbert? Miss Mora? Your Majesty's dove sets the mood in the air. She raises my gun at you. Miss Mora, can I speak with you alone for a second? Okay. What's wrong? Is everything okay here? Miss Mora, Beatrice, she actually did murder William Frege. Miss Mora's gaze narrows. Her eyes dart around the room to make sure the guards don't hear. What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that? These eye of horrors on her. She conspired with someone else to orchestrate William Frege's death. Have you told anyone else about this? No, it's not as if they believe me anyways. You're the only other person who knows about my abilities. Okay, just stay quiet about this for the time being. Anyways, I need to get ready. The trial starts in half an hour. What? You're not seriously going to defend her, are you? Of course I am. I'm her attorney. She's guilty. I saw it. Look, at this point, I don't know what you saw. Do you think I can just abandon a client minutes before a trial? No, but it's not for either of us to decide who's guilty and who's not. Everyone has a right to an attorney. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor to keep things fair. More importantly, You had no right to use the I-Force on my client without my permission. What? I don't have time to argue about this. We will be talking about this later. Before I have a chance to respond, Mr. Morrow walks away. Let's see both of you and awkwardly approaches you. Hey, Tyrion? Is everything okay? Yeah. Celeste, I think Beatrice was actually behind this. What? Don't blame me for not believing you. It's as if you can tell her about the I-Force. Well, why haven't you told her? Alright, I believe you. What? You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't. You wouldn't say something like that. Look, God, sorry. You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't sure, right? But if what you're saying is true, what do we do now? He said long and hard for a moment. I don't think we need to do anything. What? Steven is handling the prosecution, and she's definitely no pushover. If Beatrice is truly guilty, I'll just have to trust her to get the job done. Either way, I don't think we're in any position to get involved. Alright, if you say so. It's really none of your business. Until the trial happened. You have no stake in this. You're not obligated to do anything. You've done everything you can. It's in their hands now. It's none of your business. This isn't your fight. William Frigga was a tyrant and a bigot anyway. He's a noble who did nothing but steal wealth from the common folk. The world is better off without him. And it's not as if you didn't try. All you have to do is wait for the trial to run its course.
Objection!
We're not letting that happen. And here we are. I'm afraid you can't pass a pretty set. We're back. Cuthbert, what the hell are you doing? I don't know. What I do know is that there's a massive contradiction in this Frigga's testimony. Who are you kidding? As if you were ever the type for them to stand by and do nothing. Well, here we go. The trial. The big one. Boy. Okay. The fact that there's an accomplice that we don't know, we have no idea who they are, makes this extra complicated. I wonder if I can, like, figure out something because of that. But, okay. Still, let's do this. Right. I mean, the prosecution, I would like to, I would like the right to cross-examine this witness. Bailiff, please arrest Mr. Cuthbert. I am holding him in contempt of court. Wait. Do you really think this is true, did you? Instead of following his orders, the bailiff walks over to the judge's podium and whispers something into his ear. What? I see. Very well done. Thanks, Arya. Thanks, Steelwind. Yeah, she saw this coming. Good stuff. What are they saying? It appears that Miss Steelwind has somehow predicted that this would happen. In accordance with her wishes, Mr. Cuthbert may act as a prosecutor in her stead. What the hell? You can't be serious. I'm honestly just as surprised as you are, Mr. Morham. But Miss Steelwind has barely designated him as her stand-in. It's unorthodox, but it's also legal. You recall something strange Steelwind asked you earlier today? Yep. Did you find one of your clients was guilty? Or no one will represent them? Don't trust me. I would never be able to find the truth. Just can't survive the murder, just get justice. Yep. Exactly. Steelwind. Did she somehow know this would happen? Well, this isn't how I expected the trial to go. Oh my god. Celeste's here too, huh? Shortly after you barged into the prosecutor's table, Celeste awkwardly folded behind you. Curiously, she only did so after the bailiff didn't arrest you. I guess we're really doing this. What's wrong? This feels weird. We're on the other side of the courtroom. I mean, this is where the prosecutor is supposed to stand. No, this feels way too jarring. Ruby, can you switch tables? What? Please ignore her. No, this is way too weird. Tyrion, get her to switch with us. Celeste, For the love of... I genuinely don't care. Cuthbert can have this side if he wants it so badly. Well then. I asked who the next prosecutor is. Surprise! It's him! It's our boy! Gotta say, when yeah, in like the beginning, when things started, it's just kind of... things just felt weird. Over and over. And... a little before Tyrion came on, I was like, oh... Tyrion's not gonna let this slide, is he? Gonna do something. Yeah. With that out of the way, let's resume proceedings. Assuming that we're all at our preferred spots. We are, Your Honor. As much as you hate to admit it, you are more comfortable here. Now that you want to, encourage. With all these interruptions, I think it's best to review the proceeding up till now. Prosecution proposed that Beatrice Frega's motive for the murder was to claim the victim's inheritance. However, the defense brought forth a witness who testified that Beatrice was disinherited by her father 5 years ago. Am I correct, Mr. Torum? You are, Your Honor. Very well. Considering the circumstances, I think it's best to have Lady Frega repeat her testimony. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frega to the stand once more. Who attacked her? Wait. No. Oh, no. No. Oh, Frigga's involved. Well, Beatrice, I mean. Ooh, might be your accomplice. Who actually did the murder. Okay. Yeah, she was injured that entire time, huh? Oh, okay. She must have been, if Wallace was there. Wow. Okay. Miss Frigga, could you please give your testimony to the court once more? Of course. Okay, let's do this. One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from her home. She left a note for us, and she announced her name and announced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us that he'd completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had into the Frega estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago. So your father disinherited Beatrice shortly after her departure. Yes, he did him. As such, Beatrice would have no motive to murder her father. Not so much though. Prosecutor Cuthbert fighting for the truth as always. Yeah. This is our boy. He's an attorney. Defense or prosecute, he will find truth. Be they man, king, or god. Okay, I don't remember the exact phrase, but yeah. Right, the murder. Is that really true, though? It's not based on what you found. That must have been a surprise for all of you, huh? Did she tell anyone else about her plan? No, she didn't. She left without a word to anyone. She should have spoken with us first. Oh. It appears that she's sincere about what she's saying. I would say it is kind of nice that the Frigga sisters are like, you know, like they really care for each other, despite their father. Right, from what I've heard about your father, I don't find that surprising. It's clear to everyone involved that my client was not treated well by her father. That's what drove her to sacrifice her claim to the Frigga estate. My father had many responsibilities. He had much to consider. And I justified his treatment of your sister? Despite being her witness, Mr. Moore was holding back against Miriam. That seemed like a drastic reaction to her simply leaving home. My father and sister already had many disagreements before this. He made it clear that he wouldn't tolerate her many acts of insubordination. I imagine that this was the last straw for him. Well, it sounds in character for him. Would William Frigga really do something so extreme? Regardless of his personal feelings, House Frigga holds a lot of financial and political power. Would he really change his inheritance so haphazardly? must have been difficult for you with life. It was. My father wanted everything to be his way, and anyone who didn't comply was punished. That's a terrible way to treat anyone, much less his own family. If this happened shortly after Beatrice fled, you must have been less than 13 years old at the time. I can't imagine how that must have been. Can I really trust your testimony if you were only a child at the time? I remember it vividly. My father's words, the look on Lyaf's face when she realized Beatrice was gone. I even remember the way the sun was shining through the window that morning. It's my fault. I remember that moment with clarity. My father made sure of that. Something of a painful memory for her, and she seemed to falsely blame herself for what happened. Best not press her more than necessary, right? While you watch the gallery, part of your testimony doesn't match with what you learned from your investigation. It's something that Lyaf told you. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder. Beatrice are angered when Frigga enough for disinheriting her that night.
Objection!
There you go. Miss Frigga, it's clear that you're regretful of how your eldest sister was treated. That guilt must have eaten at you for all these years. Cuthbert, I know you don't have a good history with a witness, but you shouldn't rub salt in her wounds. I was merely pointing out the witness's personal connection to the defendant, Mr. Morham. She clearly regrets not standing up for her sister all those years ago. So perhaps she's trying to make up for that. By lying to protect her. Excuse me? I did nothing of the sort. Miss Frigga, you testified that your father had disinherited Beatrice 5 years ago. However, I have testimony from another witness who spoke with the victim on the night of the murder. After Beatrice's meeting with William Frigga, he openly declared that he would be removing her from his will. He even entered his study to draft a new will to reflect that decision. So that raises the following question. Why would the victim need to declare that he was disinheriting the defendant? It doesn't make sense if he had already disinherited her 5 years ago. Is that so? Well, who did you hear this from? I feel that they had no understanding of my father's estate. They had no understanding. Miriam, this testimony came directly from your sister, Lyaf Frigga. Oh, what? And she should have also been present during this alleged meeting 5 years ago. Well, she must be mistaken then.
Objection!
Oh. Your Honor, how can we trust a second-hand testimony from a witness who isn't here? Wouldn't it make more sense to have Lyaf give her testimony directly? I must agree with you, Mr. Morham. Lyaf Frigga should be allowed to clear up this misunderstanding. She looks way too confident. Or is she planning, huh? Not sure if it was intentional, but Miriam's testimony was false. Could she be lying to protect Beatrice? And if so, is Miss Timora expecting Lyaf to do the same? Bailiff, please escort Lyaf Frigga to the stand. Alright? Let's see. Miss Frigga, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned that your father decided to disinherit Beatrice. And he decided this after their meeting on the night of the murder. Is that correct? Yes, I did say that. How much power does Ruby have over the Friggas here? You see, Lyaf, Cuthbert doubts the testimony given by your younger sister. He seems to think that she's committed perjury. Well, what? What? I won't go so far as to say, witness, lying under oath is a serious crime. It would have harsh consequences even for someone of your sister's status. No, she couldn't have. Wonderful. Are you saying that you can corroborate your sister's term? Bleh. God, sorry. Wonderful. Are you saying that you can corroborate your sister's testimony? Mr. Mora, you can't just intimidate the witness. I have no idea what you're talking about, Cuthbert. I'm just telling the witness what may or may not happen, depending on what she does next. The choice is ultimately hers. So, Lyaf, assuming Miriam wasn't lying under oath, could you please testify to the court to confirm what your sister said? Yes, of course. You see, Miriam was quite young when my father called us into study 5 years ago. She didn't understand what he was really doing. I mean, are you? Is that different? You're a year apart. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess you have more obligations since you're the middle child. My father would often lie to us. It's one of the many ways that he kept us in line. The encounter that Miriam described was just another one of his lies. Despite their disagreements, my father would never disinherit Beatrice without a good reason. He always held on to the possibility that she would become desperate enough to return home. The truth is that none of us knew what my father was planning for House Frigga's future. See, Cuthbert, truth is much more complicated. No one could have really known about what William Frigga was planning for his estate. If he's only trying to cover Miriam, and Mr. Moore is playing her like a fiddle. Luckily for you, she's not the only person that gave her statement to you. Are we gonna bring everyone near? I wonder. Right. They were saying that Miriam's testimony was based on a misunderstanding. Yes, my father was never directed his actions. He always knew just what to say to plant seeds of doubt into people's minds. I'm aware of how it sounds, but he had much to consider outside of his family. The Friggas are one of the pillars of Wolfengard after all. Keeping the family in line with our house's goals was one of his responsibilities. Let's just agree with what she's saying. Is she in denial, or is she trying to keep the family name clean, huh? One of his lies. So you think that your father would lie about something so important? It was of great importance, that's why he had to lie, huh? He wanted to make Miriam understand the consequences of disobeying him. What kind of father does that? But if he truly wanted to scare Miriam, why wouldn't he disinherit Beatrice? Even after she renounced her name and denounced him? My father was always more pragmatic than vengeful, huh? I imagined that he expected her to fail on her own, and if she ever came back, she would be forced to rely on him. If he could make someone like Beatrice feel powerless, he could get the rest of us to fall into line. Looking back, I suppose that's all you ever were to him. Asked us to be appraised and traded. Feminine voice. If that were true, why would he tell you that he was disinheriting Beatrice? Perhaps it was a warning. I had my own share of disagreements with him after all. Even now, I have no way of knowing if he was telling me the truth or not. That would depend on what Mr. Moore and Beatrice discussed with Lord Frigga. And right now, you still have no idea what they even talked about. Did William Frigga really lie to them? From what I've heard, I honestly wouldn't put it past him. He clearly had very little respect for his daughters. But there were other people that he did respect. Yes. So you would have told the truth to? Yes, you did. Yes. Is this it? Should I just present Von Sanctus? I hope both work. But there's nothing like directly saying that. But he does trust Von Sanctus.
Objection!
Miss Frigga, did you really have no idea about House Frigga's future? No, I didn't. My father made sure of that. As I told you, he kept many secrets and wasn't above lying to manipulate us. But with Beatrice gone, you would have been the one to inherit your father's estate. Would you really be ignorant of your father's plans for House Frigga? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you'd be that careless. In fact, I have it on good authority that you knew exactly how William's inheritance would be divided before that night. What? Laugh? According to Lloyd Von Sanctus, you were arranged to a diplomatic marriage with his son. You expressed resistance to this arrangement, am I correct? I have no reason to comment on the matter. Cuthbert, the witness's personal matters are hardly any of our business. Yes, I must ask that you keep this discussion relevant to the case. Your Honor, Lyav's resistance to this marriage is exactly how I know that her testimony is false. She was extremely averse to this marriage, and because of that, she made sure to know every detail about how it would affect her and her house. And that includes how House Frigga would be inherited by her future husband. So that raises the question, Lyaf. If you already knew the intricate details of this marriage, why would your father tell you that he was disinheriting your sister? That statement would only make sense if Beatrice was already in his will beforehand. That would render Miriam's testimony false and constitute a motive for the defendant.
Objection!
Right. You present a decent argument, Miss Cuthbert, but your claims rely on one assumption. And what assumption would that be, Mr. Morham? Even if he was lying, the victim declared that he was revoking Beatrice's inheritance. She must have already been named in the will previously. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to say that. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise. And that's where your assumption is. You're assuming that William Frege was acting logically. What are you talking about? It's clear that William Frege was extremely controlling of his daughters. By your own admission, Lia Frege was resistant to the marriage arranged by her father. In addition to that, Miriam Frege found herself wrapped in controversy regarding the Nightgrave trial a few months ago. And finally, to make matters worse, Beatrice Frege, the prodigal child, finally returned and made a public appearance during the Lord's Ball. What are you trying to insinuate? In his eyes, William Frege's ability to keep his daughters in line was clearly weakening. He must have gotten desperate and made a grand declaration in a feeble attempt to scare you, Leif. Even if that declaration was clearly inconsistent. But he wouldn't. Your ability to remember must be muddled by the shock of your father's death. His statement couldn't have possibly been true. If by some chance it were true, that would make you guilty of perjury. Wow! Wow! Putting the importance on on Laif. Okay, goddamn. Or perhaps it was Miriam that was lying in her testimony. If your father's statement were true, the court might be inclined to investigate her for lying on the stand. Miss Tamora, are you threatening her? As I said before, I am merely stating the facts. The witness is free to act as she sees fit. I'm just asking her to consider the potential consequences of what she says next. What do I do? Damn it, she's pressuring Leif to side with her. She's clearly conflicted though. Is there anything you can do? You feel a sense of clarity when you look at her. Is the eye of horror striking to her stress? You wonder. I'm sorry, I need time to think. Please don't stare at me like that, Mrs. Cuthbert. Wait a minute. No, wait. It's too late.
Not to remain concealed.
You're not with us this time. Tomorrow, Mr. Morham? You did it. You activated the empowered eye. There has to be something in her mind that you can use. The state of her father's inheritance is the backbone of your case. Is there anything in her mind that can definitively prove what was on his will? Other than the will itself. Okay. Reject, huh? Yeah, okay. Empowered eye now, you now can read minds. That is what we are doing, huh? Or really, what we can also do is, like, project, like, some thought into someone else. And, like, or just make someone think about something, huh? That's what we're doing, huh? As much as I hate to admit it, this trial is a perfect opportunity to back out of the arranged marriage. While Sanctus's holdings are weakening by the day, I doubt he'll be able to put up much resistance. And once Beatrice inherits the estate, we might be able to rebuild our family. She's assuming that Beatrice will inherit us Frege. Think about it takes. I'm sorry to do that, bruh. It's not really anywhere. It's not really in our. It's not really in our clues here. Okay. Just after all these years, you finally returned. I can't believe that this is how things have ended up. Only I was strong as you. You have to endure this. At least from that, there's something else. I just want to see the thoughts. Father, I know we had our differences, but I did love you. I never wanted you to die. I was surprised and uncomfortable about his death. When we encountered earlier, you know that Beatrice had an accomplice, but you doubt that it was Leia. Okay. We all gathered money so we can buy a Minecraft board game? I'll buy the Minecraft board game. There's like multiple ones, right? How expensive is it? What you're asking to gather money is, ooh. $75. Oh. Could definitely share that, yeah. Could definitely split. What are we doing? Oh, right, yeah. Oh, right. What this? What this? I need to make sure that I tell the truth without harming Miriam Beatrice. Beatrice couldn't have possibly done this. I'm sure Miriam also has her reasons. They couldn't rely on me back then. They can now. So you pay all. I pay all of it and you keep it. Damn. And what do I owe you, huh? How many acts does this game have anyway? This is Act 4. This is the second to last. Penultimate. So yeah, there's a scales of these cases have been getting bigger and bigger. Okay, now. He's about to finish. Yeah. Should be able to finish tomorrow, unless it's like extra long. But yeah. How did both of the swords find their way into Beatrice's bedroom? Beatrice's room? Could Tracker have? No. Miss McCoy's sword is one thing, but he couldn't have possibly broken into the Herald's gallery. Although he was extremely fixated on it. Does she know how Celeste's sword was taken? I just want to follow that lead. It will be all for nothing if you can't control it in favor. Or something else. In this case, the murder of myself. Of Tyrion? That was all I was a ghost? Damn. That's I think it's a different game. Yes, I was gonna say that's a different game. I think certain ghost detectives in charge of that. Okay, Did you know about this? About this? Okay, alright. Do you know about this? No? Okay, good. Okay, what else? This? Oh, the same thing, never mind. No. No. This? No, okay. Probably not. What else? Unheard? No, okay. Okay, this is already done. Let's see what, hold on. I doubt this is gonna lead to anything, yeah. Okay, let's see, same thing, never mind. Think about yourself. Okay. Okay, this is, yeah, cool. What else? Miriam? Why would Miriam say those things? Am I misremembering what happened? No, I would remember something like that. So is your parcel gonna arrive today? It's a day off. Is anyone at the post office? I don't know. Does your tracker say? What does your tracker say? If it's close to at the hub tournament, oh, then maybe. Oh, is the day off? Like, I can definitely check if it's closed, but I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what kind of holiday affects this with the like post office workers. I don't know. I was trying to protect Beatrice. This dude was a conscious lie. Beatrice's inheritance wasn't revoked until the night of the murder. Oh, just wait. You can die for impatience. Yeah. It's okay. mean, if it's this close, then it's definitely gonna be like here soon. So yeah. Huh? Be there soon. Okay. Iris. No, okay. Right, you know anything about this? No, okay. Anything? Who else? Harold? No. I don't really know. Who else could it be? Oh, wait. Ruby tomorrow. Ruby tomorrow. I've heard stories about her. I never expected Beatrice to hire someone like her. I wonder if she'll be at the will reading tomorrow. Oh, will reading? She must talk about William Frigga's will. Ooh, okay. There's a will reading tomorrow. So the will is just there. Huh. Okay. I believe you have enough time for deliberation, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you able to prove the defendant's motive or not? I'm not, Your Honor. At least, not yet. It's clear we won't get anywhere until we can confirm the state of William Frigga's will. And we can easily confirm that tomorrow morning, when William Frigga's will is read to his family. How did you... Ooh. I see. Once his will is read, it will become public record. I suppose I have no choice but to suspend this trial until such time that William Frigga's will is read.
Objection!
This is ludicrous. I guess my client is completely outrageous. We spent the entire court proceedings arguing if her motive even exists. The prosecution has very little evidence that physically implicates my client. Mr. Mora, you clearly don't believe that the defendant had anything to do with the murder. Of course, I don't. She's completely innocent. Well, if your client didn't murder the victim, who did? You sneaky little... Your Honor, with no other suspects, are you in a position to pass a verdict? No, I am not. Ms. Cuthbert is correct. The court does not have enough information to pass a verdict. Until the Inquisition has time to investigate these new developments, I'll be suspending today's trial. We will resume the trial tomorrow afternoon. Court is adjourned. Ooh. Oh man. Well, that happened. Sorry, I kind of acted without thinking. But out of everything that happened today, I can't believe that Steelwind somehow knew you would do that. Right, that is strange. Phoenix Wright is not here. True. This is an alternate timeline. I'm just imagining like TGA was. Kind of, but not really. It's more like a really, really past history. Did she seriously predict what I'd do off of that one conversation? Because I got things turned out and you put shoes around the mark. That was still a big leap of faith. Anyways, we have some time to ourselves. I'd very much like to catch up on some sleep. Yeah, today's been exhausting. For a lot of reasons. This has just been one day. The investigation happened in one day, and the trial happened like way after. Like just a little bit after. Like what? Well, of course, true. Of course, he pulled the who's the murderer then? Oh, the defense. God, true. Oh, Phoenix had to do that so many times. And now we turned it on Miss Tamora. My god. Oh, that was good. Here's where we started. Here's when I do have Beatrice's accomplice was. The will reading is just an opportunity to solve for time. The question remains, who really murdered William Frigga? What the hell was that? Why is your son filling in for Arya? Listen, I have this situation under control. Yeah, that's true. I'd hate to see a situation you consider out of control. Is who is the murderer even a valid objection? In this case, it pretty much was. Yeah, at least. In the Ace Attorney games, people kind of said it in a roundabout way, but effectively yes. They said like, if your client didn't do it, who did? Who did? Wait up. Eris. I was not pleased with today's developments. He promised that the verdict would be passed before William Frigga's will became public record. This has thrown quite a wrench in our plans. I understand. Cuthbert is just confused, but he's not a threat to us. We better hope you're right, Mr. Tamora, or else your poor ward might suffer the same fate as Prosecutor Steele went down. What? Well, Frigga is too important of a prize for us to let go. Bring us results, Tamora, or else we will continue to take more drastic measures. Oh well. This is serious business, okay. Oh god. Why are you working with a freaking criminal family, Ruby? Why, for the first time since the Lord's Ball, you're finally able to get some sleep. You woke this morning refreshed, but also a little anxious about the results of the will reading. You arrive back at Frigate Manor and see that Beatrice, Liaf, and Miriam, and Von Zactus have all gathered, along with Mr. Tamora, who is accompanying Beatrice as her attorney. You're not really sure what to say to her after everything you've done. It still feels too awkward to approach to her and talk about it. Thank you all for coming here today. As William Frigga's close associate, I must express my deepest condolences for your loss. I think I speak for all of Wivengard when I say... And just get on with it. Very well. To get straight to the point, Lord Frigga's will was magically sealed when it was given to me. Where did you find this? Was this there? Were there copies? Is this how wills work? Were there copies of wills? Is that how wills work? I don't know. He asked me, his executor, not to submit it to the courts for probate until after his death. Although I imagine none of us expected such a time to come so suddenly. Anyways, Lord Frigga's assets included sole ownership of several banking houses throughout Wivengard, 10 million gold in various investments. 10 million? You can begin to imagine what anyone could do with even a fraction of that wealth. And lastly, sole control and ownership of the Frigga noble house. The executor takes out a large envelope and uses a runestone to dispel the actual sound. He said large noble, got it. This comes out of a magic hat. Wait! Turns out to dispel the magical seal on it. I, William Frigga, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. I hereby give, devise, and bequeath all of my assets and property, both real and personal, to Jaden Von Sanctus, provided that he enters into a legal and binding engagement with my daughter, Liaf Frigga, within 6 months of the date of my death. What, 6 months? Holy... We must have added that addendum to prevent Von Sanctus from trying to steal his empire. The legal and binding engagement is predicated on Liaf accepting it. She clearly doesn't want to go through with it, so if she simply waited 6 months, Von Sanctus wouldn't have any claim to the estate. In the event that Jaden Von Sanctus does not enter into such an engagement within the specified time frame, my assets and property shall be distributed as such. All of House Frigga will be divided equally among my children, as per the laws of our kingdom. Ooh. You are right. William Frigga never disinherited Beatrice. This will make Miriam's testimony false. And since Beatrice would receive a portion of William's inheritance, she had a motive to commit the murder. You can ask Miriam, such to read her expression. Nothing appears to be on her mind. Without a word, she walks out of the room, ignoring both Beatrice and Liaf. Liaf, on the other hand, seems to be in good spirits. Isn't this great, Beatrice? You can lead House Frigga now, just as it should have been. Actually, about that. In light of recent events, I believe I should clarify one thing. As per the Slayer rule, if Beatrice Frigga is found guilty in the current court case, her inheritance will be revoked and divided between you and your sister. I see. I should feel so happy for myself. Ooh, Yocha. Be all, can it? Surely William had a note of Liaf's obligation to bear my son. Not sure what he's trying to imply. Liaf Frigga is an adult with legal autonomy. She's free to make whatever decision she wishes about who she legally marries. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, we're not finished yet. Come back here. And he goes. I'd love to catch up with you, Liaf. but I was only allowed out of my cell to attend the reading. You noticed Nicholas tonight outside the door. He seemed to be watching Beatrice intently. But don't worry, I'm sure once this misunderstanding is resolved, we can talk all we want about our family's future. Of course. Oh, I feel bad for her. Oh no. Group of knights lead Beatrice out of the manor, and life falls after them, leaving you and Celeste alone with Miss Timora. About what I did. Look, I'm not angry, Cuthbert. Oh, it was an extremely unforeseen situation, and Steelwind clearly put you on the spot. You felt pressure to do something, and you made a rash decision. But I'm sure the court will understand if you withdraw. Wait, what? Cuthbert, you're not a prosecutor. You know that, right? Did you become an attorney? Sorry. Didn't you become an attorney to defend persecuted mages? But Beatrice is guilty. I saw it. I'm not going to argue about this again. You are going to withdraw. This is not up for discussion. You've always regarded and respected Miss Timora, and you suppose that's always made you just deeply scared of disappointing her. Perhaps she's right. She knows more about what's going on than you do, and she's still your mentor. You want to believe that. You really do. But deep down you know that this is wrong. Miss Timora may believe in Beatrice's innocence, but you can't just abandon this case and let her escape justice. Hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You know what you have to say about you know what you have to say, but the words won't leave your mouth. From behind you, you feel Celeste hold your trembling hand. It's warm and comforting. It's that same sensation you felt back then. Somehow you can feel it through her hand. She's silently telling you that you know what you have to do. Your anxiety fades and you take a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Miss Timora. What? You said it yourself. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor of equal power to keep things fair. That's not what I'm not going to withdraw. If you believe in Beatrice's innocence, and if you truly believe you're on the right side, then prove it by beating me. Fine. Do what you want. But you're only going to make things harder for everyone. Tyrion? As soon as Smurf steps out of the room, your body drops to the floor. Oh man. That was a tense moment. Too tense. Whatever bravery you felt before got replaced with an extreme amount of fatigue. Scared Lord. That's the first time I've ever spoken to her like that. But you still did it. You stood your ground. Figuratively, I mean, right now you're just kind of sitting on the floor. Yeah, I need to take a moment. Can I go back to the ballroom? Okay. Return to the ballroom and take a moment to recover. You spot Commander White at the edge of the room, but you don't pay much notice. It takes you a while before you feel ready to stand. You okay? Yeah, I just needed a moment. This Hollow Knight. That is a smooth. That is smooth looking. Wow. Anyways, the will reading bought us a few more hours to investigate the murder. We should take advantage of the new information we just learned. So, where should we start first? Huh? Right, you're the I forgot, God. Right, you're the prosecutor now, so I'll technically make you his boss for the time being. This is weird, right? Yep. Awkwardness aside, I've never really led a task force before. What would Steelwind normally do in this situation? Well, she'd normally have us investigate areas of interest. Right. Context of the investigation tends to change after each round of court proceedings. Well, we're lacking a lot of physical evidence. Could you in position to search the gallery in Beatrice's room? Perhaps you can find evidence how the sword of spell eating was stolen. What do we say, boss? Well, that covers the Inquisition. But what are we going to do? Skill that Lord Frigga's inheritance plays a large role in this case. Even if it's not valid, we should take a look at the modified will that he was drafting. There's moments when your best friend is also your enemy in the game. Well, I guess in this case, our adoptive mother. Oh, unless you're talking about Orem, in which case he's kind of fine. Kind of fine with us. He Orem hates Ruby Timora. Oh, that's even worse. Yeah. We are fighting our mother now, technically. She's our mentor and adopted mother. But yeah. God. Oh, this is God. This really is a weird turn of events. Right. Same thing. Yep.
Repario Arcanum.
Just can't wrap my head around it. Beatrice murdered her own father for what? Wealth and power? That's how the aristocracy works. Even the weakest noble has a large amount of political power. Sometimes I feel lucky that I grew up in Cornhaven. How about the enemies? Yourself from another dimension. That's a different. That's a different game. I won't spoil what the game is, but yeah. That's a plot of a different game. But I guess another dimension is a little different to what it is. But, some people would know. But I don't think anyone here does. Maybe some VOD watchers. I don't know. Yeah. Well, if you know it's the game. Yeah. But then that would reveal like the biggest like plot twist. So I won't say, but it is a game I've played before. I will say that. I will say that. She studied drafting new will. She was no father struggle for that. Give us some insight into that space he was in that night. Yeah, we never looked for it. Like, why? Why couldn't we look for it? Nothing there. Nothing there. Yep. Okay. Why is... Sorry. I assume Tracker is the wolf. I'm just like working through things in my head and based on what I've seen. Is someone has like really strong bonds with a lot of different animals? Maybe there are two. Well, maybe there are two different ones. Oh, wait. Hold on. If Beatrice was kind of like controlling that wolf, which I assume is the pet, but yeah, that wolf. I'm guessing the wolf can use her spells. Yeah. Oh, okay. This makes things different. It doesn't need concentration, which is good. Okay. I have some ideas about how how Beatrice could have helped. Where is it? Isn't a room for good study? He spotted a figure rummaging through the drawers on his desk. Why isn't it here? Where else would he put it? Miriam? What? She uses you. Miriam quickly closes the drawer and walks towards you. We already saw what she was doing. She was definitely looking for something. This is a crime scene. What are you doing here, Miriam? As if that's any of your business. Considering that I'm the prosecutor, it's very much my business. You give a side glance to the knight stationed outside the room. They should have stopped her from entering. Perhaps she used her status to intimidate them to letting her through. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. She was clearly looking for something in this room, and you have a feeling you know what it is. Oh, don't want to look first. Yep. My table, look for a go. Yep. Oh, we get to see in dialogue. Look for the Zinger. Look the clock. Okay. So, supposedly it's magically reinforced. All blank books. Things are broken. Purpose food must use this to keep you warm during the winter.
Repario Arcanum.
Traces still here. Lose magic where the body was. Must have used some kind of magical disguise. Visible, yeah. Okay. Okay. got this. No. Good with this. No, nothing. Okay. But again, no. No. She seems cagey now. Oh, this? No. What about? Why was? Hold on. Wait. If so, hold on. Oh wait. No, if Beatrice was controlling the wolf, why did it take Celeste's sword? Is it because these two have like similar shapes or what? Or is there actually some hidden demon power in this sword? I don't know. Well, anyways, what about definitely expect to see you again, McCoy. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. I still remember how you treated Tyrion back at the academy. I still have that tea from the Eastern Kingdoms if you'd like some more. Alright, I'm listening. Is that what it takes to likes the lotus juice that much? No. Of all the places, I never expected to see you here. I suppose you have a point. I'm here because of a series of strange circumstances. No, nothing. Okay. What about Arya? At least someone attacked Arya. Hope she's okay, huh? I never expected you to care that much about her. Of course I care about her! I mean, how can I prove I'm better than her if she falls at the hand of some common brute? Some cracks in her facade. Eris? No? Okay. Beatrice? Beatrice, she's changed so much since I last saw her. What was she like before? She was far quicker to anger before, and she never cared about decorum. She looks so composed and calm now. It's like she's a totally different person. William? What can you tell me about your father, Miriam? I'm sure you know a lot about him already. This trial's made his character very apparent. You don't want to refute any of the statements made against him? Seems like a sore spot for subject. Yeah. Oh. No. Harold? No. Monkey? No. Okay. Alec? No. What does he have to do with this? What does little bro of the prince have to do with this? Like, I guess the fact that, you know, he was there in the first place is something, but no. Lev? What's your relationship like with Lev? Non-existent. We barely see each other. Really? But she's your sister. Because of her marriage to Von Sanctus, my dad's kept her confined to the manor. I spend almost all my time at the academy. I see. Appears that she avoids coming back to her home. Not that you're in any position to judge her, yeah. Well, no, okay, cool. You appear to be looking for something, Miriam. What could it be so important that you disturb an active crime scene? It's none of your concern. I'm trying to find something that belongs to me. Really? Because I have a feeling that we might be looking for the same thing. You're looking for the will that your father was drafting, weren't you? That's... Were you trying to destroy it before you get to it? No, of course not. I just needed to see it for myself. Oh, she also suspicious of Beatrice. Why are you so determined to see the drafted will, Miss Frigga? I just wanted to see my father's final wishes were. But your father already had a will filed previously. Wouldn't that be enough? You also suspect something, don't you? Of course not! Beatrice would never do something like this. Miss Frigga, I never even mentioned Beatrice. I know how things may look, but please understand, I'm just trying to get to the truth. I don't think your sister did this, but she may have been involved. She may have worked with someone else to orchestrate her father's death. Unlike Leia, she didn't merely deny it. This means that she already had her own suspicions. Where's the will, Miriam? I need to see it. I don't know. I haven't been able to find it. I haven't been able to find it. I recall that she was frantically searching William's desk earlier. She's probably telling the truth. It should have been here, but I can't find it. He locked the door when he began drafting it. In addition to that, the Inquisition closed the area off after the body was discovered. That means that someone took it during the lockdown. Great. And this makes the most sense, and is the reason why Arya couldn't find it before. So yeah, well. He's probably stolen by whoever murdered him, right? Yeah, that'll make the most sense. Which means that whoever did this wanted to nullify whatever it was we want. Makes more and more like the motive behind this Will Williams sentence. Anyways, looks like we won't be able to find the will. The fact that it was taken must imply something. For now, we should follow our other leads. Now, there's the question of who committed the murder and how. Don't we already know the how? The murderer stole the sword of spell eating and used it to break into the study. That's true, but think about how they would have needed to move around the manor. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think my idea is, like, the most plausible, huh? We just haven't thought of it yet. Nice. Murder took place on the first floor, within William Frega's study. But the gallery was on the second floor. They would have needed to go upstairs, steal the sword from the gallery, and then use it to nullify the lock on the study. Not only that, they would have needed to go back upstairs and plant the sword in Beatrice's room. About that, if someone conspired with Beatrice to do this, why would they plant the sword in her room? That's a good point. Perhaps they had a falling out, or partner might have tried to betray her by pinning the blame on her. But if that were true, why wouldn't she just sell them out and make a deal with Steelwind? Because of the Slayer rule, huh? Slayer rule, right. Remember the guy at the will reading also mentioned that. What is it? It was a law passed by the Crown centuries ago. According to that law, if someone is involved in another person's death, even accidentally, they'll not be allowed to inherit the deceased's property. So even if Beatrice wasn't directly responsible, she could have cut the inheritance if she took a plea deal. More importantly, it doesn't like Miriam who believes in Beatrice's innocence either. If that's true, what else could she tell you? Miriam, it almost sounds like you suspect Beatrice as well. That's... Am I incorrect? I don't know what to think anymore. Threaten? She was threatened? Miriam, did Beatrice threaten you in some way? Why? Of course not. The testimony yesterday was quite convenient for the defense. We almost got the whole case thrown out. And Lyaf didn't seem to understand what was going on either. With the way she gave her testimony yesterday, almost like she was calling for you. She was calling for you. Does he seriously? Please, promise that you won't tell anyone about this. I won't tell anyone. What happened? About an hour after the murder, I was approached by Ruby Tomorrow. She gave me a list of statements to give in my testimony. The statements weren't true, but she assured me that my status would protect me from any scrutiny. What? She had information that I had tried to keep secret, and she threatened to make it public unless I cooperated with her. No, she would never do that. I'm telling the truth. Please, you can't tell Tomorrow that I told you. She'll ruin me. Well, that shows that her fear is genuine. She's not lying. The Omen Duel has its shady crap in this case, it worked. Yep. I mean, I expected this. I figured. But yeah. This is the first time Tyrion knows. That can't be true. You refuse to believe it. Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? No, it's not the time to doubt yourself. There's too much at stake right now. And you have a job to do. We should check on Commander White. He might have found something. Okay. Just don't push yourself, okay? Yeah. You'll have plenty of time to think about this later, huh? Okay, cheers. You really have no idea where the draft of the will is? No, it should have been here, huh? Probably took it. Yep. Nothing else here is of note. Yep. Okay. Alright. Off we trot. Let me go here first. As you move around the manor, you peek into the sitting room to see if Von Sanctus is still there. You don't see him there, but you spot another individual, a whole new character. Who are you? He's calmly reading some sort of book, but you can feel a menacing aura emanating around from him. Are you... You Steelwind? Nobleman. Oh. This aura. You must be daft if you think I won't notice your presence. What, did he notice you? You barely entered the room. Before you have a chance to respond, the man pulls out his great axe and rushes towards you. Wait, Break up your honesty block is below, but in hindsight that probably won't do much against an axe that large. Just open your eyes. There's no standing between you and the axe-wielding maniac. Not sure what happened, but it looks like she knocked him several feet backward. Oh, it's you two, huh? What the hell was that? You could have killed him. You shouldn't have snuck up on me like that. I almost cleaved him in two, huh? Tyrion didn't do anything wrong. Who the hell do you think you are? I am Lord Lucio Steelwind. Okay, I figured it. Okay. Lucio Steelwind is you, huh? Okay. Grand General of the Wyvern Guard of Military Forces. What did you glean? Grand General. So this is Prosecutor Steelwind's father. They do share the same intimidating stare. Although he's not the most menacing person in the room right now. Bless, it's fine. I'm not hurt. She looks more than irate right now, but she begrudgingly sheathed her sword. Anyways, Lord Steelwind was one of the people with the motive to murder William Frigga. And as a fellow head of the Pillar House, you might have some information about William and his affairs. Okay. Books. Yep, painting. Courtroom. Frigga's ancestor was part of a band of adventurers. I cannot feel that there should be someone in the top left corner. Why is that important? Why is that, like, hidden? Why? What does that have to do with the crime family? I don't know. Huh. Yep. Okay. Wait.
Repario Arcanum.
Right. What do you think about this? Completely inane. What else do you expect me to say? That was Beatrice Frigga is a remarkable mage. It's truly a shame that this is how it turned out. I'm surprised to hear you say that. I assume most of the nobility hated her. If you're correct, then most of the nobility are imbeciles. At the age of 13, she surpassed her father's magical talents. If she had been allowed to develop, she could have revolutionized the study of conjuration magic. She would have been a great asset to our kingdom. Yeah, but I want to see. Let's see. Oh, this? Nothing. Okay, William Frigga, a fool to the very end. From what I've heard, you two were on the best of terms. The more I believe that every problem in our kingdom could be solved with gold. He failed to see the dangers posed to our kingdom. What this king needs is a sharp weapon and an iron fist to wield it. Okay. Where were you on during this whole affair? Probably just stop here. Miss McCoy, that sort of rose is of Eastern make, isn't it? I do wonder how someone of your status earned the favor of an Ixian regent. Wait, what? I'll tell you that story later. Ixian. Ixian? Ixian. You about this? Nope. Okay. Nothing but the sword. Nothing but this. Engagement? Nah. I doubt it. What a mess this is. Arya's actions have completely sabotaged our political relations with House Frigga. Beatrice Frigga would have been a powerful weapon for me to use. It's like who respects Beatrice? Well, maybe is she? Why is this taken? Like, what the heck? Nothing but the world? Okay. What about this? Okay. What about Miss McCoy, the Crimson Demon? How do people keep learning about that name? Please, how Steelwind obscures the borders of Wyvern Guard. Don't think I'm unaware of your illegal travels to the Eastern Kingdoms. Yeah, wanna rape me? Let's see how that goes. Can you stop antagonizing him? Wow, well, at least she's like confident in herself. Like, holy. Like, she's very confident in her power. That's cool. I didn't expect someone of your status to recognize me. I know of you, and the infamous Ruby tomorrow. Right. I also know that my daughter has failed to defeat you once. I wait the day when she tears you down from your throne. Oh, okay. See, disprove her becoming a prosecutor. Was like a encouraged parent. Oh. Yeah, Nakamura. Okay. Arya, I heard you don't approve of Arya becoming a prosecutor. Of course, I don't. Remember how Steelwind shouldn't debate themselves by doing the work of a civil servant. But she clearly has her own motivations for doing so. But she clearly has her own motivations for doing so. Is that how you see it? She's merely following the misguided path of the Crown Prince. If any of those two meet. Oh. I mean, you were the one that did it, so yeah. Oh. What about Orm? Nothing. Okay, what about Eris? Nothing. Okay. Which was for, yeah. Same thing. My bad, my bad. What about... No? Okay. I was wondering if, about necromancy. So I'm pretty sure, Steelwind's introduced Wallace to, the other house that learns necromancy. Okay. Cool. Yeah. What Miriam? No? Okay. What about Harold? Lord Haroldson. Can't believe it took this long for William to deal with his defiance. But if it were up to me... Yeah, the old fool executed for treason. Oh. He's always seen nails with a gigantic hammer. Hammer is. Eugene? No. I don't think about anything about Eugene. About Alaric? No. Jan? What about... no. What about... Okay, definitely... No? No, okay, fair enough. I've been told that House Steelwind controls Wimbledon's military. We don't control the military. We control the very foundation that maintains order in our kingdom. Those fools in the palace have no idea what it takes to lead a nation. These sorts of common folk uprisings are evidence of that fact. So that's your view of the world, I see. Okay, let's talk. Tyrion Celeste. If looks could kill. McCoy. One might misinterpret that look of yours as murderous intent. Oh, guess you do have some battle instinct after all, huh? Honestly, I wasn't sure, since you so obviously have a silver spoon stuck up your... Celeste! Such lack of respect and discipline. If you were my soldiers, I'd have you hanged. If I was one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself. Okay, let's all try to stay civil here. Oh my god. Lord Steelwind, you were here at the Lord's ball when the murder occurred, am I correct? I was. Do you mind if I ask you some questions about what you saw that night? If that's okay with you. I suppose I must oblige, considering that my daughter has so unceremoniously thrust her responsibilities onto you. So you know about that. I guess you would, considering that she got injured. Arya Steelwind. Sorry about what happened to your daughter. I'm sure that you're very worried. It's her own fault for exerting herself, despite her injuries. She's still worried. He's still... I mean, even the bravest warrior knows when to stay off the battlefield. Can you say that? Your daughter's trying to do the right thing. By prosecuting the heiress of House Freyga. She had very little evidence to substantiate a conviction. If she wanted to strike a blow on a rival house, she should have been certain that her enemy would fall. But now, if Beatrice Freyga is found innocent, any hopes of an alliance between House Freyga and House Steelwind will be completely annihilated. Prosecuting priorities? And murder. Where were you throughout the night, Lord Steelwind? I so loathe gatherings like that. They're a complete waste of time. I was in this room, but then I received word that Lord Freyga's lost heiress had made an unexpected appearance. She was supposedly speaking with the Crown Prince, so I made my way to the ballroom. Did you speak with him at any point? No, I kept my distance and stayed near the King's Guard. Sure she won't try anything. Was this because you were wary of Beatrice Freyga? Yes, I was. The Crown Prince has always been a bleeding heart, and the Freygas are trained to sharpen their tongue in battle. I needed to make sure that she wouldn't try to interfere with his engagement. You were worried that she was going to try to cast her back. I was, but it was clear that that wasn't her intention. But you did overhear their conversation. What were they talking about? Yeah. Their conversation was completely inane. It was all just small talk. Lady Freyga spent most of her time playing with Prince Alaric. Right. As his younger brother was there too. Yeah, true. Alibi. You know that Beatrice had some role in the murder, even if she wasn't directly responsible. She was one goal by speaking Master and his brother. You entered the ballroom when you heard that Beatrice had returned. Was this before or after the lockdown? Huh? It was before the lockdown. That's about right. She was accounted for before the was ordered. And did you see her leave at any point? No. She spoke with the two princes for quite a while. She didn't leave their side until she was arrested for Lord Frigga's murder. Wow. Means she was accounted for the entire night. Yep. Okay. But her thoughts said she was accomplice in William's death. Was she there to strike the King's Guard? Thank you for answering my questions, Lord Stephen. I'm merely paying my daughter's debt to you. He was puzzling pretty cooperative. That doesn't lift any suspicion off of him just yet. You'll need to find more evidence if you want to know for sure. Anyways, we should probably move somewhere else. Boy. What? Your spellcasting is undisciplined, but your battle stance and reflexes are commendable. You have my respect as a warrior. As if that means anything coming from you, huh? What an undisciplined fine brat. Damn. All because he attacked us. So I see that Eris is following us around, huh? In some sense. Right. Let's go check one arm. Keep it in that corner. Don't let it get away. Get away from him. As you enter Beatrice's room, you see the Inquisition covering something near the back of the room. It's some sort of animal. It's some sort of animal. Well, to be exact. Wait, is that? Was that same wolf on the night of the Lord's Ball? Has been in the house since the murder? Intruders must protect Queen. You can see. Wait, hold on. Can you see the thoughts of animals too? What? You just read his thoughts? Protect territory from enemies. We see the Inquisition has intruders in his territory. Does that mean he's assumed as his throne? As his home? You slowly start to walk towards him. Oh, wait, Tyrion? Stay back, kid. It's a wild animal. There's no telling what it'll do. Let him continue to approach him. Don't worry. I'm not here to hurt you. This human. He can speak. What? He can speak language of dog. Rough. This is okay. This is unprecedented. Wait, you can understand me? Why are you talking to it? You're speaking plain dog. Of course, Tracker understand, huh? What's going on here? Is that force allow you to speak with them? You've never really tried it before. Perhaps your powers aren't limited to humans. Anyways, this could be a good opportunity. You will know what else he knows. Oh, the equivalent of a pigeon. Let's go. Oh, not pigeon, for a parrot. That's the one. And whale. Let's go. He's on bed. This Tracker's bed is like resting on cloud. Okay. Hell yeah. It's just recovered in a layer of dust. It's been touching years. Guest, Dusty.
Repario Arcanum!
Wow. Excellent. Alright. What do you think of this? What can you tell me about this, Tracker? Tracker, don't... He looks like he was distracted by a squirrel outside. Got that? Oh boy. Okay. This is definitely important. What about this? What can you know about this? Tracker, don't... Really? Really? Okay. What about some rats? No? Okay. What about lockdown? Okay. Let's see. What do you think of, No? Okay, nothing. Fair enough. What do you think of, me? Tracker, I like you, friend. You smell nice. Thank you? What did he say? He told me that I smell nice. Oh yeah, I gotta see what he means. What? What? What do you do about this? No. This is silly. Orum. No? Okay. He doesn't care. What about Beatrice? No? Oh, not even? Okay, sure. I guess I have to talk to him first. What about Leif? Oh, I see. My queen is good friend. Save Tracker when Tracker was pup. Is that how you ended up becoming our pet? Yeah. I was here about other animals joining humans, but Tracker didn't understand until he met Queen. Now I give Queen protection, and Queen give me honey bacon. Okay. What about, Eugene? Do you know him? No? Okay. Okay, I guess that's everything. Just can't really think of anything else that he would be interested in. Maybe... Okay, no. Guess not. I wonder. Alright, stop. Tracker, is that your name? How did you... Yes, Tracker is Tracker. That's the name Queen give me. Give to me. Occupation, dog. Tracker just as Leia before he mentions his queen. He called you his queen. Do you know him, Leif? Yes, but how? How are you talking to it? That's... You want me to speak to Tracker? Do you realize how strange this must seem? Must look to everyone else. I'm a dog whisperer. Never mentioned that before. You don't expect us to believe something like that. Tracker says he can understand him. He told me himself. You can talk to... You can talk to him too? I guess you're of age, so maybe, huh? Told me yourself. Wait, how do you know that? It's just a wild situation. Okay. So, Leif, how are you able to communicate with Tracker? I suppose there's no sense in hiding it anymore. Tracker is my familiar. Familiar. So the same magical bond Harold has with his monkey. I see. Called out the familiar bond spell allows the caster telepathy to speak with their familiar. That must be how she's speaking to him. You never mentioned him during questioning. It wasn't relevant to the investigation. I've been keeping him a secret from my family. Oh. I suppose that makes sense. I doubt William Frege would have allowed you to keep an animal in his home. Well, I don't appreciate you keeping this info from us. But it doesn't look like anyone got hurt. Aside from the dog. I haven't really found anything new. I didn't find any more physical evidence of the theft. Okay. If this really is Leif's familiar, then this makes things interesting. Okay. We can run to another dead end. Unless... Tracker, I saw you on the night of the murder. What? Tracker? Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Supposed to stay in this room. Wait, is that why you won't allow the servants to enter it? I didn't want to keep him in Beatrice's room. It was very insistent that he stay here. Tracker likes the ambience. Right. Wait, so if you live in this room, did you see who brought the sword of spelling here? I already asked him about that, but I didn't see anyone. Must have been taking a nap. Either that or he was roaming outside even though I told him to stay here. Damn it. Tracker see a lot of other things though. Tracker see many new people that night too. Right, he was roaming their manor during the Lord's Ball. He must have seen a lot of new people. Wait, so if he was walking around, he might have seen something that Inquisition doesn't know about. Can you tell us about what you saw on the night of the murder, Tracker? Tracker see rats. Okay, yeah, so this is the idea. Cool. This may be more difficult than you thought. I need you to be more specific. Can you go in order? Tell me about everyone that you saw that night. Okay. Tracker was taking a nap in room, but Tracker woke up from loud sounds outside. Tracker heard small things running in the walls. Tracker called Queen, but she didn't answer. So Tracker decided to check sound alone. Tracker followed sound outside. That's when Tracker smelled the bad smell. Bad smell? That's when Tracker smelled flying rat. You smelled the flying rat? Like a pigeon? Tracker could smell where a rat was, so Tracker barked at him. Bork. Tracker must have scared Rat, because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick. The rat had a stick. Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final bark to scare them off. They were scared and went back into the walls. Rats went into the walls. That's when Tracker picked up the stick Rat dropped. Queen finally answered Tracker. She told him to go back to his room and hide it. Oh, hold on. Okay. After message, Tracker bring stick back to room for inspection. Oh! Oh, wait, age 3. We know now. Do you remember what time this encounter happened? What is time? Right, now I wouldn't have a concept of that. What did he say, Tyrion? Did he see anything? Well, he definitely saw something. Try to take a moment to work through this. Yes, yes. Tracker is an animal, and despite being able to speak with him, his use of words is very primitive. So you should carefully examine each of his statements. First thing we heard was small things running in the walls. What did Tracker hear when he woke up? Recall someone else observed something similar that night? Tracker heard rats running in the vents. Someone was complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it. Heard one of them running in the air vents upstairs, and I followed here. Figured I had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. So rats that John mentioned. They weren't actually running in the walls, they were running in the vents. Next thing they did was call the Queen, but she didn't answer. When Liaf answered Tracker's message. The Queen that he's referring to is probably Liaf, but Liaf wasn't with him at the time. Also called to her telepathically. Yes, this. This, there we go. Yeah. This is the thing. Neat. Liaf didn't respond because she never got Tracker's message. Telepathic capabilities guided by familial bond were disabled by the anti-magic field. So was this during the lockdown? I suppose it was, yeah, okay. So I'm just thinking about this. Okay, yeah. And then when did he hear from her again? Oh, I guess that was after the lockdown. No, it wasn't when we left. That was way before, yeah. He was roaming around after he heard some rats. I was like, okay, yeah. And then I guess it was just after the lockdown, whenever that was. Which means that this encounter happened during the lockdown. So I cover this first two statements. I'm not sure what to make of the flying rat he saw. Tracker, why did you refer to the rat as flying? Because rats don't usually jump and fly. Yes, I got that. Is it possible that what you saw wasn't really a rat? Rats are rats. They're small things that run and hide. So rat's a general term for him. He uses it to refer to small animals that are acting suspiciously. Anyways, everything you know now. His last statement doesn't make sense. Okay. Why did Tracker finally hear Liaf? Ah! Wait. No. When wielded. Okay. Funny as hell. Alright. Okay, so, I was a little confused, but yeah. It wasn't the lockdown turning off. It was him wielding the sword. I see. That would have picked up the stick. That shouldn't have been possible due to the anti-magic field. The sword that Tracker obtained was actually the sword of spelling. Nope. Oh, no. The stick, sorry. There you go. Tracker. About that stick you found. Where did you put it after you came back to this room? Tracker hides stick in safe space. Under the bed. And the stick. Did it look like the sword that my friend is carrying right now? What? Hey, your friend stole my other stick. Wait, your other stick? Yeah, Tracker found it while he was hiding from the metal men. Metal men? He's reading the King's Guard. Okay. Must have left the bedroom when they were searching for the sword of spelling. Wait, are you the one who stole Celeste's sword? Tracker? Did Tracker do it bad? It says as I suspected. Tracker was the one that brought the sword of spelling here. What? I have no idea how or why, but the sword spell eating was lying in a hallway somewhere. Tracker found it and brought it back to Beatrice's room. His room. So it was just complete happenstance. Lovely. That can't be. So the person who framed Beatrice for the theft was... If it weren't for Tracker, the Inquisition would have never honed in on Beatrice at all. Yeah, wow. But what would the sword spell eating be lying in a random hallway? Laugh? Do you mind if I borrow Tracker for a little bit? It's okay, Queen. You smell good. Tracker trust him. Thanks, I guess? Okay. But only if you let me accompany you. You know about Miriam's position? How does Lyra feel about you prosecuting Beatrice? It's possible she might try to sabotage the investigation if you let her accompany you. As Tracker's owner, you don't have a choice. That's Lyra, but you also send herself just less to keep an eye on her. She silently nods and slowly falls behind her. Alright, Tracker. Can you take us to the hallway where you found these rats? She was saying king? Oh! It looks like you've received a promotion. He likes you. Okay. He doesn't care anymore. Alright. You don't care about Beatrice either, so yeah. What about you? Oh, okay. Tracker don't like blue men. Blue men? Do you mean Will and Frigga? Blue men always yells at Queen. Makes her cry. Yeah. Nothing about her sister though. Okay, fair enough. I guess she isn't really here, so yeah. Okay, let's move. This is wild. Oh, we see a new part of the hallway. Sure. Yeah. Might as well. You allow Tracker to lead you to the location where he found the sword of spell eating. Surprisingly, it's very close to Beatrice's room. He apparently didn't travel very far before he met those rats he mentioned. Wait, so, hold on. I want to look at this. It was here, this hallway, somewhere close to here. So he's not that far, okay. Where's the... Wait. Oh, the study's there. I'm stupid. I somehow didn't see the study. Wait, then what's this room? I have no idea. Okay, whatever. Interesting. Okay. Where's room? Yes, it was there. Something down that way. 4-2. Okay. 4-2. Hold on. Watch the gallery all the way over. Must have been down the hallway, like here. If you can see my mouse. You can see my mouse. But yeah. Okay, cool. Is that close to Beatrice's room? I guess it's easy enough. Yeah, it's around here. I don't know where the vent down is, so yeah. I won't know. As you continue towards your destination, Tracker suddenly becomes extremely tense. Tracker, what's wrong? Enemy. Oh? Before you even have a chance to react, Tracker steps between you and Eris, begins angrily barking at her. Oh dear. Tracker, stop that! Yeah. Eris is dangerous. Lyra tries to calm Tracker down, but he's undeterred. He continues to bark at Eris, and it looks like he's taking all of life's strength to hold him back. I'm terribly sorry. He's not usually like this. Ah, it's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always been able to see me for what I am. But animals have always disliked me. What is Eris doing here? You're also here at the barracks too. She said that her father is friends with Beatrice, but is she involved in this case somehow? Anyways, you came here for a purpose. You should examine this hallway and see if you can find any clues. Generate anti-magic field during lockdown. So its ability will make its regular magic fields. So look first. There's an air vent over here. Appears to go from the ceiling to the ground floor. This is where that rat escaped to, Tracker? That's where the jumping rat went. I thought you said it was a flying rat. Tracker see that too. Oh. Okay, probably better just move on. Anyways, where did this rat come from? Rat come out the other wall. I see. Do you mean the vent on the opposite side? Yes, Tracker saw a flying rat escape that way. What's this rat doing here in this place?
Repario Arcanum!
And this one, what? What do you see here? The vents have traces of illusion magic inside them. What? Traces also go deep inside these vents. The same for the vents on the other side too. How would there be traces of illusion magic inside the vents? What spell could have possibly left those traces? As I told you many months ago, illusion spells tend to do one of two things. They either create freestanding illusions, or they can disguise an existing creature. I also created a small freestanding illusion in the vents, so the disguised creature must have been inside these vents at some point. But these vents are tiny. I won't be able to fit inside them. Unless rat. Just gonna go back to the walls. But a rat would be able to fit in these vents. Well, yeah, I guess that'd be true. But that would mean that the rat had an illusion spell active on it at the time. It's not only that. Stuck. Tracker saw this rat during the lockdown. It would have been inside the magic field created by the lockdown. There can only be one way that rat could have an illusion spell active on it. Wait, you can't mean that rat was holding the sword of spell eating. Yay! We tied those two things together. Wait, how is that possible? A rat won't have the strength or hands to carry the sword. Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously. But if it wasn't an actual rat, it still couldn't have been a human, right? You're right. It would have been a small animal. A small animal with strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. Sorry, but we have to ask. Is that a monkey riding your back? Yeah. From Eugene. No, are you serious? We know the Herald had a motive to kill William Frigga. He was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. They had an argument that night, and that's when William Frigga decided that he was going to defund Harold's museums. He must have struck a deal with Beatrice, and with Beatrice's portion of House Frigga, she could have easily kept his museums funded. He could have faked the robbery and sent his familiar to murder William. I can't believe this. And there's something else the tracker said. It was trying to Tracker, you said that you had to smell to see where the rat was. And when he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him. Doesn't mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down. Yeah, Tracker couldn't see the rat with his eyes, so Tracker used his nose to see it. The monkey was invisible. No one would have noticed a small invisible animal. In addition to that, he moved through the air vents. Eugene would have been nearly undetectable that night. Are you sure this is Eugene? Not someone else. But I mean, I guess this is the only one we know, so sure. Beatrice is a master of illusion magic, so it's possible that she cast invisibility on Eugene. Great. I'll call Tare. Clap his hands together. What? That's what that's for? Clap both hands together. I wonder why. Wonder why she does that so often. What the? Okay. Okay, sure. One of the highest forms of illusion magic. This spell makes the target creature or object completely invisible. While invisible, the target will be completely transparent and undetectable visually. If targeting a creature, this spell will also affect anything that the creature is wearing or holding. Well, okay. And then there's the position of this air vent. We're currently in the hallway just north of Beatrice's room. And this air vent connects to the ground floor. Oh, so it's just north, okay. If we line the two floor mats together, this vent must lead to the storage room. Okay, neat. Right, the air vent there curved upwards. This must be where it leads. And according to Jean, the air vent led directly to William's study. It would have been the perfect route to enter William's study and leave undetected. But you wouldn't have needed to nullify the lock to enter that room. Why would you need to use the sword of spell eating at all? Because of familial bond, they can telepathically communicate with each other. Hell, probably needed Eugene to hold the sword so he could tell him exactly where to go. The sword's magic affects anyone magically connected to the wielder, and familial bond connects them magically. It makes sense now. Hell could easily fake the robbery to take suspicion. Sorry. It's impossible that he was lying about how now this blade glass was shattered. I've known Lord Haraldson for many years. I can't believe that he'd be involved in this. She may have known Harold for a long time, but she's never read his thoughts. His thoughts were very hostile and rude, despite his kind expression. He's very good at hiding what he's truly feeling. And Beatrice, there's no way she'd participate in a plan like this. Look, Leif, I know you don't want to suspect your sister, but it's not that. Beatrice would never trust anyone enough to work together like this. But she's completely blind. She wouldn't have much of a choice. And so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry out a plan herself. And she'd only employ someone else's help if she had full control of them. Oh. That probably knows better than you do. But you doubt that working alone will be impossible with her condition. Think of any other way she'd be involved in this. Okay. Anyways, we're finished here, aren't we? Wait, no, I want to talk to... Yes, thank you for lending your tracker to us, Leif. I want to help you find out what really happened. Don't make me regret trusting you, Mr. Cuthbert. If you're truly on the side of justice, then you won't. Good. No, if you'll excuse me. So that's it, right? You find out who really committed the murder, then. This feels... And if you can get Harold to confess on the stand, he might reveal Beatrice's involvement as well. If he does that, you might be able to convince her and Mr. Moore to take a plea deal. Although, knowing Mr. Moore, that'll be easy said than done. Anyways, this is definitely the lead we're looking for. But is it really enough? We still don't have any physical evidence. It'll have to do for now. We're running out of time. We just have to call Harold to the stand and testify about what he did that night. If I can push him far enough, I might be able to catch him lying. But you doubt it'll be that easy. He has a good poker face. Just how much will he be able to hide his true thoughts? No! I wanted to talk to Eris! Frick! God damn it, man. Oh well, whatever. I already gave my statement to the Inquisition. Is my testimony really necessary? Sorry, old-timer. My orders came straight from the prosecutor. We're going to need you on the stand today. I understand. I'll do what I can to help. Just so I can see, what Eris says. I'll just come back to it later on my own. Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frigga. Let us review yesterday's proceedings. There was much debate over William Frigga's inheritance. More specifically, it was unknown whether the defendant had any claim to her father's inheritance. This detail was crucial in determining whether the defendant had a motive to commit the murder. Luckily, the victim's will was supposedly read earlier today, and it is now part of the public record. What were the results of the will reading, Mr. Cuthbert? William Frigga was planning to leave all of his assets to Jaden von Sanctus, his hopeful son-in-law. However, this was predicated on the condition that Jaden marry the victim's daughter, Leif. And it's clear that Miss Leif will never follow through on this engagement. If the engagement is not made in 6 months, William Frigga's assets would be divided among his 3 daughters. I see. So there was no mention to the defendant's disinheritance. Correct, Your Honor. Means that the defendant did have something to gain from the victim's death. Okay, Your Honor, despite the confusion around the victim's inheritance, there's still very little physical evidence that implicates my client. May I remind you that William Frigga was not telling the truth in yesterday's proceedings? That itself is extremely suspect. And William Frigga was clearly not above manipulation and lying. You can't prove that she knowingly gave false testimony. I'll admit that I can't prove that. I'll also admit that there's a lack of apparent physical evidence to substantiate our case, which is why the prosecution would like to call Harold Haraldson to the stand. Lord Haraldson. The sword of spell eating clearly plays a large role in the murder, and his theft is one of the few pieces of physical evidence in this case. As the gallery's curator, I believe he can further elaborate on how the sword was stolen that night. More specifically, you can find out about what he did on the night of the murder. Yes. I see. Well, the court would definitely benefit from his insight. Bailiff, please escort Lord Haraldson to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation of the court. Of course, my name is Harold Haraldson. I'm the owner and curator of the Haraldson Hall of History, located in Homerith. That's quite the alliterative occupation. Historian Harold Haraldson, owner and curator of Haraldson Hall of History, located in Homerith. A lot of H's. Okay. Harold, could you please testify to the court about how you discovered that the sword of spell eating was stolen? if it will help. He seems like he's kind of like a upstanding guy. Curious. I was keeping an eye on my gallery's exhibits when I realized that my familiar hadn't returned. I called him telepathically, but he didn't respond. I became worried, so I went around the manor to search for him. Wait, so... Huh, okay. Oh. Are you tracks like this? Or are you actually not even involved in this? I don't know. About an hour later, I returned to the gallery and discovered that the exhibit that held the sword of spell eating was completely destroyed. The artifact was missing, so I reported the crime to the knights at the ball and they activated a discreet lockdown. Luckily, we found the sword and my familiar later that night. So I searched for your monkey, and that's why you didn't witness the theft. Yes, the thief was probably waiting for me to leave. They must have wanted to commit the crime without anyone seeing them, huh? Or something completely full of it. Huh. His search for Eugene must have been a cover that he's using to hide his actions that night. So how do you prove that? Are you referring to Eugene? Eugene? Eugene Harrelson, Your Honor. That's the name of the witness is familiar. Yes, Eugene is a spry orangutan monkey. He helped me with my day-to-day. I see. Anyways, you said that he hadn't returned. Does it mean he left you early in the night? Yes, he always likes to explore large buildings like Frega Manor, but he usually doesn't leave for that long. Does he typically ignore you like that? Sometimes. He's a young boy, so he likes to have his privacy. I try not to pry, but I was worried of what would happen if a noble or a knight came across him. He usually knows not to bother people, but you never know what may happen. You left the gallery room? Yes, as I said, I was worried that something had happened to Eugene. Where did you go during your search? Eugene usually knows to stay out of people's bedrooms, so I went downstairs and searched for him there. I checked the bathroom, sitting room, and coat room. Then I finally checked the kitchen and pantry. You might have gone there to steal some snacks. But you didn't find him in any of those places. No, I didn't. Interesting. If I recall correctly, the glass was completely shattered. This is despite the presence of several abjuration spells that protected it. Yes, it would have taken an extremely powerful spell to break it like that. As you saw, the glass display was shattered into shards. Magic destroyed it. Beatrice shattered the glass before she went to the ballroom. The sword of spell eating makes its wielder immune to magical effects. What use would the lockdown have been? Honestly, not much. They would have been immune to the ancient magic fields and the spells that prevented people from leaving. But at that point, the King Guard just wanted to activate it for good measure. Yeah. Guess now is missing some details. What details should you ask him to elaborate on? How did you find Eugene? How did you find Eugene that night? After an hour of silence, he finally responded to my telepathic messages. He met up with me in the gallery before he went to search for the sword. So this would have been after the theft was reported. Yes. I got to pick out Eugene after he murdered Wolfriga. This must be the alibi they're using to account for the time that no one could see Eugene. Anyways, this detail could be extremely important. The detective testimony. Harold. Yes, of course, Harold. He says that he went around the manor to look for Eugene. Do you think he's telling the truth? Maybe, but his so-called search for Eugene gave him a good excuse to not be seen by anyone. It's a decent alibi, if not without its flaws. Some holes in that alibi, yep. I need to think about this. Hold on. Saw a flying rat came up from the northern air vent. Tried to bark at the sweat, scared it away. So it was just there. It was just there. And then it went. Hold on. Come out. And you went on the other side of the air vent. Other air vent. On the other side. Guess that works, yeah. Okay, this doesn't feel right. I don't. Let me see how he found sword. I'm guessing he just waited. How did you find the sword? How did you eventually find the sword of spell eating? Gar and I slowly and carefully checked each room in the manor. After about an hour, we finally found the artifact under the bed in the defense room. Must be where Trace Tracker hides the sticks that he finds. Now just think about it, he's probably the one who stole Celeste's sword in the first place. Oh, you found that out, yeah? This deal could be extremely important. Please don't just wait with this. Yes, Harold. Says they went around the manor to look for Eugene. Dangerous, yeah. Okay, here's a thought. After the theft was reported, but the lockdown wasn't down yet, right? So, I think that's it. Before they finally found the artifact. Well, I'm gonna hope it's this. Let's see. So how could you have done... Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Objection!
No? Okay. It's just my country exception proves it. It didn't work for, oh, sorry. Didn't work for, Tracker. I guess it's still different. Okay. Oh wait, this, oh, this one. Oh, yeah, I was just thinking that, yeah. I was like, oh yeah, this thing about the lockdown, isn't it?
Objection!
There we go. Well, I had the right thought, I just presented the wrong thing. Good job. Harold, you found Eugene before you went to search for the sword of spell eating. I'm an idiot. Right. This would mean that happened while the lockdown was still active, am I correct? Yes. Much as I was worried about the artifact, Eugene's safety was far more important. That's the thing, Harold. You said that after an hour of silence, you finally received a telepathic message back from Eugene. What? So that leaves one question. How did you communicate with Eugene telepathically if you were both within an anti-magic field? What? Harold, in response to the theft, the King's Guard activated the lockdown system to prevent anyone from leaving. That That same lockdown system would have placed an anti-magic field over every inch of that manor. That field should have surpassed the telepathic abilities given to you by familial bond. You wouldn't have been able to speak with Eugene at all. Mr. Cuthbert, are you accusing the witness of lying in his testimony? Please, Cuthbert is blowing this entire thing out of proportion. Anti-magic field is a resource and does a spell. We can't assume that they managed to cover every inch of the manor. Especially the areas that would only be accessible to a small animal. Mr. Morrow, let's assume that Eugene managed to reach some sort of blind spot in the lockdown system. The magical telepathy granted by familiar bond connects two people. Even if Eugene wasn't affected by the anti-magic field, Harold would be. That's very true. So how did I hear him that night? There's only one answer that makes sense, Harold. You did hear Eugene telepathically, because Eugene was wielding the sword of spell eating her. What? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you saying that the sword of spell eating was stolen by the witness's pet monkey? I am, Your Honor. It's the only way the witness's testimony makes sense. She doesn't have a rebuttal. She puts this one to the right chance. Harold Hellitzen, you were the one who stole the sword of spell eating, weren't you? And what reason would I have to steal something that already belongs to me? It was to take suspicion off of you, because you were the one who had William Frege killed. You staged your robbery and used the sword of spell eating to make Eugene invisible. Then you sent him through the manor's ventilation system. Also, you could have him murder William Frege in his study. Well done, Cuthbert. I suppose you just can't stop yourself from pursuing a lying witness. It's what I do best, Mr. Morham. Of course. Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense? Ruby's going with this because she knows, like, oh, great. Beach is in the clear. Cuthbert thinks he's done it, so, all right, sick. I'll let him tango. Quite obvious. I completely refute the prosecution's allegations. This guy is just doing his job. Expecting his thoughts to be hostile before. Then do you also refute your statement about Eugene telepathically speaking with you? I know better than to lie on the stand and to try to save myself. I can't explain how it happened, but I stand behind my testimony. Eugene did telepathically contact me during the lockdown. How did he do it? So he doesn't know how that telepathic communication happened. Yeah, I figured, Cuthbert. I figured, Tyrion. There's more to this than you think. Perhaps I overlooked it when he was planning the murder with Beatrice. And that's your position, Cuthbert? That the witness sent a monkey to murder William Frege? It may sound ridiculous, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Or do you have any evidence to refute that, Mr. Moore? No, I fully and wholeheartedly agree with you, Mr. Cuthbert. Wait. Tyrion? No. Mr. Cuthbert, did you regret that you were prosecuting Beatrice Frege? Your Honor, even as a prosecutor, it's clear that Cuthbert just can't stop himself from finding the true culprit. Wait, I also meant to say that the defendant conspired with the witness to commit the crime. Oh, really? And do you have any proof of this conspiracy to commit? Oh, of course you don't. But even so, let's assume that you did have evidence to prove your statement. If this was really a plot formed by my client and the witness, what will my client even contribute to this plan? From what you said, this plot was completely carried out by Lord Haraldson and his familiar. Well, the glass! You would have needed a powerful mage like the defendant to break the sword's display case and stage the robbery. So what contributed to the murder was breaking some glass. Can you prove that my client shattered the display case? And can you prove that she did so knowing that it would somehow lead to her father's death? You might have gone a little too eager to prove Harald's guilt. Yeah, but the physical evidence against my client was almost non-existent in the first place. Meanwhile, it seems the prosecution has just brought forward physical evidence that implicates Lord Haraldson. Physical evidence that is supported by his own testimony. What's the specific explanation for this? He's confused, makes this interesting. Alright. Cuthbert, didn't you ask me something yesterday? If my client didn't kill the victim, then who did? I suppose I should thank you for finding the answer. All you do is make it more difficult to prove your case. Harold has to be involved in this. You were wrong about that. Well, Eugene would be soul enough to verge the events, sure. So is there anything else you can use? Instead of indictment, Harold must be stressed. He's gotten you out of tight spots before. Maybe you can find the evidence in his mind. He doesn't seem stressed. You can use every trick you have, Cuthbert. He won't help you. Call your mind focus the force on him. To find something, anything that might tie the murder to Beatrice.
Naught can remain concealed.
We can control it. Let's get more control over it now. So let's see. Tyrion's argument makes sense. I couldn't have heard Eugene when the lockdown was active. What's going on here? I can't believe that one of my artifacts was used to commit a murder. It's completely disrespectful to the culture and history behind it. Seems to be true. He has no hand in this. Can't be true, can it? You're a bit too eager for this. There's something more going on here, but our man's intellect are still missing, huh? I inspected it closely before the Lord's Ball. They were still there when I moved them to Frigga Manor. So must have stolen it during the ball. Never did find out what happened to the Armans. Yep. A second thief there. Okay, okay, anything matters here? Anything matters here? Okay, no. Already got it. Fair enough. Okay. It's truly a shame that Beatrice was driven to flee from her own family. If only I introduced myself to her, perhaps we could have found a solution together. He doesn't know Beatrice. How? She planned the murder with him. Unless... He doesn't. He's not. He's a different animal, man. This is a spell. Other people can know the spell. Not one but 2 artifacts were stolen during the Lord's Ball. Never expected anyone to completely bypass my security like this. Speaking to be true, Yep, okay. William. It's a shame that things ended up this way. I do hope I could show you the value of Vivengard's history. No, okay. I'll just use a quick conjecture. Oh, this. No, okay, fair enough. Nope. Eugene, just what were you doing that night? Did you really wield a sword, if only for a brief moment? You should have known exactly where Eugene was that night. Why does his thoughts say that? What's going on? Thinking as if you really had no hand in this. You can guard yourself from the eye of Horus, but you can't lie to it. And if that's true, were you wrong about Harold's involvement? Is he really innocent? See anything, Cuthbert? Your Honor, it's clear that the prosecution has nothing left to argue. There's very little evidence implicating my client, and there's far more likely the suspect in front of us right now. Yes, I must agree, Mr. Morrow. At the very least, I see no reason to prolong this trial any longer. Wait! Beatrice couldn't have personally done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind, she was with the 2 princes for most of the night. So who actually killed William Frege in his study? Think about this. The reason why you suspected Harold in the first place was because of what Tracker said. Yeah, you assumed that it was a monkey. Just out straight up. Without thinking that there might be some other animal that snuck on in. These are not described. Small animal with strength described to serve for a small animal sword. Tracker definitely saw some kind of animal. Saw some kind of animal with someone else's familiar. Who did Tracker see in the vent? Eugene Haroldson. No, it's another familiar. Oh. Had to have been Eugene. Tracker found the sword in that hallway. And Eugene couldn't have communicated with Harold unless the sword protected them, both of them, from the anti-magic field. I guess that's true, but didn't... Hold on. Didn't he drop it? He just took it. When exactly did this occur? I don't know. But why? Did Eugene just happen to be in the hallway? Also, to explain why the sword is still even there. No, Tracker said that Eugene came out of the air vent on one side of the hallway. Then he fled into the air vent on the other side. Even for a small monkey, those vents would be extremely cramped. He wouldn't have entered those vents out of mere curiosity. It was Eugene in the air vents. You don't know that Harold didn't participate in the murder, but did you know about what Eugene was doing that night? This is my only other assumption. Own free will or because of blackmail? No, you can't say for sure why Eugene was there. It's not like the Herald even knew about it. Blackmail. Okay, well, fair enough. Why was Eugene in the air vents? Oh, that's thought. That's a thought. Oh. Okay, yeah. Eugene is acting to frame Beatrice. Is this it? No. What is this? Oh. No? Okay. What is this? This one I actually have no clue what this is. Why was Eugene in the air vents? Because he's so sure that Eugene is in there. Was in there. I mean, he was invisible. He had to have been invisible first. In the first place. Like... Did Tracker actually see two things? Oh, wait. Is this what you mean? Okay, fair enough. Eugene was acting of his own free will. Yeah. I was thinking too far ahead, thinking that someone was controlling Eugene anyway. But, okay, sure. That's the explanation that makes most sense. But how? And why? Harold is the only person that is magically connected to Eugene. And even if Beatrice somehow got Eugene to follow her orders, she wouldn't have been able to direct his actions telepathically. This Beatrice couldn't use any other conjuration spell to contact him either. She was also in the anti-magic field when she was with Esther. So if Eugene was the one who murdered William Frege, was he acting independently? No, that can't be possible. How could Eugene have carried out this plan independently? This plan required knowledge of Frege Manor's ventilation system. It also involves murdering William during the lockdown and destroying his will. Eugene might be smart for a monkey, but no monkey wouldn't have known how to identify and destroy William's will. Even if Beatrice had somehow trained him to do all this beforehand. Oh, that adds up. I had this idea for Tracker, but not Eugene. So yeah, that adds up. Interesting. No, it couldn't be. So really our man's ventilation as well. Oh. You were seeing the fear of the monkey, bro! Okay, that is good. Lead source ability used to have found the armbands. Shot the glass, exactly more of the armbands. It's a very well made replica. Magic locks in the case can be disabled. Oh, they don't be disabled. Spoken password. Do you know this password? Only myself? Yep. Only Harold knows the password, but someone could have overheard him saying it. Someone that's constantly looking over his shoulder. You made some ridiculous statements in the past, but there's no way the judge will ever entertain this theory. You'll have to be smart about this. Your Honor, I think there's one more witness that can clear up this discrepancy once for all. We're actually doing this. Yo. I believe he can prove the prosecution's case to the court. Really? I really find that hard to believe. Please trust me, Your Honor. There's an element to this that we all aren't seeing. It's one that no one will believe. What do you have in plan? What do you have planned now? Very well. I'll give you one last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. But know that if your next witness fails to unveil any new information, I won't hesitate to end this trial. I understand, Your Honor. So, I'm going to need you to bear with me for a moment. Why? Your Honor, the prosecution calls Eugene Haraldson to the stand. Never mind. I'll try my earlier statement. I'll be passing my verdict. Wait, just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Cuthbert, I should find you in contempt for even suggesting this. Did you honestly think I'd allow a monkey to give testimony in my courtroom? Yeah, sounds pretty out there, even for us. I'll remind the court of the nature of Harold's bond with Eugene. Eugene is a familiar. That means that Harold Haraldson can speak with him telepathically. But absolutely. Show me the law that says an animal can't give testimony, Your Honor. It may be unprecedented, but it's not against the law. Oh, we're doing this. Felix would be so proud. Very well. Your Honor, you can't be serious right now. Are you actually going along with this? Oh, Mr. Mora, I'm looking for any possible reason not to entertain this. But Mr. Cuthbert has a point. There are no laws against this proposal. I have no choice but to oblige his frankly insane actions for now. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's not as if this will reveal anything. I can't believe I'm saying this, but... Bailiff, please escort Lord Haraldson's monkey to the stand. Oh, get the full sprite of him too, oh my god. Witness, please state your name and occupation to the court. I could do without the sarcasm, Mr. Mora. Eugene is Eugene Monkey. Bailiff, make sure the stenographer gets Harold Haraldson's translations. Oh no. Can't see the armbands on him right now. He must be at his normal intelligence now. Although, how would he even wear them? Perhaps he held them in his hands. Don't require his physical contact for all. Eugene, did you steal from the gathering on the night of the murder? Eugene never steal from Harold. Eugene, respect Harold. They have no problem testifying about where you went during the Lord's Ball. I can't believe I let you convince me to permit this. Oh boy. Alright. Eugene explore house. Eugene look for a new place to play. You also look for spiders. Spiders here? God, this must be so weird for everyone else in the gallery. And then we can like, yes, You think Eugene cool? You think Eugene steal armbands of intellect? Cool. Eugene never steal from Harold. Harold friend. I can't do it. I can't do it. Eugene always Harold's friend. Ape strong together. Wow, you did it, Cuthbert. You blew this case wide open. Is this really going to help us? Look, you'll just have to trust me on this. I trust you? That sounds like it turned into a question at the end. Okay, well. Is there any point to pressing? Interpret, whoa. But Harold is an associate of House Frege. Surely you visited House Frege Manor before that night. Manor constantly changes. We're always doing renovations. There's always a new discovery to be made. I suppose that makes sense. We certainly have to go for it. Anyways, what else did you do that night, Eugene? Oh god. Do you enjoy eating spiders? Spiders good, rich in nutrients. Really? Some cultures in Eastern Kingdoms eat roasted crickets. I've tried them. They're not bad if they're prepared correctly. I don't think I could ever be that adventurous. Here, please stay on topic. I wasn't accusing you of anything, Eugene. Perhaps you accidentally unlocked the case and took them thinking they were some sort of toy. This could well be an honest mistake. Eugene, not dum-dum. Eugene knew how important artifacts are to Harold. Eugene never take from him. You may not have knowingly done it. Or perhaps you took one of the artifacts by accident. You never do that! Then how do you explain your brief contact with the Sword of Spell Eating? Harold couldn't have telepathically contacted you unless one of you was wielding it. You don't understand the question. Right, you understand how this sword works? That was high intelligence. Yes. This be it. Yeah. Interpret. Strung together. Do you consider yourself close, Harold? I would guess so. They literally have a magical connection with each other. Right? I suppose the bond between a mage and his familiar would require a lot of trust. Harold saved Eugene from a bad man years ago. Eugene would never betray him. So you're your rescue. Bad man locked Eugene in a cage. He'd only able to throw peanuts at Eugene. Harold, take Eugene away from that prison. Lock up, bad man. Really care for Harold. Could that be why he did this? Clearly feels indebted to him. I've been his motive. Tyrion. I know it looks bad, but I swear there's more to this than meets the eye. If you say so. There'll be something in the statements. You've been wearing the armbands on the night of the murder, which thought reveals that. Think about how Tracker spoke. Is there anything different in the way Eugene is speaking right now? Where did you look for this?
Objection!
Wait, okay. That's what that means. It's not contradictory. The evidence. His statement was many things, but it was not contradictory. I'm supposed to see what you mean.
Objection!
Oh, no. This?
Objection!
Yeah, okay. Okay. It was that simple. Right. He knew. Wait a minute. Eugene, I asked you before if you stole anything from Harold's gallery. Eugene, no. Eugene would never steal from Harold. Cuthbert, don't waste our time by having him repeat that statement. That's the thing, Mr. Mora. That's not the same statement he made in his testimony. I asked the witness if he stole an artifact from the gallery. I never mentioned the armbands of intellect. Ooh. What are you talking about now? The witness lacks the understanding to differentiate between the artifacts. It was clearly just a simple mistake. It's not just the fact that he named the wrong artifact, Mr. Mora. It's the fact that he used its actual name. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Mrs. Cuthbert. Your Honor, animals can speak the same way that humans do, even when a telepathic link is established. Pardon me. Goodbye. Their vocabulary is extremely limited. Right. Try to call the Sword of Spell Eating a stick for her. It's hard to understand what he really meant. Exactly. That raises the question, how did Eugene know they were called the armbands of intellect? How did he know? Armbands were stolen during the Lord's Ball and his door was well made replica. Still on him. He's just pretending, huh? Put him back, armband's still missing. There you go. He can't be. Is he really? The armbands were designed to be worn by humans, so Eugene couldn't wear them on his arms. So where would he wear them? You just thought that he carried them in his hands, but it's a far simpler explanation. Eugene, do you still maintain that you didn't steal the armbands of intellect? Eugene told you already. Eugene never did steal from Harold. Then I suppose you wouldn't mind taking off your hat. Are you serious right now? You don't think he's wearing them right now, do you? It's the only thing that makes sense. The armbands were taken on the night of the murder, and they are still missing. If Eugene did indeed steal the armbands that night, he would never have had the opportunity to return them. He had no choice but to continue wearing them until the investigation was over. It's absolutely ridiculous. You're spinning a fairy tale. Do you honestly expect us to believe that a monkey increases the intellect beyond human limits? If I'm wrong, the witness can easily refute my theory by removing his hat. Well, what's it going to be, Eugene? seem fully break character, and he slowly but silently lifts his hat. No, you can't be serious. Everyone can see it plainly. He's wearing the armbands like a crown around his tiny head. From out of his hat, you see him pull out something else. Oh god, smoke pipe, god. Well done, Mr. Cuthbert. I shouldn't have underestimated you. I don't know what voice to give him, dude. Are you serious? Serious? It's probably a blessing in disguise. I don't think I'd bear debasing myself any longer.
Objection!
Objection, Your Honor. On what grounds, Mr. Moore? On what grounds? Everything about this situation is objectionable. Downright absurd. He betrays his accomplice. But, Mr. Mora, we can't deny what's clear in front of us. I was not ready for today. How was he even talking right now? Scholars believe that humans and apes evolved from a common ancestor. Perhaps all apes can speak the common language under the right circumstances. Evolved, please. I observe your society. I think calling humanity evolved is being quite generous. God, this can't be happening. Well, are you all done gawking at me like a bunch of simpletons? Wait a minute. Critical separate myths from actual accounts. Counting as some problem. Okay, two. Quite dedicated studies. Simpletons in the Imperial Academy? Oh, I see. So that was the one. That was the thought, huh? Every insulting thought that you see from Harold, they weren't Harold's thoughts at all. They were Eugene's thoughts. He's been wearing the armband since you first met. But I still don't understand. Why would you even take the armbands in the first place? I'll admit that the Lord's Ball was one of many occasions. The first time I touched them was due to sheer chance. You put them on by accident. Mine awakened self was enamored by its glittering sheen. I merely wanted to touch them, but when I first held them in my hands, I experienced a sense of clarity that I never felt before. I was afraid of what I experienced, so I left them alone. But as I returned to my primitive lifestyle, I couldn't stop thinking about what I felt that day. You were hooked. I won't quite phrase it like that, but I suppose you're not wrong, huh? I already knew the password to Harold's vault, so I'd come in from time to time and indulge in the armband's power. But the more time I spent with my awakened intellect, the more I craved its power when I had to put them away. And that's when you made the replica. While no one was watching, I devised a plan to discreetly take the armbands. Harold would have eventually discovered that they were stolen, but he would have concluded that noble from the Lord's Ball took them. It was the pressure that he was receiving from the crown. I'm not proud of what I've done, but I never expected things to reach this point. I didn't expect someone to steal a sort of spell eating as well. And I certainly didn't expect a murder to happen that night. So you still maintain that you're innocent? Okay, so, of course I do. I stole the armbands, but I did not murder William Frege. Nor did I take the sword of spell eating. Allow me to elaborate. Freaking hell. Oh, monkey, right. Oh, I admit that I took the armbands and replaced them with a replica, but I was not the crook who stole the sword of spell eating. The thefts were completely different from one another. The display case for the sword was completely shattered. I spotted the sword when I was exploring the manor. It was lying in the middle of a hallway. I wondered why such an important artifact would be lying there, so I took a close look to inspect it. That was not true, bud. That's when I heard Harold call out to me telepathically. This one must have protected me and Harold from the anti-medic field. I wanted to take the sword and return it, but a wild dog chased me away from the scene. Oh, so he did see two things, I see. Assuming it's true, anyway. Has a point. He didn't need to shatter the display case with the sword. Yeah, he already knew the passwords. Patricia said that Eugene was the one who dropped the sword. Furthermore, he escaped into the air vent that led to the William study. His actions that night were definitely not as innocent as his testimony implies. He must have lied somewhere. You stole the armbands by using Harold's spoken password, am I correct? Yes, I sit on his shoulder most of the time. He obviously never suspected what I do, so it's a simple matter of listening to him when he transported the artifacts to Frege Manor. I assume that you knew the passwords for the other displays as well? I do. I can easily demonstrate it. Does I lie about that when you can easily check it? Right, even so, you already lied about not stealing the armbands. Why should people believe you now? The answer to that lies in the physical evidence. How do you know that you didn't shatter the glass to cover your tracks? Harold's password would have disengaged the locks, but they wouldn't disable the magic that protects the glass. Harold told you himself, didn't he? Only a powerful mage could have shattered the door in the force glass. But as a familiar, magic can be cast through you. Only Herald can cast magic through me. I can cast any spells myself. By myself. Even if I could, Herald's spell compendium doesn't have a spell that's powerful enough for that. What do you sound? It's true for Shadow Glass, yeah. Anyways. Yep. But that location was near the Frega's bedrooms. Don't tell me that you... What do you take me for? I know what a bedroom looks like, and I've never entered one uninvited. Then why were you there in the first place? I was coming back from the rooftop garden. I suddenly felt something interfering with the armband's magic. Huh. Oh, true. His intellect would be gone from there. I see. Yeah, okay. So that's why Eugene still communicated. I see. Also, age 20, by the way. Realized. The anti-magic fields. Yes, I was worried that something had happened, so I made my way back to the gallery to meet up with Harold. Jazz testimony. Very well. Was this the first time he tried to contact you this night? You know, he had telepathically messaged me earlier that night. I was so absorbed in my exploration that I ignored him. Absorbed into his exploration. I really called him to ignore, called him Harold. Terrible wild dog chased me away. Did you have enough time to grab the sword? You were holding it, after all. Not proud to admit it, but my surveillance took over. At that point, I was more concerned about escaping that wild animal. Makes sense. Was several times larger than him, he never used to be afraid. The story makes sense. Only he could have shattered the glass. I suppose so. But Tracker saw him that night. He was definitely traversing the vents in the hallway. Which means he lied somewhere in his testimony. He brought the sword and was heading back from the rooftop garden to the gallery. Slaying in the hallway. That does not make any sense. Bro. From the rooftop garden to the gallery. Wait. You're going to the gallery? Oh. Wait, then why were you... Wait, hold on. That was downstairs. No, I'm just stupid. Wait, you went in... No, wait. You were it was found here. Right. Okay. I'm like scattered. I'm like scatterbrained right now. Hold on. I need to calm down. Okay. So it was found around here. Or was it here? I don't know. It wasn't really clear, but yeah. Let me see. Nope. Here. North of Beatrice's bedroom. There it is. Is this it? This is... Do I show this? It might be this. I want to show both. But, okay. Try this first. Yeah, sure.
Objection!
Okay, good. Eugene, I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the best way to lie is to hide a false detail within many truths. And what are you trying to insinuate, Mr. Cuthbert? You said that you were heading from the terrace to the gallery. Did you take any detours? Of course not. With the armband nullified, my intelligence was slowly fading. I wanted to return to Harold as soon as possible. Witness, I'd like for you to take a look at this floor map of Frigga Manor. This is the location where that wild dog found the sword of spell leading. So tell me, Eugene, how did you spot the sword of spell leading when it was hidden in the hallway north of Beatrice's room? Why are you nitpicking such an insignificant scene? You probably just got distracted and went down the wrong hallway. Mr. Mora, Eugene came from the rooftop garden, and he was adamant that he went directly to the gallery to reunite with Harold. Even if his intellect was muddled, he was intent on reuniting with his warrior companion. He definitely took the director out, but if he did, he would never have been able to see into that hallway. I see your point, Mr. Cuthbert. What does it mean? It means that the witness lied about where he was before he discovered the sword of spell leading. he wasn't coming from the rooftop garden. He came from the air vents in that specific hallway. So why were you in that hallway, Eugene, huh? You lied in your testimony. Was it because you wanted to hide what you were really doing that night? Admit it, Eugene. You snuck through the air vents to avoid detection. Then you used the air vent in the hallway to break into William's study. After that, you murdered him using his letter opener, didn't you? That's not what I went there to do! No, I didn't mean... Okay, well, that confirms he went there. Order in the court. Witness, is this true? Did you break into William Frigga's study during lockdown? Yes, I did enter his study, but not for the reason you think. William Frigga was already dead when I got there. What? What did you just say? It's true. Do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? How could someone else have killed the victim before you got there? Draco took the sword of spell eating, and you were the only intelligent creature that could walk through the air vents. I understand how unbelievable and suspicious it sounds. Just lie in the first place. But it's the truth, Mr. Cuthbert. Mr. Cuthbert, you have to believe me. Daily corruption thoughts through the eye. That hardly absolves him of guilt. Okay. Could we be telling the truth? That's true. That brings back to the one question you've been asking since it all began. Who really did this? Okay, Eugene. Let's assume you're telling the truth. Do you actually believe me? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still my only suspect for this. But I know better than anyone about jumping to conclusions. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. I see. However, if you want to absolve yourself, I need you to tell me about what you really saw that night. There might be something, anything, that might point to who really did this. Very well. I'll tell you what I saw. Although, I doubt you believe me. Sorry, one second. Oh, okay. It's got some pings, and I wanted to check them. They're fine, anything. Okay. I just made my way to the hallway, to another air vent. I exited the air vent in that hallway and tried to lead to the other side. I'm not sure if it was my waning intelligence or my desperation, but I collided with something that I didn't see. I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating laying next to me. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. Okay. So there was a different one. Wow. Okay. So that makes the traces of illusion more relevant. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued making my way to the city. That's when I found William Frigga. Hold on. That's when I found William Frigga. He was dead on the floor and lying in a pool of blood. And as if I were blessed by the sacred Scale Lord himself, I found the will that he was drafting. So I destroyed it. Why? Okay, but sure. Oh, but that's what you're doing, was it? I guess. Was it? I don't know. What's your motive behind this? Okay, whatever. Frankly, Mr. Allison, I find that story very difficult to believe. I assume as much. But you know what they say. Truth is stranger than fiction. Is it more likely that you murdered the victim? You're clearly trying to cover up what you did by saying that he was already dead. Honestly, I really don't know what to think. Really telling the truth? So much to unpack with this, God. There's so much more to do. Okay. Why were you there in the first place? It all began when William Frigga got onto an argument with Harold. That cur wanted to defund the prestigious Haraldson Hall of History. I knew a man like William probably had many secrets, so I devised a plan to break into his study to find something that I could use to blackmail him. I see. Okay, so that's what you're doing. As you know, there's a small air vent in that hallway, and it connected to William's study on the ground floor. I wasn't aware that William was planning to stay in his study all night, so I thought I could look through his documents without anyone seeing me. I suppose that does make sense. But is he really the truth? What happened when you tried to leap to the other advantage? I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you just clumsy? I have impeccable dexterity. You struck a nerve there. I must have been muddled from losing the argument on Ben's magic. How did you know it was the sword of spell eating? When I held it in my hands, I felt my abilities return. But I also heard Harold calling out to me telepathically. He was clearly growing worried, so I knew he needed to move quickly. Oh, I'm sorry. I see, okay. Did this wild dog have a white coat of fur? He did. Are you acquainted with him? Something like that. Well, next time you meet him, tell them that I don't appreciate being called a rat. I'm a proud orangutan. You can understand him. I've picked up a little of the canine language throughout my life. I'm also fluent in squirrel and pigeon. I can also speak owl, but I meant to spare the conversation. I just want to test the validity of those claims. They're not relevant to this case. What happened when you entered the study? It seems awfully convenient that he was murdered before you arrived. I know how it may seem, but I'm telling you the truth. And do you have any explanation for how the assailant broke into the study without the sword? I unfortunately do not. Please, it's obvious your testimony doesn't match up with the evidence. Whoever did this either entered through the vents or they used the sword to nullify the lock. And your own testimony states that the sword was abandoned in that hallway. It doesn't match up with what you thought happened, but does it really contradict the evidence you have? Anyways, what did you do when you discovered the body? I knew it was only a matter of time before someone discovered the body, so I quickly searched the room for something I could use. I just had the strangest idea. Does she actually have a... Ain't no way! Hold on. Okay, I just had another idea. I think my thought was right then. She's just been hiding what I assume is like her sort of a guide dog the entire time. What? It's to everyone. To literally everyone. Wow. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking a bit farther ahead while I was just reading. Wow. Okay. Well, I know what to expect now. Right. Well, hopefully, anyway. I could be wrong still, but yeah. It was only a matter of time before someone discovered the body, so I quickly searched the room for something I could use. So you were the one who took the wheel. I've been trying to find it. What did it say? I was pressed for time, so I didn't read the entire document. But I found an order to his executor to defund the heralds in all of history. Since he went out of his way to specify that on the current copy, I conclude that his former will didn't have this addendum. So you could save Herald's museum by making sure it never got submitted for probate. Anyways, do you have the will with you? My apologies. I crumpled the will into a ball and ate it. I then left the room before my intelligence was completely gone. Ugh. Let's see if we can fall through on his threat to disturb Beatrice. Yeah. Wanted to see. It's hard to believe, but you can't see any direct contradictions. Should you press some more? What if he's telling the truth? If Eugene did do this, your next course of action is clear. Although it still won't explain how Beatrice fits into this. Call on me a track I said to you. The smell to see whether I was. Yep. Can you visually see him? Yep. Yep. She was invisible. Eugene, when you were carrying out your plan, did you turn yourself invisible somehow? No. I hardly had the means to. And even if I had somehow convinced Harold to cast a spell on me, he doesn't know how to cast invisibility. Very few mages do. Right, call Eris saying the same thing during Night of Trials. Only Master of Illusion magic could do that. That's how you first saw Beatrice in the world. But if Eugene is truly innocent, did she turn someone else invisible? But if that's true, you're right back where you started again. No. Think through this. Eugene's testimony fills in a blank that's been missing. Yes. Turns of Harold, yep. What happens when you cross-reference that with the tracker's testimony? This one tracks me with the flying rat. Smell of where rat was, so I tracked the birds, which was broken. It's mounted to the floor and dropped a stick. How did the sword of spell eating end up in that hallway? Where did that lead us? There we go. Okay, the thief dropped the sword in that hallway. How does that make sense? They had the sword there like you originally thought. No, the hallway was close to the gallery. There are plenty of better places to hide the sword. If it weren't for Tracker taking it, it would have been found even sooner. The thief must have accidentally dropped the sword there. This can only mean one thing. Why was the thief in that hallway? Outside of? Walking, breaking, tunneling? Tunneling? No, sneaking. No? Towards the baths. You can't give very Elizabeth and Steve would be walking there. There's another district where they were at that specific location. I'd actually think about what the thief would be doing. Hold on. Oh. There you go. Okay, okay. Well, yeah, they wanted to go a little before, right? The thief was also sneaking through the air vents. That's the only reason why they would be there. That would imply that the thief was as small as Eugene. Could have been another familiar. And if so, why didn't Eugene notice that? It was collide with something he didn't see. He collided with something he didn't see. In other words, it was something that wasn't visible to him. And as a master of illusion magic, Beatrice is one of the few people at the ball that could cast invisibility. Trust him to run like this. Blind, she wouldn't have much of a choice. She's not the type of person to trust her to stay quiet. Yep. She might want to carry her to plan herself, and she'd only employ someone else's help if she had full control of the... Yep. Have you been approaching the situation correctly the entire time? Yes, Tyrion. Yes. Through the eye, you knew that Beatrice was involved somehow, but you just assumed that she was one part of a larger plot. The breaking of the glass and the casting of invisibility. Those were the elements that you knew she was involved with, but never really fit together. Not unless she was the one pulling the string the entire time. There's only one way she could be in control the entire time. A couple of memories flood into your mind. Right. This creature that mage is formed with the magical bond with. A bond that our souls are forever connected. Because him telepathically, you can even see through his eyes and cast magic spells through him if I wanted to. Never spell that existed. It's quite rare. I just did not even cast it. I got Miss Moore's ward. She had to shake hers and just try to get her to her. So I hope you're not being too informal. Clap. It's actually crazy. Wow. Okay. What? Sorry, didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of habit of mine. How much about you, Cuthbert? My name is Beatrice. She didn't know that she was blind back then, so you barely even noticed it. But how did she know that you were holding out your hand? That is true. I just figured, like, she had really good hearing or something. Or, you know, some spell, like, enabled that. Like some sort of radar or whatever. Well, do you have any other questions for me? If you're wrong about this, Beatrice will surely be acquitted. And after that, the Inquisition will turn their attention to Harold and Eugene. There's only one way to know for sure. Your Honor, the prosecution has no further questions for the current witness. He is dismissed. What? I see. You have something else planned, don't you? Yeah. And I actually need your help. Really? Tell her about your plan. Really? I feel like I'm making some big assumptions there. Wouldn't the Inquisition check for something like that? I know. It's the best play we have. Do you remember what Steven said yesterday? Because of the body, you want to cast detect magic. That spell that would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Yep, of course, standard procedure. Call spells and invisibility leaves traces of magic that the person's cast on. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. This is great. If everything goes the way I think it will, you'll be able to confirm its location. Once you do that, you just need to reveal it to everyone. Alright, I'll follow your lead then. So, Mr. Cuthbert, how do you proceed? Your previous witness brought about more revelations than I could have ever guessed. However, you still haven't given a substantial explanation about how the murder occurred or who actually did it. I understand that, Your Honor. But it'll all make sense after I call my next witness. Another witness? I understand your hesitance, Your Honor, but everything that we've learned throughout these trials is finally coming together. Yes. And this final witness will tie it all together in a perfect knot. Your Honor, the prosecution calls Beatrice Frege to the stand. Oh yeah. Seriously, Cuthbert? Went to all that trouble just to end up calling my client to the stand? You and your client have the right to refuse, Mr. Mora. But I wonder how that will reflect on your client's character. Doesn't matter, she's already standing here with Mr. Mora. You can carry out your plan regardless of what she decides to do. Yep. But it'll have much more impact if you can bait her into lying on the stand. My client says that she's willing to testify. However, we would like to propose a short recess. With these new developments, I'm sure you can understand that we have much to discuss. I see no reason to grant the defense's request. That's suspicious. Is this really okay? If you give them time to prep, they might realize what we're doing. I know, but I don't think we have anything to worry about. You're sure about this? Okay. Alright. It's a bit of a risk, but sure, huh? This feels like a bit of a risk, but I guess you can't exactly cast detect magic discreetly, can you? Been building a psychological profile of Beatrice since the case began. It's hard to read her expression and emotions, even with the high force. Keeps herself guarded and keeps her true intentions unknown. She's powerful, more powerful than her father ever cared to admit. Despite this, he tried to control her and put her inside a cage. Beatrice Frege would never live in a cage. She wanted freedom and control, and she would do whatever it took to get it. I'm sure the accident that blinded her didn't help things. When everything was said and done, she abandoned everything. Her wealth, her status, her family. She could have waited. She could have gritted her teeth until it was her turn to lead House Frege. If she was willing, she could have even secretly pushed her father past the gates of death herself. But she couldn't bear to live like that, even temporarily. You have no idea why this is how she chose to do that. Perhaps it has something to do with our meeting. But you do know one thing. Beatrice Frege will never put herself in a position of vulnerability. If you endanger her freedom, she will make sure that she can see who she's up against. Alright, great. In the interest of giving the defense time to deliberate, we'll be taking an extended recess. Court is adjourned. Oh, okay. This do be long. This will be a third trial. Third trial? Is third trial or is this fourth trial now? I don't know. Don't remember. As you're exiting the courtroom, you sent Celeste to do some reconnaissance. Should be similar to when she scanned Valentina during the Nightgrave trial. Yes. Tyrion. Celeste, were you able to see it? Yeah, it's definitely there. And it's on her shoulder most of the time. So she keeps it close to her. That's good to know. It looks kind of weird though, but I've never used a technique like this before. Doubt that someone like her would choose a conventional animal, especially for something like this. Cuthbert. Miss Tamora? There's something I need to show you. Preferably alone. Celeste gives you a concerned look, but you not sure it's okay. She moves to sit on the bench where she can keep an eye on Beatrice. Okay, lead the way. Okay. Den? Another investigation? Is this really happening? Miss Tamora leads you out of the courthouse and into the city. Every time you ask her where she's taking you, she avoids answering your question. Alright, we're here. An empty alley in the frankly seedier part of the city. As Miss Tamora approaches one of the derelict buildings, she's met with a large, burly man who is guarding the back door. The man sadly launches her and steps aside to let her in. Miss Tamora? Where are we going? I'm sorry about this. I'm sure you're confused. But please, trust me. I'll explain everything now. Before I have a chance to ask for more information, she moves into the building. The man guarding the door looks at you expectantly. Her situation doesn't sit right with you, but you still continue to follow her. Despite your recent disagreements, you know that you can trust her. As you head further into the building, you find yourself in a surprisingly well-furnished room. Not looked outside, you would have never guessed that it would look like this. It almost looks like a room that you'd encountered in the Frege Manor. As you enter the room, you spot several mercenaries standing at various points in the room. Ha! Okay. And most surprisingly, you see Eris standing at the end of the room. You give her a confused look, but she simply smiles and waves at you. Sitting at a desk next to her, you see a man with an eye patch. Looks like he's been expecting you. Ah, Tamora. Upon seeing you two, he cordially welcomes Mr. Morrow before turning his attention to you. And you must be Tyrion. Tomorrow has told me a lot about you. I see, but who are you? Been called by many names over the years, but my favorite has always been the Eye Taker. There he is. Okay. The Eye Taker. The sounds of it, you've already heard of me. Miss Tamara, what is this? My daughter Eris told me all about your work prosecuting this case. She's his daughter! But I have to say, I'm quite impressed. Getting a monkey to testify. I don't think I could even pull off a grift like that. You've pretty much blown past my expectations. Why, get to the point. As you interrupt him, you feel every person in the room tense up. You don't even need the eye to know that your interruption put them on edge. Relax, everyone. Kids will be kids. I'm a father myself, you know. Anyways, I'll get straight to the point. I have a certain interest in the outcome of this trial. What are you talking about? Little Lady Freyga has been a client of ours for a long time. I've done quite a lot of favors for her. And the time has finally come for me to collect those debts that Steven mentioned. They all belong to me. But there's no need to worry. I know she's good for it. That is, if she can inherit House Freyga. What? Tomorrow's a good attorney, even without my help. If she's convicted, we could easily reduce her sentence by rubbing the red hands. But you see, there's that pesky slay rule, huh? The thing is, Cuthbert, I need Beatrice Freyga to be acquitted in the current trial. So that's what this is about? House Freyga's gold? That's why you helped her murder William Freyga? Please, my goals aren't nearly so short-sighted. I have big plans, not just for Beatrice, but for this entire kingdom. I need House Freyga for that. Just like you needed Justin Way? Tyrion! Ah, Justin. It's really a shame what happened to him, huh? Don't act so innocent. You would never try to rob Rakajan if you didn't threaten him. Is that so? Do you think I just randomly showed up on his doorstep one day, demanding gold? He was the one who came to me for help. I just told him to pay back what he owed. If he hadn't come to me, he would have been some other criminal. That's beside the point. Enough about what I want from Justin. Let's talk about what I want from you. Want me to start the case? I love this kid. I don't have to beat around the bush with his gun. No one will doubt you, especially considering the amount of work you put into this already. You don't need to do anything. Just take a dive. And let someone else take the fall. No matter what happens, the court will blame someone for this. If it makes you feel better, I can assign tomorrow to defend the old man and his monkey. That way everyone can come out of this unharmed. Everyone wins. Except for the fact that a murderer will be put in charge of House Freyga. These, as if that's any worse than the people in charge of the other noble houses. If you recall, there's already a murderer in charge of House Von Sanctus. They're all dirty. You've seen it, haven't you? They rig the system. They pay, threaten, or even kill people to get their way. All we're doing is leveling the playing field, huh? Tyrion, please, just listen to him. How can you just go along with this? I told you a long time ago that there were certain parts of my job that I couldn't tell you about. Well, this is it. This is what we need to do to beat them. Those rumors about you, they're all true, aren't they? Forgery, bribery, blackmail. You're guilty of each and every one of them. And you used him to do it. Also, you could keep winning. You blackmailed Miriam, Miss Tamara. Oh, as if we should show any pity for that spoiled princess. Oh my god. Which dreadful thought just entered your mind. Steelwind. She was attacked the day that Beatrice was arrested. Was that? I didn't know that's what they were planning. Despite my confidence in tomorrow's skills, I'm afraid there was too much riding on this to leave the chance. So you got to make your own luck if you want to beat the system. Could you? She almost died! I never expected her to strain her injuries like that. And we definitely didn't expect you to take her place. So believe me when I say that I'm being uncharacteristically reasonable right now. Would you even consider working with someone like him? Did you think it's a little arrogant to judge her, Cuthbert? What? You talk about defending people as if you two are even close to being equals. But she doesn't have the luxury of looking into people's minds now, does she? You told him about the Eye of Horus? The future of magic's changing, kid. Like I said before, I have big plans for this kingdom. I also have big plans for you. Do you think I would ever... Tyrion, stop! To be honest, I hate it as much as you do. Whether you like it or not, we need their help. But this is... Think about every client you defended. Think of Celeste. If you didn't have the Eye of Horus, what would happen to her? If even one thing went differently, Pierce would have gotten away and Celeste would have been executed. I kind of figured that out on my own without without needing the empowered eye. You know? Can I add some ideas and thoughts? There is a way through this, surely. Good. You're taking chances and follow your instincts. That's worked for you so far. But what if it's not enough? What if the system is too corrupt for you to fight against next time? With Eye Taker's help, you'll never have to worry about that again. If I had accepted his help sooner, I could have saved your mother. So what's gonna be a kid, huh? You already know about what happened to that Stew and Brat. So let me tell you what happened if you don't play ball, huh? Wait. No. What? Maybe you're right. Maybe I can't always win against the nobility unless I play dirty like they do. But this is wrong. Tyrion, I am not going to compromise my prime principles. Not even for you, Mr. Mora. I'm sorry to hear you say that, kid. I really am, huh? On motion of his hand, every mercenary in the room draws their weapons. Please, you don't have to do this. Oh boy. Whatever conviction you had before is slowly fading. You should have never entered this place. You knew something was off. There are about a dozen mercenaries here, and there's even more guarding the way out. You're nowhere near as physically strong as Celeste, but maybe you can make a break for it if you get lucky. No. Hi, Celeste. Yeah, as soon as Tyrion did that, I expected her to come by. So yeah, that's good. Celeste? What the? How did you get in here? My whole job is keeping this guy safe. Do you honestly think I just let you take him to an undisclosed location? Doesn't matter. Does one girl make a difference? Well, what are you waiting for? Is that really her? Seeing Celeste as mercenary is cautiously step back. No one wants to make the first move. What's wrong? It has to be her. What the hell are you doing? You have her surrounded. Tries command when no one takes a step forward. Look, so I'll just sit down and talk about this rationally. Perhaps a different approach is warranted here, Father. What, huh? Celeste will frick him up, yeah! Go, Celeste. Oh. Could I have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cuthbert? I believe I can make him see things our way. Of course you do. Oh god. I'm sorry, sweetie, but I can't just... Well, you've never been wrong before. I'll leave them to you, love. Shall we go, you two? Celeste silently watches Eris with her sword drawn, but unlike the mercenaries, Eris seems unmoved. She merely walks past her and out the exit. You and Celeste exchange glances and follow after her. Okay. That was close. I don't think I could have fought that whole room while protecting you. I mean, she could have fought them if she were alone. You two are really courageous to a fault, aren't you, huh? Eris, I appreciate you vouching for us, but I'm not changing my mind. I'm not changing my mind about this. Oh, I'm well aware of that. Why do you think I intervened? Oh, well, thank you. Is this really okay? Won't your dad be mad? I should be asking Tyrion that same question. You've seen your adoptive mother's true colors and rejected them. How are the two of you going to move forward? She's not my... Isn't she, though? She lost any right to deny it the moment she took it upon herself to raise you. She only did that because I asked her to. It wasn't her choice. Oh, but it was. How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Eris! Back then you barely knew Tamora. It would be a stretch to even call her a family friend. She was the adult in that situation, and what did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility, instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Tamora took you away from your only friends and isolated you from society. She even homeschooled you, didn't she? That's... well... As a result, you never formed any other relationships. You made your first close friend at the age of 20, and she was your client. Don't you think that's a bit sad, huh? She isolated you because she wanted to use you. Not true. That's not why she... Well, from what I've seen today, you clearly have no idea who Timora is. Even with the Eye of Horus, you're clearly a terrible... You're clearly a terrible judge character. Eris, you're going way too far. To save you from more heartache, let me give you one last piece of advice. Things really close to you begins to whisper into your ear. Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you? What? I'm sure you understand now. Timora can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burned that bridge, so where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore? No, she's not. With Flintheart dead, she has to worry about her mother. Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or do you actually think she enjoys spending time with you, huh? Oh, wow. Tyrion. You have to look at this rationally. Any sport or affection that she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer. You seem to know a lot about these things. When I was mercenary. Okay, I thought, yeah. Is that charm merchant to hire me? God. Why are you doing this? Because I want to finally break you. I'm just trying to keep you from getting hurt. Freaking hell, Eris cruel. Yeah, God. Even when... is this... Hold on. Is this Eris? No, this can't be Eris. Yeah, that has to be Eris. Oh God. She's trying to keep character this entire time. God. It may seem cruel, but you have to be realistic about these things. You trusted Timora and she betrayed you. Trying to make the same mistake twice. Celeste didn't hear anything she said, but she seems to notice how it's affecting you. Eris, that's enough! Ah, my apologies. I've been told that I've been too blunt sometimes. But I do hope you'll think about what I said. Anyways, the trial should be starting soon. We should make our way back to the courthouse. I'm genuinely curious to see how this trial ends. Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? What did she say to you? She was trying to be instinctively yank it away from hers. Tyrion? Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm okay, really. Okay. Is he mad at me? Oh no. You can think about everything else later. Oh no. Oh God. Master manipulator. Alright. But for now, you know what you need to do. You need to convince Beatrice Vega. Alright. I guess we're still doing this. I still have time, so yeah, might as well. Court now resumes the trial of Beatrice Frega. Is the defendant prepared to take the stand? Timora, I asked you a question. Is the defendant prepped or not? She is. If the prosecution still wants to move forward with... Prosecution will be moving forward with this. Please bring in the witness. Right, he's dead set on this. Yeah. There was so much of that intervention, but she is a great character. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say, she is great. She is great. Really, really cool villain, huh? But she can't get in the way of the romance of these two. Come on. But that's exactly the point, isn't it? That's literally the point. That she was doing that. Oh my God. Yeah, it's still there. Part of it, no? No. Let's really make a point of it. Wait for my signal. Thank you for agreeing to take the stand, Miss Riga. Mr. Cuthbert. It's my understanding that you were with the two princes for most of the night? Yes, I was. So I'm still quite confused as to why I'm being charged with this crime. Out of everyone there that night, I'd have thought my alibi was most solid. That remains to be seen. Clearly. Anyways, since you still maintain your innocence, you'll have no problem going into details about your supposed alibi. How are we gonna do this? Oh, okay, I see, right. As you know, I was with Crown Prince Aster and Prince Alaric for the most of the ball. I went there after my meeting with my father, and I remained with them until I was arrested for his murder. Lord Steelwind and the King's Guard kept watch over me for the entire night as well. I neither had the means nor the opportunity to steal the sword of spell eating, and break into my father's room, study to murder him.
Objection!
Oh! Oh! Immediately, okay. We are seeing this familiar thing coming, by the way. Very convoluted route to getting there. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very cool idea. Very, very, very cool idea. That's kind of the theme of this whole case, huh? With Eugene. And also Tracker. Yeah. Very cool. And that, Miss Frigga, is where you're mistaken. You definitely had the means to commit both crimes while under the eye of everyone there that night. The most effective tool attorney has is revealing a contradiction in a witness's testimony. It not only completely shatters your opponent's argument, it also makes the court doubt whether the witness is acting in good faith. Usually, you've used evidence to reveal contradictions like this. Now, Celeste. Aburio. What are you doing, huh? Whoa. Whoa, what? Whoa, what? Okay, what? Your Honor, the witness testimony is clearly... Oh my god, what the hell is that? Is that thing? Tyrion, get behind me. A monster, it's a monster. Oh my, oh boy. Why do you have a pet gargoyle, dude? What? Oh, the Inquisition, the King's Guard. Anyone. Your Honor, can you please restore order? He's gone. Your Honor. Whoa. Demonic familiar god. Okay. No, let out the back door the moment he saw me. He can talk. The demon it must be. It's like I didn't say. Can we all just calm down? Takes a while before he can get everyone in the room to settle down. Eventually, it was clear that the demon wasn't intent on harming anyone. At least not yet. The court ordered extra guards just in case, and you're eventually able to bring everyone back to the courtroom. Mr. Cuthbert, what's the meaning of this? Sorry, I didn't know it was a... Actually, what are you? Are you a demon? Why, yes. I am a demon. It actually exists. I thought they were only a legend. Your Honor, not only do demons exist, the defendant has made one into her familiar. She's only blind in the literal sense. She's constantly looking through the eyes of her familiar to see. And? What do you mean, and? It's pretty obvious that making a pact with a demon is incriminating by itself. Tell me, Your Honor, do the laws of Woodland Guard prohibit entering an accord with a demon? They don't. But my client has committed no crime. Even so, I recall, I really would have preferred not revealing Maranoth like that. Maranoth, is that your name? It is what most people call me. Yes. Holy crap. Dude, okay. Oh, it's so fantastical, I love it. Alright, I suppose you have a point tomorrow. Having a demon as your familiar isn't technically illegal. However, this does prove that the defendant had a way to commit the murder, all while under the eye of everyone in the ballroom. She could have sent Maranoth upstairs to the gallery and then had him steal the sword of spell eating. After that, they would just need to reverse the events into William's study, just like Eugene did that night. The fact that her familiar is a demon proves that she couldn't have done that. What do you mean? You saw how everyone reacted when they saw Maranoth's form. A monkey may have raised some eyebrows, but someone surely would have reported Maranoth if they saw them. Okay, they saw him. Tomorrow, your client is a master of illusion magic. Can I assume that we'll find invisibility in her spell compendium? You might. And with the connection granted by familiar bond, she could have cast a spell on him regardless of where each of them was. I'll admit that my client does know how to cast invisibility. But your theory raises another question. Could my client continue casting it unnoticed? Now I see why this case is so different to the ones before. Yeah. Yeah. Like when I said the scale was like increasing steadily, bit by bit. I didn't think it would go to demon, to demon stuff. To demon pacts, to pets, demon friggin' familiars, that's the one. That's the word, yeah. What a crazy thing, okay. I just expected more like you know, like really, what, like traitorous thing, something like was it AA1, AA3, whichever one where our defendant was actually guilty, was true color showed. One of those, something like that. But yeah, no, this turned into something like this. I mean, this is kind of the same thing, really. It's just more fantastical. Continue casting it. You'll understand once I go over to the order of the events that night. At an unknown time, someone made the sword of spell eating from the Hudson Gallery. Due to the timing of this, I'll admit that it would be logically consistent if my client was a thief. However, sometime later, my client met with the crown prince and was watched closely by the King's Guard. Found guilty in AA2 for, yeah, on guard, yeah, him. I was thinking of them, yeah. This is effectively the same thing. Although I guess, we're the prosecutor in this case. So it's closed by the King's Guard. From witness accounts, including yours, we know that this happened at 12:45 a.m. And since this time, my client didn't leave the King's Guard's sight. It was around this time that William Frege retreated into his study and locked the door. He made a point of telling everyone that he didn't want to be disturbed. Then at 1:03 a.m., Lord Haraldson finally discovered that the sword was stolen. He reported the theft to the Inquisition, and they activated the lockdown system. Shortly after the report, Laia Frege tried to speak with her father about the theft. William Frege reiterated that he did not want to be disturbed. Laia saw his face, and there weren't any traces of illusion directly on his body. This means that William Frege was still alive at this time. Yes, okay. Unbeknownst to everyone at the time, William Frege was attacked by the murderer at 3:12 a.m. This is confirmed not only by John Hughes' testimony, but also by the autopsy report. Then at 3:26 a.m., the King's Guard found the sword of spell eating in my client's old room. The King's Guard tried to arrest my client for this, but the Crown Peers told them to stand down. Finally, at 3:36 a.m., the lockdown was lifted. John Hughes reported what he heard, and that's when the Inquisition and the King's Guard discovered the body. The theft must have happened before 1:23 a.m. when it was actually reported. In order to keep Maranoth concealed at every step, my client would have needed to keep him visible from 1:03 a.m. to 3:12 a.m. Not only that, she needed Maranoth to wield the sword of spell eating to ignore the effects of the anti-magic fields. This means he would need to be invisible for more than an hour. What's your point? My point is that invisibility has a duration of 1 hour. I'll admit that my client could have cast invisibility before she met with Crown Prince, but if she wanted to keep Maranoth invisible, she would have needed to recast the spell at some point that night. And as you know, my client couldn't have done so during that night without the King's Guard noticing it. Are you sure about that? Your logic makes sense, but that can only mean that the defendant refreshed the invisibility right in front of everyone watching. In front of the entire King's Guard, the two princes, and Lucio Sealwind. As unlikely as it is the only conclusion I can come to. There's a lot of conditions there. Oh, God. There is, but yeah. I had a feeling you'd say that. Which is why we have a witness who can confirm that Beatrice didn't perform any magic that night. A witness. Okay, we're bringing a witness for this. Okay, sure. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Prince Alaric to the stand. The stand, okay. The child. 7 years old. Not the prince. I guess it would be like a... I guess it would be like... not a conflict of interest, but like a... What's the word? Beneficial? The opposite of conflict of interest? I don't know. Whatever. But yeah. I guess it is. But, anyways, he would have certainly been close enough to notice the defendant casting magic. But wouldn't the Crown Prince's testimony be more suitable? Yeah. Are you trying to say that Prince Alaric is unqualified to give proper testimony, Your Honor? Of course, he's saying that. The kid is 7 years old! No, of course not. Is the prince ready to testify? Grow spine, for Lord's sake. Oh man, okay, well, we're doing this. Thank you for coming in, Prince Alaric. Could you please... Hold your tongue, knave! You will speak when you are spoken to. Oh god, he sounds like Mary when we first met her. Honestly, he behaves exactly how you'd expect a prince of the Swan Kingdom to act. That's just the odd one out in this situation. Makes you wonder what made him so down to earth. Yeah, actually. Found some empathy. Anyways, Your Highness, Miss Cuthbert believes that the defendant used her magic while she was with you in the contents. I already gave my statement to the instigators. This man dares to question my testimony. Yes, he said it. Not me. not me. Wow, you just didn't even think twice whether you want to. Not the bus. The something. The carriage. But very well. If my testimony is required to strike down these redundant accusations, I will bestow it upon you. Redundant? Don't you mean ridiculous? Mr. Cuthbert, do not dare to disclose what His Highness really means. His boots might be shining from all the looking you're doing. What was that? No, nothing. You think Lady Frigga cast magic right in front of me? Don't be a serf. She was under the careful watch of the King's Guard, my brother, and Lord Steelwind. We conversed for the whole night, and I didn't see her cast any magic. She's been through so much over the last few years, all because of her horrid father. She'd never do something like this. You and Lady Steelwind are just jealous. Seems really convinced that he didn't see anything. He doubts that he's intentionally lying. Celeste, usually when you cast detect magic, I can see magical energies overlaying your eyes. Yeah, there's always a visible magical effect on the target when you cast a spell. But Maranath was probably another room. The King's Guard won't see the initial magical effect of invisibility. Even if there wasn't a visible effect in that room, she would have still needed to say the incantation and perform the gesture with her hands. Right, like how you shout Repario Arcanum every time you see a kind of crime scene. Don't shout it! Anyways, she must have done the incantation and gesture at some point during the night. Did she ever get an opportunity to conceal herself to do so? I mean, she did have problems with her eyes. Oh, Celeste, what do you usually need to do to cast a spell? Honestly, there are a lot of things I need to account for. Stamina and focus are a big part of it. Assuming that she's in perfect condition, what's the bare minimum that she would need to do? Well, she would have to focus her magic, say the incantation, and perform the gesture with her hands, all at the same time. That does sound pretty conspicuous, but she must have hidden it somehow. I wonder. Okay. Definitely, yeah. Is there anything here that does something? No. Just their alibi. Track one of them down. Rats, huh? Yeah, sorry. Okay, let's just press. Well, men, don't be absurd, but there's not much to gain from correcting him. You may think that the idea is absurd, Your Highness, but the defendant was clearly good at keeping secrets. She could have easily concealed her actions at some point during the night. A brief moment to say the incantation and perform the gesture would have been all she needed. But I wasn't the only one watching her. But would they have really noticed her casting one spell? King's Guard are the most vigilant knights in the kingdom. They're trained to watch and counter mage's spell. The defendant needed to target someone who was in another area. There would be no visual indication that she was using magic. But she would have still needed to perform the incantation and complete the gesture with her hands. She didn't know about the arcane arts, but as Prince of Woodengard, I suppose that's to be expected. Okay. If I recall correctly, you and your brother were with her until she was arrested for the murder. What did you speak about? She told us stories about what she did while she was away. She was researching something. I forgot what she said. Something about the old cult. Bro, ain't no way. You made the incantation sound normal. Oh my god. Do you mean the occult? Yes, that's it. She was researching ghosts and demons. Seeing how familiar it is, her research was paid off. Anyways, Your Highness, could you please add this to this movie? Thank you. If I must. Something about how the occult are facing. The occult RA. Bro, no, that's insane. Occult RA. Boom, I'm invisible. Okay. No, okay, but so that's amazing. Oh, that's amazing. Man, she's smart. Okay. So might as well do this first. You're feeling sympathetic to her situation, but you must have only been a toddler when she left 5 years ago. My brother spoke to her a lot. She told me all about her. I could tell from his face. He was really sad that she ran away. Even if it's not romantic, as a colleague cares about her a lot. Prosecutor must have complicated feelings about that. Yeah. Well, I can't speak for Miss Steeland, but I am just trying to get to the truth. Liar! You just hate her because she's a noble, don't you? Lord Ones like this told me all about you. You just wanted to lock nobles up because you're jealous of how much gold you have. So he speaks with ones like this frequently. Actually speaks a lot about his personality. Is he? You have a spell? Yeah, okay. Dude, that's insane. So I think I just cast this. Cast? Not cast. Present this. Wouldn't saying the occult is a fantastic phenomenon be more grammatically correct? Come on, Tyrion, don't be the one of these who has to correct other people's grammar. Yeah, we all say things incongruently sometimes. You might be projecting a little. Okay, well, here goes, I guess.
Objection!
To cast a spell, a mage needs to speak an incantation. There's something that says you can't say anything before or after it. Your Highness, according to your testimony, the defendant told you that the occult are a fascinating phenomenon. Is that was exactly what she said, word for word? Yes, the stories she told us were quite interesting. They really stuck a court with me. Stuck a court. I see. Well, even if they were interesting, your testimony proves that she did cast the invisibility spell that night. Are you deaf? I already told you. No one heard her say any incantations, nor did they see her perform any gestures. Unfortunately, your testimony proves the contrary. Beatrice Frege said an incantation and performed a gesture right in front of you, all without anyone even knowing it, or realizing it. What? Your Highness, there are 2 components required to cast invisibility. First, the caster must speak the incantation Occultare. That's insane. God. And clap both of their hands together. As I'm sure you notice, the defendant has a habit of clapping both of her hands to calm herself. Now that I think about it, that habit must have come from constantly casting the spell. The defendant requires Marinath to see, so she must constantly cast invisibility to keep him invisible. Cuthbert, you may have an explanation for how she did the gesture, but she would have still needed to speak the incantation. However, she did speak the incantation. The witness's testimony proves it. What are you talking about? I never said that she spoke any incantation. Highness, the incantation for invisibility is Occultare. Now recall what you said in your testimony. She said the occult are a fascinating phenomenon, dude. The pronunciation of that one phrase is identical to the incantation. I see. So she hid the incantation in her conversation. And because her target was a creature that was outside of the ballroom, no one saw the magical effects. This means that Marinath had the means to murder William Frege just as Eugene did. Having the means is completely different from actually having done it, Cuthbert. Very few people have had the ability to shatter the display case to steal the sword of spell eating. And even few people had a familiar or small enough to traverse the vents. Which also makes Harrelson's familiar and equally likely suspect. And unlike my client's familiar, he admitted to breaking into William's study that night. If your client's familiar is truly innocent, then why not have him testify before the court? Oh, okay. Once again. I see. Well, it's not as if he's the first unprecedented witness we have had today. Is Marinath willing to testify, Mr. Morrow? See tomorrow deliberating with Beatrice and Marinath. You can't hear what they're saying, but they're clearly in disagreement with each other. Marinath in particular seems to be the most vocal about his displeasure. Your Honor, unfortunately, Marinath is unwilling to testify. Oh, first time? Wow. Why does she fart? My client's familiar may be a demon, but he's afforded the same rights as any other person. He is not obligated to testify. Marinath and his grinding his very sharp teeth together. For some reason, he appears to be looking at you with intense hatred. Why are they being so secretive all of a sudden? Anyway, witness can refuse to testify to avoid incriminating themselves, but a refusal to testify is suspicious in and of itself. Tamora had no issues with Beatrice taking the stand earlier, so why would she change her tune when it comes to Marnoth? And despite what she said, Marnoth seems like he disagrees with her decision the most. It's possible that he is the weakest link of the three of them. He's the weakest link of the three of them. So, he might be a key to implicating them. Just think about it, really deceiving people. You wonder. I see. Marnoth is well within his right to refuse, if that's what he truly wants. It is? Well, I suppose it's for the best. I thought he'd be able to corroborate your story at all. Marnoth grinds his teeth together. Sounds like metal grinding on metal. Considering his diminutive figure, I don't blame him for being a coward. Oh, oh, oh! You're using Miss Tamora's tactics against her. Oh my god, Mr. Cuthbert, could you please refrain from provoking the literal demon? Oh, it's fine, Your Honor. He can't do anything without his master's word. Between him and the defendant, it's clear that Beatrice is the brains of the operation. You shut your filthy celestial mouth. There he is. Cheers, mate. Marnoth, what are you doing? I will not stand here and be insulted by a bloody Heavensborn. Heavensborn? I'm still within my contract. I will not flee from the likes of him. You want my testimony? I'll give you my goddamn testimony.
Objection!
Your Honor, my client does not consent to having her familiar testify. Mora, didn't you say earlier that Marnoth is afforded the same rights as any other person? He has a right to refuse to testify, but only he can decide if he wants to exercise it. And he's clearly intent on giving it. So, Marnoth, why did you testify about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Gladly. Provided sight to my keeper while she spoke with the princess. I'll admit that she did cast invisibility on me during their conversation. She needed to keep me hidden after all. But I never left the room where my master was. Nor did I steal the sword of spell eating. You have nothing on me, Heavenborn. You don't even have proof that I entered William Frega's study. I do. Do you honestly expect us to take your word for it? Or do you have any evidence to support your alibi? I only speak the truth, Heavenborn. There were mages other than my keeper that could have stolen the sword. And by your own admission, none of your witnesses saw me on the night of the murder. Testimony. What was that? New testimony? New testimony remix. Oh, didn't quite notice. The one lacking evidence is you. He has a point. You still need definitive proof that ties him to the murder. Scratch pieces on the face and back. Oh. I guess that explains that a lot more. Okay. These things add up. Oh, okay. Presenting contradicting evidence might not be possible. However, he's clearly lying in his testimony, and there's something strange about the way he's speaking. Why is he pausing so much? Not seeing any thoughts through the eye, but perhaps you can try to interpret the meaning of his words. Okay, great. I mean, I thought there was evidence. We saw the vent, but no, sure. Arcane testimony. Oh, okay, I hear it now. It's a lot more mystical. Ooh. Yeah, just noticed. This is something that you frequently do. Yes, my keeper's accident never completely blind. She looks through my eyes to see her surroundings. And did she look through your eyes while she was with the princess? Yes, she did. So you better pause before asking your question. Wait, does that mean she normally casts invisibility IVR? My keeper is a powerful mage, and my pact with her has only made her stronger. Wow, it's actually really impressive. Really. Casting spells may look effortless, but continuously casting spells takes a lot of stamina to cast her. I see. She must have had a lot of stamina if she can cast a high-level illusion every hour. Huh? And did your master leave the room while she was with the princess? No. I'm sure you remember. My keeper was under the careful watch of the Kingsguard and Lucio Sluland. And you're maintaining that you never left the ballroom. As I said, I never left the room where my master was. It's a bit of pausing before he responds to you. It happens sometimes. Some region accent or something else. What else do you think it is, bud? I still sort of spell eating. I'm just gonna press these for now. But still, yeah. Beatrice was one of the few mages present that could shatter the glass. Yes, but being able to do something and actually doing it are two different things. He's right. You won't be able to convict Beatrice until you can connect Marna to the murder. Yeah, we don't know what spell she used for breaking the case. Did she also have to like cast that, like do an incantation and gesture and everything? That might be a little more suspicious, but I don't know. Oh, maybe it was cast fully through. Oh, maybe it was cast fully through Maranoth. That's my guess. It's just well, what I mean is that that Maranoth effectively casted the spell with Beatrice's orders. I have a feeling he's the one that's going to give you. Why do you keep calling me that? Oh, does heaven's board not know the nature of his blood? Your blood could be to your mother. Wait, do you know where my abilities came from? Oh, how marvelous! You don't know, do you? If you make a pact with me, child, I can tell you the nature of your blood, and much, much more. Mr. Cuthbert, please don't make deals with the devil in my courtroom. I wasn't planning to, Your Honor. If you know something, but we can deal with demons just asking for trouble. That's the trouble. You can also just be trying to just distract you. Stay on task. Yep. He's certainly more direct than most witnesses. Yeah, but he's still clearly lying. And there's something off about the way he's speaking. Please or statements. Yes, please. I want to do that. Can I do it on? Do I do it on all of them? All of them?
Objection!
No. Okay. Your Honor, this thought's covered the evidence. Okay, yeah. Well, let's beat this one.
Objection!
Wondering if this is gonna be that. He keeps taking pauses before certain statements, but not all of them. And more importantly, his word choice was different. Do you slip up? Maranoth, looks like you misspoke and used the wrong word. What? Through most of your testimony, you referred to Beatrice Frege as your keeper. But you referred to her as your master during one statement. Why is that? Oh. I didn't catch that. That's oh, good detail. Nice. For the first time, he doesn't have a response. So I'll ask you again. Did you leave the ballroom that night? I didn't leave the room where my master was. See your master again, even though you pointed it out. Why isn't he correcting it? Does it mean he's intentionally using that term? You can't change sentences, oh my god. If so, why? Why is Maranoth using the term master? There has to be a reason why. Well. No? No? Okay. I don't know. Oh. Wait, oh, I did that wrong way around. Oopsies. But wait. I should have done is not. Wait, okay, yeah. I just completely mixed up the sentence, the words. This is it? No? No. Same thing. Okay. I guess it's reverse. Did I say the same thing? I don't remember what I said, what I put in, whatever. Maranoth is Beatrice's? No, wait, not that. Or not this. That's not it. What? Using the term master. Wait, in what context did he use? Hold on. Master was. Yeah, this is. this doesn't make any sense. Yes, okay. Maranath. Beatrice. Like, who else could it be? Oh. Wait. Is Tamora giving is Tamora giving the Beatrice orders? Client, wait. No? What's happening here? I don't know what this is. Keeper Master. Wait. Oh, is it really that? No? What? Okay, now I'm confused. Okay. Really? What does this mean? Hold on, wait. Okay, I'll just look. Hold on. Take his words as face value. The master he is referring to isn't Beatrice. And if Beatrice isn't his master, then the statement never left the room where my master was would technically be true. Why even bother making that distinction? There's no moral hang-ups. What committing murder? You could have just lied. Mara simply lied. Well, I know this. I think. Dragons, mages, demons. I mean, based on the little bits of hearsay I've heard from Harold and stuff, yeah. No, it can't be. Demons are clearly different from humans, but would they seriously have a limitation like that? You would explain why Tamora and Beatrice were so opposed to having him testify. There's only one way to know for sure. Witness, can you repeat the following statement for me? Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. What kind of ridiculous request is that? Another pause. I'm afraid I must agree, Mr. Cuthbert. Please don't waste our time. I'm just conducting a little experiment, Your Honor. So I'll ask you again, Maranoth. I'll say the following phrase. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. Your Honor, Cuthbert is clearly making trivial requests all the time. His request is not worth a response from the witness. That's not what I'm doing, Tamora. I think you know that. Maranoth, we surely don't know much about demons aside from the stories told in myths. So is it possible that demons are physically unable to lie? Damn it. Sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. That seems quite ridiculous. Why wouldn't the witness be capable of lying? I genuinely don't know, Your Honor, but his testimony speaks for itself. He can easily refute it by granting my request. Say Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green, witness. You said it yourself. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. That's not what I asked for, witness. Repeat the statement I told you word for word, nothing after or before it.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution's argument is absurd. The witness is not obligated to fulfill such an outrageous request. I might be compelled to agree with you, Mr. Warham. But the witness wasn't clearly avoiding fulfilling the request. Well, we're all waiting, Maranoth. You can easily prove me wrong by repeating my statement plainly. Ah, you filthy heavensborn. Say it, Maranoth. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is blonde. Technically, it's a dirty blonde. Oh, shut up. Is Mr. Cuthbert correct, Maranoth? Are you actually unable to lie? Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect, actually, dude. Oh. This science just reads herself more, if your honor. Remarkable. I would have never imagined. And with that, proving my case becomes a much simpler matter. Marnos, did you murder William Frege? I'm sure you understand, witness. Under these circumstances, staying silent is basically an admission of guilt. You have no reason to stay quiet, Marnos. Tell him the truth. Oh boy. Here she comes. Lady Beatrice, what are you... I believe it's time to come clean, don't you, Marnos? I see. So that's your play. Don't think you can just stall for time, Miss Frege. Marnos has no choice but to answer the question. Do it, Marnos. Tell the court the truth. To answer your question, yes. I did murder William Frege. What are you doing? Miss Frege, does this mean you're confessing to the murder? Oh, Your Honor, I am not admitting to anything. This confession comes from Marnos himself. But your own familiar just... Let me ask you a question, Marnos. Did I order you to murder my father? No, you did not, Lady Beatrice. Wow, what are you talking about? You're lying, aren't you? Demons are physically unable to lie, Mr. Cuthbert. She's right. She must have done something. She planned for this. She must have arranged things so that thing would be technically true. She could have asked someone else to give the order, or she could have just implied it. Either way, she could just plead ignorance and blame everyone else. Still, this isn't over. Oh, is that so? Let me tell you. This trial was over the moment Arya turned her plate against me. I don't care who you are, man, king, or demon, you're not going to get away with this. Oh, I do love the gravitas behind that. But I wonder how long it'll last. Hit me with your best shot, Heavensborn. Even she calls us Heavensborn well. Beatrice Frege, you may not have technically ordered your father's murder, but you were clearly acting with malice. You brought something dangerous into the manor, something that you knew would harm your father. Oh, really? And what would that be? I'd bring anything dangerous into Frege Manor. What was so dangerous that it implies lethal intent? He's there now. I mean, is she just gonna refute that? Yeah, I don't know. Is this that simple? I can't think of anything else, so... Sure. Okay, okay, it's that simple. Right. You brought Marnos into Frege Manor that night. You were clearly planning to murder your father from the start. I required Marnos to see. That does not imply lethal intent. But you brought a demon into that house, and as a result your father was killed. That's hardly an innocent mistake. My client specifically asked her father if familiars were allowed. He even received a written legal confirmation beforehand. Well, but he couldn't have possibly expected her to bring in a demon. He didn't specify not to do this. The presence of Marnos did not break any of his rules, nor any laws made by the kingdom. Right you are, Timora. I can only be blamed if my familiar acts without my knowledge. How could be blameless in Marnos' actions? He is your familiar. By that same logic, shouldn't we also blame Lord Haraldson for the actions of his pet monkey? If I recall, he broke into the study, tampered with the crime scene, and then left my father's body without reporting it. Depends. Marnos and Eugene are intelligent and sentient creatures. They have their own autonomy. Their keepers are legally responsible for their actions. Playing devil's advocate. I suppose that's fitting for her, huh? Yep. You still cast invisibility to keep Marnos hidden from light. Miss Cuthbert, I always cast invisibility on Marnos. I can't very well let people see him. Face it, Mr. Cuthbert, you have nothing on me. I did not commit any crimes during the Lord's Ball, huh? Every crime related to the murder was committed by Marnos. What's this? Can I do this? I mean, what else is there? I don't think there's anything else. I mean, again, I'm kind of like second guessing myself because because like it's a simple question to me. Like if this really is the answer, I'm just doubting myself if there's actually something else that actually implicates this more. I'll just do it. Although then again, she's just gonna put the blame on her, on Marinos. I mean, just banger chasing down a Demon's Keeper. Very cool. Okay, good. Beatrice, Marinos required your magic to break the wards regarding the sword of spell eating. God, may be able to explain why you cast invisibility that night, but you can't explain why you cast an evocation spell powerful enough to shatter that display case. Oh, that. I'd almost forgotten. I plead guilty. What? To the charge of grand theft, I mean. I ordered Marinos to help me steal the artifact so I could sell it on the black market. I've never imagined that he'd use it to murder my father. Right, doesn't matter if she's found guilty of stealing the sword. Clearly only takes effect if she's found to be responsible for her father's death. Yep. You know, said all you can do. Marinos will take the fall on Beatrice's path. Nothing. This. Not. Oh my god. Nothing here. Nothing here sounds like it'll work. On appeal to Marinos, that's not good. And I don't think he cares. I think he was prepared for this. Best thing, I guess. Marinos, the sentence for first-degree murder is death. Are you really willing to die for a keeper's crimes? Oh, you stupid Heavensborn. Demons never truly die. When our bodies are destroyed, we return to the abyssal hells. Hell? If I were to die in accordance with your laws, how long have I return my plane unharmed? What? Even if I could die, a fate much worse than death awaits me if I fail. You're paid to argue against when they're together. Can't break Beatrice's confidence at all. So, do you have anything else, Mr. Cuthbert? Hey, I didn't think so. Your Honor, it appears you found the true culprit. I can't believe you killed my father, Marinos. I'm so cross with you. I'm so cross with you. Actually, my apologies. I won't do it again. Don't worry, I forgive you. Now then. Is there any reason why this trial hasn't ended already, Your Honor? Come on, don't you have anything else? That's the reductions, no damage. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. The first two were a little more obvious. Just kind of like trying to like bring a confidence down, but did nothing. Just deflected it straight to Marinos, and did the same thing for the last one. So the best thing would have been to play into Marinos. Play to Marinos. But it didn't work. There is one thing. Damn it, not again. Oh, is that all you can do now? Glare at me. Ooh. They know. What? Marinos, what did you just do? I've been watching him. He's been using an old celestial trick. But it's weak. Your divine gaze won't work here, Heavensborn. You... He looks like that. Was your last piece, Cuthbert? This can't be how it ends, not after you've come this far. What is it that you like to say in these situations? Checkmate, Cuthbert. Well, we're really going... Wow. We're really going with two trials that have, like... That clearly have... Like, actual perpetrator right there, and is just gonna go off scot-free. Well, kind of scot-free. But yeah. Oh. Well, I have to say this was one of the more eventful trials I've ever seen. With many things, if not enlightening. But I suppose it all ended the same. If something, anything. While I find the defendant's actions quite suspect, I must agree with their argument. Aside from the theft of Lord Harrison's exhibit, none of Miss Fergus' actions that night are illegal under Wiffenlod law. And there's no proof that the defendant is responsible for Felonia's actions. With these revelations, I see no room for debate. We will be taking a brief recess. I will announce my verdict once we resume. Why another brief recess? Okay, sure. Is this seriously how it's going to end? After everything you've gone through to get here? I wonder if a certain purple. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say I was wondering if a certain purple if a certain purple-eyed girl would come in during the recess, but no. This world is bleak, merciless, and unforgiving. But I've seen you. I know how bright the light within you is. Use my eyes. Peer beyond the divine gate as I once did. Marlo's called you a Heavensborn, and your mother told you that there's a light within you. You have no idea what that means. What even is the divine gate? Why do you have the Eye of Horus? Why are you able to read people's minds? You've been so lost lately. But you thought you finally figured out who you're supposed to be. All of this, everything you've been working towards, it was all a lie. You spent your whole life trying to be like Miss Tamara, but is she even like her? No, she just wanted to raise you into a tool for the Eye Taker. She was never your guardian. She was never your mother. Your real mother died years ago. Was Eris right? Is everyone in your life just trying to use you? Looking back on it, you've had no idea what to do with yourself since your mother died. You've just been making mistake after mistake, leaving Arnox, trusting Tamara, becoming an attorney. You've always just done as you're told, never once made a path for yourself. But you saved Celeste, and Wallace, and Dracogen, all when no one else would stand up for them. Was helping them a mistake? You fought for a dream that doesn't exist. But that doesn't mean you can't make it real, huh? It's true that you followed Miss Tamara's lead, but you've always done what you thought was right above anything else. You wouldn't have stood up to that criminal if you truly didn't know right from wrong. And you wouldn't be standing here if you'd just done as you were told. What do I do? I'm not going to tell you that. You already know the answer. You always know the answer. You take a deep breath and relax your thoughts. How do you prove that Beatrice ordered Marana? Situations can seem hopeless sometimes, but there's always a way to win in the end. What was that? Just a blank dialogue, okay, sure. Right. I mean, we have to deduce some things. No, we're really doing this? Are we doing funny perjury in Danganronpa style? I gotta say, I wasn't thinking about this, but this is very compelling. Oh, come on, please, controller, please. I think I have to do this. Yep. Well, I'm gonna do this and then try to use deduction. No, okay. Prove one fact I need to prove. Fair enough. No. Oops. God. Tyrion, Harold, Beatrice. Ruby. Eugene. Wait. Tracker? Oh, wait. Oh. This? No. That doesn't sound right, yeah. Okay. Testimony, I don't know if this is gonna be... Is there testimony anywhere that's gonna be useful? There is Jean. Okay. It won't mean anything unless you prove one fact. And you prove that Beatrice ordered Marnoth to kill her father. Did I do all four of the connects Beatrice and Marnoth options? I didn't use physical evidence. I did this, I did this. There's evidence? Hold on. Oh. The vent? Is that it? Like, no, that doesn't help with anything. What else? Okay, I want to know what this is now before this happens. There's this. Handle was completely shattered. There's illusion. Okay. In order to convict Beatrice, I need proof that she was responsible for Marnoth's actions. People leave trails, even when they think they've committed the perfect crime. Something always gets left behind. There has to be something that proves Beatrice gave Marnoth an order. Beatrice's relationship with Marnoth is clearly different than a relationship between two humans. So because it's the only thing that makes sense for that deduction? Yeah. I was like, yeah, I guess, yeah. But I wasn't expecting evidence. Because, I mean, in a world like this, I would have expected a perfect crime would actually be good, but I guess as Tyrion said, there might be a trail. There's a specific way their relationship works. There's a specific way their relationship works, or their pact, as Marnoth calls it. Was there something else, something that someone said? But what was it? Who told you something about demonic plants? It was you? Or was it... No. Or was it... No. Who was it? You? Just... Okay, good. okay. Go for the simple thing. Just stop. Okay. At the start of spell dating is said to have been forged using a pact between demon and mage. Doesn't making a pact with demon just asking for trouble. Then they picture the person they got. Well, it didn't say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. What do you mean, like a legally binding document? The concept is similar. Most each sign a blood contract. Both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. That's right. Beatrice must have made a blood contract with them. True. Okay. A legally binding document like that must describe how their relationship works. Leif did tell you that Beatrice would never trust someone that she couldn't control. Thanks, Frey. God. Thanks, mother. So she would only put herself in a situation where she had full control over Marnoth's actions. Yes. But it's not as if they'll ever show it to me. It would be a tall order to even prove that blood contracts even exist. Yes. Exactly. I guess you have a point. But if you ask me, I think you've done a wonderful job so far. So just this once, let me guide you the rest of the way. What? Tyrion, your eyes don't actually read minds. They give you the means to reveal truths that are being concealed. You can pull the truth out of anyone, and anything. The truth. So, say it together with me. Marnoth, dweller of Avernus. What are you doing, huh? By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Beatrice Freyga. Home! Oh my god. A clue out of nowhere. Okay, wait. It's a little in blood. It's also 50 pages long. Somehow you know the excerpt of that I said you should read. Real nice. Okay. Marnoth is prohibited from killing or injuring any and all humans. Beatrice Freyga can designate individuals that are exempt from this rule. And exempted individuals will only remain so for 24 hours. After that, Marnoth cannot harm them unless told otherwise. Wow. You did it! But how? Is that really your... No. That's not important right now. She gave you what you needed. The rest is up to you. Oh my god. What in the nine hells was that? When did you learn to... Mr. Cuthbert, what just happened? Your Honor, I just made the witness manifest their blood contract. You did what? Blood contract? You can think of it as a legally binding document. It lays out the terms of the pact between Beatrice Frege and her familiar. Oh my god. We love DSS Machina. They did force me to deduce a bit for it. Yeah, I did forget about the blood contract thing. But I wasn't expecting this to actually come up. But I guess it did. Freaking Chekhov's blood pact. Blood contract. Right. So it lays out the terms of the pact between Beatrice Frege and her familiar. Incredible! Where did you learn how to do such a thing? The library? Wow, to think that our kingdom had access to such knowledge. Yeah, I'm not buying it. How did you really find out how to do that? It's a long story. I'm not sure if she'd believe you, even if you told her. Anyways, the defense's argument is such. Marnoth was acting alone, and the defendant is not to blame for his actions tonight. However, take a look at page 7 of this blood contract. It specifies that Marnoth is prohibited from killing any and all humans. It's crazy. My god. We flipped through that thing so fast. There's only one scenario where he can do so, and that's when Beatrice Frege designates someone to be exempt from this rule. You. Beatrice Frege, you didn't directly order Marnoth to kill your father, but you implied it by telling Marnoth that he could kill him. Not only that, you did so within the 24 hours of the Lord's Ball. Your intent was clear. You brought Marnoth into Frege Manor with full knowledge that he could and would kill William Frege. Wow. And that is checkmate. What the hell? Just when I thought the surprises were over. But in the end, we arrived at the truth. I suppose I can disagree with that. What do you have to say for yourself, Lady Frege? Do not call me that. It's almost funny that you hate your name that much. Your entire plan depended on your claim to the Frege estate. Do you have any idea what you just cost me? Everything has been ruined because of you. Why should I care? You're just another noble, trying to steal power for yourself. Don't you dare let me be together with those tyrants. We wouldn't have just liberated House Frege, we would have liberated everyone. Miriam, Laef, Arya, even Aster. Our system is broken. The only way we can fix it is by burning it down from the inside. As long as King Olivier sits on the throne, this suffering will only continue. Frege. As a prosecutor, I should warn you. You don't want to add treason to your list of crimes. Even though you'd like to see the king ousted as much as she does. It doesn't matter. I'm done either way. Heaven's born. Look at page 46 of the blood contract. By accepting this pact, Beatrice Frege forever binds her soul to the abyssal hells. If Beatrice Frege fails to pay her debt by claiming House Frege and all of its assets... Ooh... Her soul, mind, and her life will be claimed by the Empress of Discord. She bet a lot on the line so she could get this, so she could enact this plan. A lot. The contract goes on to name several parts of House Frege's holdings. There's very little room for ambiguity. Arya was almost right. She just jumped to the wrong conclusion. My debts were never to the Eye Taker. They were to the Abyssal Hells. How would you agree to something like this? Because I miscalculated. This folder are records of your many plots against House Steelwind and the Crown. It would be a shame if this information fell into their hands. You think this feeble attempt at blackmail will frighten me? I've dealt with far more formidable adversaries than you. There's nothing I can't solve with House Frege's resources. What are you talking about? This House Steelwind isn't the type of person you can just buy. It's clear your time away has taught you nothing, huh? Everyone can be bought. Before I left, he controlled every aspect of my life. I saw him as this unstoppable, tyrannical force. But I never even considered one possibility. That William Frege was a sheltered moron. He honestly thought he could pay off Lucio's deal. Anyone who's met him would know that would never work. I could have sent this information to Halcyon and the king, but I was running out of time. I needed to inherit House Frigga as soon as I could. I felt trapped. I felt angry. I just wanted something to change. But this feels wrong. Something deep inside you is crying out in anger. you can feel it. You can feel it, Tyrion. This isn't really. This isn't truly her fault. She was just coerced. You know, if certain someone was watching this VOD, there would be something, huh? There'd be reacting in some way. But yeah, anyways. But I doubt it. Anyways, well, a contract is still a legal contract, isn't it? What? If it's a contract, we can dispute it. We can find some kind of loophole to get you out of it. What? Trying to redeem the enemy you just defeated? You really are Heavensborn. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I won't accept your help. What? Why? We can at least try, alright? Did you seriously come this far just so you could die? Dispute your blood contract is to bet your own soul. If you fail to render it null, your soul will be dragged into hell alongside hers. Even your divine blood won't save you from that fate, huh? But still, I can't just... You've been me, Mr. Cuthbert. I don't want to drag anyone else down with me anymore. Not you, not Eliaf, not Miriam. Despite everything, I still have my dignity. Oh, this feels bad. I believe there's no further need to prolong this trial. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frigga and Fair Familiar to a holding cell. I'll be passing my verdict shortly. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, as okay as I can be. Still feeling easy about how things turned out? Does it feel quite like the victory you were hoping for? We're hoping for like a good victory from this. You knew this, like you had to have known that this is gonna be dirty, or not dirty, but like bleh, like bleh. This is gonna turn out like this. You fought against the demons, and you can't help but feel like you lost. Cuthbert, we need to talk. What's done's done, but the boss isn't going to take kindly to what you've done today. I know it's a long shot, but maybe if you talk to him, he'll... No. Cuthbert, this is serious. He's going to send people after you. Dangerous people. You can't just ignore this. I told you when your real mother was executed, 10 years old. Was the adult in that situation? What did she do? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Your only friends inside of the society as a result you never formed any other relationships. Should I say because he's shown to use you? Please just listen to me and shut up. Tyrion? How could you do this? How could you work with criminals? Everything you told me, all those ideas about protecting the weak, it was all a lie. Everything Commander White said about you is true, isn't it? I'm just trying to... I don't want your help. As you heard your voice echoes throughout the lobby, several people nearby turn silent. I gave up everything for you. My childhood, my home, my happiness. I left it all behind to chase the ideal that you told me you were fighting for. But it was never real, was it? You made me throw away everything. All for a goddamned lie. Well, I'll make it real. I'll do it without you. Tyrion, she just hand out to you, step away from her. You never cared about me, did you? Oh no, not to that extent. Oh god. Tyrion, no. All you cared about was using the Eye of Horus. That's not... Shut up! I don't hear any more of your damn lies. Go away. Get the hell away from me. I never want to see you again. Without a word, she walks away from you. Tyrion. She reaches out her hand to hold yours again, but she hesitates this time. It's useless of Olivia. No. Oh god. Only fade. Or to pay. Moves up beside me. It's my father. Why burn that bridge? So where do you think this game will go when you can't afford the services anymore? Would you like to do with plenty of spend time with you? Oh god. He was an employer. No. What? Oh? 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 He's fighting? Oh. He's fighting the flashbacks? Actually won. Celeste, there's no way you'd force you to avoid checkmate surrender. Well then. Checkmate. You actually weird as we are at in Ornox. Who's your mother? Just talk to me. As she hesitates to hold your hand, you reach out to her and grasp it. She smiles as you take hold of it. She seems glad you didn't pull away this time. Without thinking, you pull her into a hug. Sorry, I just really need this right now. Should I stop? No, it's just... People are staring at us. Who cares what they think? They're nobles. Well, they're gonna hate us no matter what we do. Turning the worst right around. Nice. Base Tyrion. Yup. My man. Oh. You're still unsure of what you're gonna do next. But perhaps you don't need to. Even if tomorrow's ideal was a lie. Hey, Celeste. There's something I wanted to tell you about. Oh? Yeah. What is it? It's hard to explain, really. I don't even know where to begin. But it's about an ability I have. I call it the Eye of Horus. Even if that deal was a lie, you have the power to make it real. And if you can't trust tomorrow anymore, you have people in your life that you can trust. Yes! Okay. Okay. There's a little bit back. little bit of hope has come back. God. Alright. What a fine mess this is. That kid has completely and utterly ruined everything. As much as Timur hates it, we're going to need to put him on the ground. I don't think that'll be necessary. Sorry, love. I know you're fond of him, but I can't let an insult like this go unanswered. He's going to have to pay the price. I think you've misunderstood me, Father. I meant that this facade is no longer necessary. Ooh. What the hell? Something wrong, Father? Who the hell are you? You look nothing like my daughter, so why? Happened centuries ago, I believe. Your great ancestor hated the monarchy and needed a weapon to fight the mages of the noble house. So he made a pact with me. What are you talking about? But things didn't turn out like he wanted, I'm afraid. Poor Lord Laren's plot was discovered, and his noble house was stripped of its rank and status. I see. His very name was stricken from the annals of history. He was supposed to give me women guard, but I decided for claiming his bloodline. Liren, how do you know about my name? John Liren, huh? No one knew about that name, not even my real daughter. I know it's been centuries, but I haven't forgotten, John. Everyone in your bloodline belongs to me, including your daughter. You bastard, what did you do to her? What I do to all my prey. I made her suffer. Did you know that she was crying out for you for months? I made her watch, you know? I made her watch as I took her place. All while the father that she so desperately called out to forgot who she was. All while my minions slowly and painfully tore her soul apart. God damn! Yeah. You monster. I enjoyed her torment while it lasted, but even that couldn't satisfy me. What I really craves the blood of a celestial. That's what this is about, that stupid kid. But I can't have you kill my dear Tyrion just yet. At least not until I am done with him. You goddamn demon, I'll kill you. This man is your enemy. Your life's goal is and always has been to exact revenge on him. What the hell are you talking about? I lost everything because of you. They kicked me out of the Inquisition because of your false testimony. What? Did you let go of me? Oh boy. You killed my entire family. I want you to get away with this. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Hey, is that the noble who killed all those children? I already got released paid buying off the judge. What are you all talking about? Get away from me, oh god. Don't lie to us. We know what you did. Stay away. Okay, sorry. I can only scream so much. Alright. Well then. We're fighting a true demon now. Not a little gargoyle pet. But a true demon made to look like a human. Demon. Wait. We finally entered the final act, my dearest Tyrion. And from what I've seen, I think I know exactly how I'm going to break you. Yep. I hope you're just excited as I am. Okay, well. That's that. And we've run really quite late. That was good. That was good. Oh. 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 Oh, I can't imagine what this next case is gonna be. Oh my god, huh? Wow. Okay, oh my god. Base case. Yeah. That was insane. Oh. Right, I suppose that's it for now. Do you see you tomorrow? Yeah. I should be here tomorrow as well. Oh yeah, my god. I suppose that's that for now. My god. Okay, I suppose that's that. My god. Solved it much quicker than you. I solved it much quicker than you. Well, yeah. There were a lot of ideas that I had. I was wondering if the game would do them. It's kind of what I've done with a lot of other games that I've played. But yeah, I'm glad. it's crazy. But... Right. Oh yeah, and later on I need to see what Eris would have said when we were in the hallway. But I think we could have talked to her. But I don't know. But anyways, yeah. Yeah, that's that for now. See you all tomorrow, I suppose. I suppose I could raid Hard Drop since he's playing Touch Esports. He's playing Touch Esports, good game, but yeah. But nah, there's just one person here. I'm sorry, there's one person here. You just go to his stream. Huh? How's that? I need to go eat. I need to go eat. I'm hungry. My voice is dying. But yeah, see you tomorrow. This is gonna be exciting. Yeah, see you. Have a good day. Goodbye.